once we have got the slides on the screen, then we will start in chat. Yes, okay, good. Thanks a lot for Raisa and Femke for confirming that you can hear us. So while the slides are being loaded, perhaps a couple of housekeeping rules. So first of all, we are in total with more than 50 participants on this call, and we want to make it quite inclusive and dynamic, but you all have experiences with hybrid meetings. So I would like to ask the online participants to be muted at all times, except when they are speaking. In case you would like to say something, and we very much encourage the online participants to do so. And I will often give first the priority to the line participants to speak because you're already kind of distanced from this meeting. Please use the hand raising function in WebEx. You see it next to the smiley function. You can also use the smiley function, but then the smiley disappears. So definitely use the hand raising function, and then I will give the floor to you. For those that are here in person, there are also a couple of rules. So actually the first rule, I haven't even put it on the slide because I know you all behave very well, but there are also officers on this floor, people working, it's June, it's busy, people are stressing about the deadlines. So let's also try not to be too loud when we are moving between the floors. This room, it's a bit particular in the sense that if you are speaking, you have to use the microphone here. There is a button. So each two of you are sharing the microphone. So please use these microphones when you're speaking. If you do not click on the microphone, then people online cannot hear anything, and then we will have to repeat it. And from the moment somebody else presses on the microphone, the previous microphone is being turned off. So then if you say something, somebody else says something, you have to press it again. So just if it has to be red. If it's red, then you are being put in the spotlight. A couple of other rules. I know it sounds boring to start already with the rules, but it's quite important. So in case you would like to go to the toilet, it's going to be a long day. Some of you will have to. You are allowed. You're allowed. So the toilets are actually not that complicated to find. So whichever side you go, you'll find an elevator. And where there's an elevator, there's a toilet. On the other side. Do not take the elevator. Don't confuse things. And just follow the way back. In case you are lost, just circle around, and it's impossible to escape from this building, but it's very easy to get lost. So that's about that. Then for the coffee breaks and lunch, so the coffee breaks are going to be here. Some colleagues will bring in fresh coffee. A bit later, it's already there. So in case somebody wants to already take coffee, you can. There's some water there for those that are that require. The coffee breaks in the morning and the afternoon are going to be here. And for the lunch, we want to leave this gray room, so we will go outside in the courtyard. It's not raining in Belgium, so so I think we're going to take advantage of this opportunity. And I hope I went through all the housekeeping rules. Let me check if I forgot something. Yes. One more thing is that when when you are leaving the building, so when you enter the building, you're leaving the building, you have to be with somebody from the European Commission. This is a rule, so which means that in case some of you are leaving a bit earlier today before the end of the meeting, then just give us a nod, and then somebody will walk with you to the exit. Otherwise, the security will not be very happy. And finally, for those, I want to see people opening their laptop, you might need Wi-Fi. You can see the Wi-Fi there. So you can see what is the name of the Wi-Fi, the password, and the user ID. And we have just in time the slides on the screen, which is perfect. So I don't have to keep. I will start inventing housekeeping rules just to spend time. So before we really dive into the essence, let's quickly look at what is on the menu for today. We have short welcoming and opening remarks, and then we have quite some policy updates. We only have 1 hour for that. We will have to go quickly. There is a lot of information. When it comes to these policy updates, some of you are very much familiar what we do. Some of you are not following every step what we do. And so we will start with a bit of general policy updates. And then as we go, I think things will start to get a little bit more interesting and more relevant for you, because after the general policy updates, the Choose Europe for Science, your policy agenda, things that do not, or HR excellence in research, things that are relevant for your work, but do not impact you most probably that directly, then we go into more concrete things. So I will be also talking about the next EURAXESS grant, about the study on the governance of EURAXESS, the conference next year, and then also we're going to be talking about something potentially new, although we have been doing this during the revamp, the monthly BHO meetings, and some IT updates. So relatively rich policy update section, a lot of slides. So embrace for that. And after that, we're going to continue with our usual Discover the Network approach. Last year, we had 2 countries presenting. So this time is going to be Turkey and Czech Republic, and then going for the first coffee break, a relatively short coffee break, and I hope we can keep the timing. And then just between the coffee break and the lunchtime, we are going to be looking at the extranet. Revamp was very much focused on the front end of EURAXESS, the stuff that users see. But of course, you are also users, and you're using a lot extranet. And this also requires some further improvements. And for that, we have colleagues from that company who traveled from Greece and going to do some kind of workshop. So it is less slides, more interaction. Then we're going to have the lunch break. For lunch break, we go downstairs. And then in the afternoon, it's less agenda points, but very important. So first of all, we're going to have a short update by the colleague from EURAXESS Worldwide. Going to then have a presentation of digital toolkits, the Science for Refugee digital toolkit, and the talent circulation platform. Then we're going to have an update from the coordinator on the current project. And then between the coffee break and the end of the meeting, we're going to have a workshop on the hubs. As during the previous meeting, I also invite everyone to suggest any AOBs, not hour-long, not points that require hour-long discussions. But in case there is something you would like to still discuss today, you think is of relevance for the entire network, I very much invite you to send me a message in case you're online, or to approach me if you're here, and then we will see, maybe we can also discuss this today. But again, the points that are of general interest and that should be discussed with the network and not bilaterally. Any questions about this agenda? Comments? I mean, pretty much set in stone for time being, except AOB. So let's start. Then let's deep dive. So we start with some organizational changes. As you know, I always start with these organizational changes. Before we even deep dive into the content, it's important to know who are the people involved in EURAXESS. And as you probably remember, in November last year, when I was presenting organizational changes, it was relatively bad news. So I was just talking about departures. At that time, I announced that Manuel Alesio, our previous head of unit, he would be leaving. Dalila also announced that she is leaving, and this time some more positive things. So now we are announcing who has arrived, who has replaced who, and so and for that purpose, I'm also very happy that we have a new head of unit, Magda de Carli. I will give her, and she's with us here. That's great. She's extremely busy, so having her with us is a very positive. And so I will pass first a bit to the floor to Magda, the judicial section. Yeah, thanks.
Thanks, Slaven, and I'm happy that you're pleased that you are in the unit. So indeed, I'm since in January this year, I'm head of this very nice unit with very nice people and extremely committed to the cause. Because as you see, I've never heard the housekeeping so detailed. So it shows how Slaven cares about you, and then he indeed explained to me about the network, and I'm very, very happy that today I had the chance to meet you in person as well. So I profited of a bit of delay to do myself the tour de table, shaking hands. I will not surprise you by remembering every name associated with the country, but I have an idea of where you come from, and thanks a lot for having made the effort to come to Brussels. We did our best with the weather. It will be might be a bit hot, but this is the summer. This 2 weeks will be the summer from Belgium. So then it will be over. So I'm happy that you are here. I'm happy to have met you. Just a few words about myself. Some of you told me, yes, I must have seen you already, because I'm in the business indeed since 20 years now. Actually, I got my 20 years medal, and always in the in DG RTD in different position as head of unit so deputy for small and medium enterprises. I dealt with widening, with ERA, and now back also widening ERA and research assessment, and with the country intelligence and the semester. So I've seen different things in different roles. And before that, I was also working in research and innovation in Italy for an organization that was helping in technology transfer. So I know what it means as well, working in a member state, in the territory, and trying to create these linkages between countries, and in your case is creating the connection between researchers. In our case as well was with the technology transfer. It's a very tough job, and not always fully recognized how much important it is. But yeah, we know how important is your role, and we want to thank you for everything that you are doing, and you are doing indeed a lot. So indeed, in order also to have your role recognized, we have tried to make it as much visible as possible. And you will see there will be different announcements of what is going on, but one of that is this EURAXESS, and yeah, this brochure on Choose Europe. And if EURAXESS, you must have seen it, is mentioned very clearly. It's thanks to this man, and he tried really to promote the network and to take advantage of this important moment for research and innovation to show everything that you are doing, how much important. And I tell you that there will be a lot of spotlight on you. So it is a nice moment of visibility and show as well what can be done. And we rely on you on everything that you might do. In terms indeed of the moment, in more general terms, and you will see from the announcements, it's a bit weird moment, because on one side in Europe, I think there has never been so much talking about research and innovation and how important it is for the competitiveness and to really, and the mobility of researchers as well. These are all key elements. On the other side, you see from other parts of the world that there is something going on that we would have not expected. But that's why I think it's very important in your role as well, what you can do in terms of helping out and those researchers that are looking for a safe haven and opportunities. So this is your role, extremely important until now. This is even more key, and really interested in, so I'm happy that I saw your faces, but also to learn more about your work. Slaven is also with colleagues as well, and Vera, they are informing me of everything you are doing. we want as much as possible, first of all, to have occasions for you to exchange, because we know this is important as well. Sometimes when we have this type of roles, it's very important also to share the experiences and not feeling isolated. So you are a big network, and it's nice. Being big means also a lot of richness of experiences. So I see that in the agenda as well. You will learn from the others and how they do that. And the second thing is that, so we will try, to help you out in this more and more. And welcome to the people. And then the other thing, I think as much as possible, we will try as well to involve you, definitely inform you, but also involve when decisions have to be made about the network. Sometimes, okay, you are a big network, it's also difficult to consult everyone, but I think one of the things I would like to be able to do is exactly to have a buy-in from you and have you involved in what is happening and how you can contribute methods of working, etc., and to help us in decisions that are useful for you and, of course, for the final beneficiaries. So, as I said, I want to learn a lot, but not even with this big willingness, I will not be able to stay with you the entire meeting. But I printed all the slides, and I will get the debrief. But already to see you today for me was very important. I hope next time I will see also the people that couldn't be with us in person. And I just wish you a very fruitful meeting. My door is open through Slaven or directly in case you need anything, and more information. And I think already how the first part with all the announcement is our effort to share with you what is going on and trying to, of course, feel free to give us feedback and ideas. This is a particular moment. We are in a listening mode as well for everything that is developing, the new MFF, the new Horizon, ERA, and you will see ERA is in a very important moment now with the policy agenda adopted and the ERA Act in the future. So I think it's a very nice junction now of, how do I say, designing what will be for the future years. So any ideas for all your experience, it will be very much welcome. So thank you for that. I leave it now to Slav, and I wish you a very nice and fruitful meeting. No, okay, no. To you.
Thank you very much, Magda. It is, of course, for me as a policy officer, very important to have somebody in the hierarchy who is supporting initiatives I'm dealing with. It is also important to have somebody with the necessary policy expertise, with the knowledge of EU research landscape, the complexity of it, and I think this will also will be very beneficial for EURAXESS. There's actually one thing I haven't heard Magda say, but Magda is also actually chairing ERA Forum. And being in the ERA Forum meetings and being in the BHO meetings is actually quite similar. We are having the richness of perspectives across the European Union, the very different perspective of things, and eventually you agree on things that you will do together. And I think there's a lot of similarity between how we manage EURAXESS, how EURAXESS is being managed, and how ERA Forum works. Let's go to the next update in the organizations, which is we are having also a new IS coordinator. We have been waiting for her for 3 months. Dalila has stopped this role in January, so we have now Vera Nygaard with us. She started in March, as I mentioned. Of course, the network is complicated, the IT side of things is complicated, so of course the learning curve is quite steep, and she has also been very much involved in making today happen. So with that, pass the floor to Vera.
Yes, hello. Very, very nice to see you all in person. I've had the great pleasure and privilege to meet already some of you online, so it's really good to put the faces to the names as well. And indeed, as Slaven said, I started 3 months ago, so I'm still feeling every day like there's something new I learn and something new I take on board, and I think this learning curve will probably be happening for quite some time. But I have to say, absolutely, one of my very favorite things about this job is the direct contact I get to have with all of you. You have all been so very welcoming and so patient, I would say, and also informative and just helping me also on board better in this role. So I look forward to having more discussions with all of you later today during the coffee breaks, lunch breaks, everything. And yeah, I really want to, in this role as well, really have sort of an open door towards you, like with any questions you might have, anything that you might wonder about. I want to ensure that as much as possible, I'm able to be there for you, to put it in big words. So yeah, looking forward to talking with all of you more later.
Thanks, thanks, Vera. And let's move a little bit to the network updates. Now, there have been quite some updates in the network. It would take really a long time to go all through all of them, but I will highlight two updates. First of all, I mean, it might not seem new because we've seen the faces before, but on paper there is actually a new BHO in UK. The UK Department of Science, Innovation and Technology has decided that the new BHO will be VTI and not longer British Council. Emma and Claire, you know them, I guess. I mean, I think everybody knows Emma and Claire, and now you'll be officially BHO started March, and perhaps Emma, you can say something about this transformation.
Yeah. Hello, everyone. It's very exciting to be here as a proper BHO for the first time in 10 years. We're delighted. For those of you who don't know, Crack VTI are an international organisation based in the UK who look at all aspects of researcher, professional and career development. So the work of EURAXESS and the way that EURAXESS has moved over the last 20 years is really very much part of what we do. 10 years ago, I was lucky enough to be asked to coordinate a Horizon 2020 project called EURAXESS with people like Svetlana and other people in this room. And that was very much EURAXESS for industry. And that's when I first got to know the network and became a bit of a super fan, really, and started to work with the British Council around the kind of work that we do. And it became apparent over the last few years that the work of the British Council wasn't really that aligned with EURAXESS. So the Department of Science and Industry and Technology have asked us to take over the BHO role. We run a number of Horizon Europe projects at the moment that I think link really well with the network, one of which is Secure, in which I work with Adam, which has been about translating the council recommendation on researcher careers into kind of more practical actions and activity. And we're also going to be working on Secure 2, the follow-on, which is a 4-year piloting project. And again, I think there'll be lots that comes out of that we can bring back into this network. I also work on a project called Opus, which is around open science, and we're part of COARA Boost, which is around researcher assessment reform. And we manage the HR Excellence Award for the UK. And again, we're very keen that we keep that very much aligned with Europe and European initiatives. So yeah, I think it will be, we're excited. It's nice to be here and nice to see you all, old friends and new. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Emma. And the final update from the network, it concerns somebody you probably know very well, especially if you have been around for quite some time. It's about somebody who has actually been involved in EURAXESS before it was EURAXESS, even in ERA more before it was ERA more. It is somebody who is retiring. And I've been informed yesterday that Anna, and as we call her Anya, will go on well-deserved retirement. Unfortunately, she cannot join us today, but she's joining us from Poland. I hope, Anya, you are with us, and we would like to hear from you. And I see you are with us. So, Anya, please.
Yes. I hope you see me and you can also hear me. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, that's true what Slaven said. It's today is my last BHO meeting because after 35 years of work, I've decided to pursue my other passions, of course, EURAXESS and MSCA. This is what I think some of you know very well, that they were and still they are passion of my life. But sometimes it's time when you have to decide it to do something else. And this is the moment that I decided to do it. So more than 20 years of EURAXESS, be with EURAXESS, be with you, have been an amazing adventure. And this is mainly thanks to the people I have met over this time. And I would like to thank you for all the fun we had together, for all the ideas, activities, and also our talks, our activities were always a great source of inspiration for me. At the same time, I was able to introduce, to implement some of them in Poland, in my network. I'm also happy that we were able to organize the EURAXESS conference in Poland, in Katowice. In fact, that time I knew that this conference is also one of the last activities, my activities within and for the network. So I also very grateful that it was possible to host, to welcome all of you in Poland. And it's really pity that I'm not in Brussels together with you, but sometimes even if you really want, it's impossible. So I sent you a lot virtual hugs to all of you and to each of you. And I wish you, and my fingers are crossed for you being successful for the next decades, because EURAXESS will last forever. This is at least what I believe. Thank you for all the time. Thank you a lot.
Thank you very much. Anya, you rightfully referred to the conference in Katowice last year. I think it was a big success. And also from the commission team, we had the pleasure to work very closely together with Anya and Monica. And during those very intense months, I could very much see that Anya was not only a very dedicated and good professional, but also a very empathic and cheerful individual. Now, Anya is leaving us, but let's not forget that EURAXESS Poland, expansion of it, management of it, that she has a big impact, that she had a big impact on it. And while she will not be with us in the future when it comes to EURAXESS, the impact will very much remain. So very much for that, for all the work done, for the pleasant cooperation we had. I really also want to thank Anya for everything and wish her the best in the next steps.
Thank you.
Then let's perhaps move to a bit less emotional, more abstract part of the morning, which is very much focusing on the policy updates. As I mentioned, we have a lot to say, limited time as usual. I will rush a bit through things. So let's start with a bit of general policy updates. As Magda mentioned, as Vera mentioned, it's a quite exciting time to work on this file of research careers. And I would say last year is a bit different from this year. During the last year, we have been receiving a lot of input from the outside world. And there are several reports, and I will go quickly through them, but notably there are the Draghi, the Letta, the Hater report, you probably heard about them. But they were basically suggesting, informing us about the situation and suggesting potential actions in the future. And this year, if you're following the Commission developments, there's a lot going on. We see less of this type of reports. There's still some of them coming out, but this year is very much about the Commission building on these reports and coming with its own initiatives based on the input we have received from these reports and a couple of other things. Now, if you follow a little bit the timeline, we had, first of all, the Letta report. And just before I go into these three reports, Letta, Draghi, the Hater report, they all look at, I would say, the future of Europe through a slightly different lenses. They have a slightly different perspective of things. But when it comes to research careers, the story is pretty much always the same. So if you look at the Letta report, it very much focuses on the deepening of the single market. It's about the creation of this fifth freedom. But what is quite relevant for us is that it puts the research careers very much at the center of this work toward the single market. It focuses a lot on the international mobility, on the harmonization, and on the integrated labor markets. And this is, of course, something, although we have been using different terms, but it is very much aligned with what we have been working on. Secondly, we have the Draghi report, which has a bit more of a macroeconomic and I'll also say industrial look at the EU competitiveness, but it does link Europe's competitiveness to research, innovation, and skills. It stresses a lot the need for strategic investments in human capital, including researchers. It pleads for a relatively large FP10 of around 200 billion. And then we have the Hater, and we call it Hater report, but it is actually a report of a group of experts called Align, Act, and Accelerate, but Manuel Hater was the chair of this group. And it focuses on some different, of course, the messages are very similar to two previous reports, but what it goes into a bit more depth is when it comes to the brain drain between the EU and the rest of the world. And this is also, for example, where for the first time the Choose Europe idea has been put on paper. So this is last year. The Commission has received a lot of input from these non-Commission reports. And then what we actually see this year is a series of policy updates from the Commission. And it shouldn't be very surprising because a lot of these things very much built on these three important reports. So first of all, we had the competitiveness compass from the January this year. Of course, a lot of text, but what I'm really putting forward here is that it puts very much at the core the European Research Area. It talks about European Research Area Act, talks about the 3% of GDP requiring to be invested in research and development as part of this ERA Act. It focuses very much on the circulation of knowledge and talent across the EU. So as I mentioned, ERA Act, the stakeholder consultation is expected soon, and adoption is foreseen next year, most probably second half of next year. Then more recently, so 2 months later, we had in March the Union of Skills Communication, several initiatives, and the Union of Skills Communication is something that we are responsible for in DG RTD, but it does show the importance of researchers as a strategic category of workers. It puts a lot of initiatives we've been working on in the spotlight, such as the European Competence Framework for Research, the Research Comp. It also talks about implementation of it, the Charter, the MSCA Choose Europe, for example. So this was a relatively important document. And also what we see in this document, it also looks at, or it's also announced that a visa strategy will be upcoming later this year. And why does this matter for us? Because part of the visa strategy will look at the Students and Researchers Directive from 2016 that you probably are familiar with, especially when you are dealing with incoming researchers. The idea is not to make new legislation. The idea is to look at how it is being implemented and to improve the implementation of this 2016/801 directive, also called Students and Researchers Directive. So this could be, I hope it will eventually result in harmonization across the EU when it comes to visas, procedures and requirements, but also it will make it faster. I think the speed will be very important, and the simplification. And let me check next. So, and there's actually, this is just a couple of examples. We also going to talk about your policy agenda. In no time for that, we have our colleague from UNIT, Anna Sape, with us, but it goes very far. For example, even from DG FISMA colleagues, they announced the Savings and Investment Union strategy, which talks very much about financial well-being, the importance of savings, the challenges related to mobility. You know, I'm also involved in ReSaver, and we also see a very strong involvement and strong importance of ReSaver in this policy document coming from a very other side of the Commission. So that's why I'm saying it's a very interesting and exciting times to work on these topics, because it is not something that only we are dealing with in the unit. We see that it is being included in so many different policy areas coming from so many different angles of the Commission, and I also hope that you're seeing the same at national level, that what you're doing is not longer just a matter of something being looked at by the Ministry of Research, Education and Innovation. Then the Choose Europe for Science. So Magda already touched a bit on it. This document, I think we can be clear about it. This has been triggered by the situation across the Atlantic. But we do not mind, because again, it puts in focus what we are doing. It gets additional attention. And when it gets additional attention, then things can start moving. And in just a few months' time, quite some things have happened. So as part of this Choose Europe for Science, where we actually want to make Europe more attractive for non-EU researchers, although everything what is being done here is also open to EU researchers, so also EU researchers benefit from this. There are a couple of important announcements. So first of all, early May, President Ursula von der Leyen announced a 500 million package. This will go to the MSCA Choose Europe for Science pilot. The MSCA has changed the name from MSCA Choose Europe to MSCA Choose Europe for Science pilot. And also during the ERC, there's going to be a new 7-year grant. Super grant sounds a lot too much, right? But it's a 7-year grant. In addition to this 500 million package, and this is for a period this year until 27, there's also new ERA chairs of 230 million. This should be sufficient to create 120 teams. This is very much a response to the fact that if you're attracting researchers to Europe, we also want to make sure some of them, significant amount of them go to the widening countries, and we see this as an answer to this. We're also working on the legislation of freedom of scientific research, ERA Act, I mentioned the visa strategy, etc., etc. What is quite important is that during this work, there was an opportunity created to put EURAXESS in the spotlight, and we have done so, as Magda showed in the document. I've included EURAXESS on every second page almost. When we talk about Choose Europe for Science, big communication campaign, it's very much about EURAXESS. So if you just Google Choose Europe, you will see this dedicated page for Choose Europe, but from the moment you start clicking, it will talk about EURAXESS, coming to Europe, working in Europe, jobs on EURAXESS, the national initiatives on EURAXESS, etc., etc. So this is very much, I think, I also hope it helps you a little bit internally to show that your work is part of political priority. What is relatively new on EURAXESS, and it is this map of national funding initiatives. This is a result of our work done in the ERA Forum, where we asked the member states to flag to us what are the initiatives open to non-EU researchers, and there are quite of them. 65 initially, I think 70 initiatives today, tomorrow. George is going to update the list. It's on his desk. It's going to be around 70 initiatives. Now, next step, we will most probably expand this to all EURAXESS countries, because this was first time as part of the ERA forum, and there are more countries in EURAXESS than there are in the ERA forum. So it's likely that I will consult the EURAXESS network to share some information about relevant initiatives in their countries. What you see here on the corner bottom right is something which is not that visible. We're going to make it more visible in the next days. But basically, you might spot there something is missing, something might not be correct whatsoever. It should be quite correct, but maybe you have still spotted a mistake. Use this to communicate about it. So there is a give me a feedback button at the bottom of the page. Click on it, and then you can say what is wrong, and then I get it all into nice Excel, and then we can correct things in bulk. So please use that, and we are going to make it more visible. So this is a bit on the Choose Europe for Science, and then finally, we also have, actually on the same date, 23rd of May was an important date in the unit. We did not only have the Choose Europe for Science, but we also had the adoption of the ERA Policy Agenda 25-27. This is something I have been talking a lot over the past year, so I guess you know something about it, you know, the famous Action 4, but now we don't have Action 4 anymore because we are in a new time, and we are now looking at ERA Policy Agenda 25-27, and for that I'm very happy that we have Anna Seip with us. So Anna Seip has been very involved in the creation of the ERA Policy Agenda over the past years. It's a very inclusive and it's, I would say long, but very inclusive process. And now we finally have this ERA Policy Agenda adopted by the Council. So Anna, the stage.
Thank you very much. I'll give you, and welcome from my side as well. I'm very happy to be here today and give you a short update on what we've been working on in the ERA forum and with the member states. And as Slaven said, we have the next ERA policy agenda, but I actually want to start with the next slide where we kind of celebrate our 25 years of ERA, and I know that you celebrated your 20 years of EURAXESS, but this year is the European Research Area big anniversary, and of course you're very much embedded in that as part of EURAXESS, as you can also see that this is one of the main milestones that we actually mention, something of the big achievements that have happened in the European Research Area. And if we go to the next slide, I just wanted to show you a little bit of what has happened in 2024 and what we've been working on throughout, because I think it gives a good overview on the happenings policy-wise. So we have this ERA policy platform. So whenever you're interested in something that's happening related to all of the activities that are part of the ERA policy agenda, that's the place to go. So it's basically a website, but what's a little bit different than normally is that it's not only the Commission putting in content, but also member states and they putting in their events, their documents, what they're doing to relating to these different areas. We had a big conference with the broader stakeholder community. We had a Commission communication, which was a little bit also the start of thinking of where do we have to do more. Also what Slaven talked about with the ERA Act thinking going on. So where are there gaps that we cannot close with the current tools that we have? And we had the conclusion of the first ERA policy agenda with famous Action 4, and we finalized an 18-month co-creation process on the second one. So I think that's what Slaven means by it's very inclusive. So really the idea was that there is this bottom-up process. So it was not as normally only a Commission proposal, but really it was co-created with stakeholders and with member states, and that's what took us so long. So if we go to the next slide, you can see a little bit the outcome of that. What has changed is that we still have the Pact for Research and Innovation, which is the long-term vision that we have on the values and the areas that we want to work on in research. But then in the new ERA policy agenda, we now differentiate between ERA structural policies and ERA actions. Not close enough to the micro, sorry about that. So basically, the idea was that there should be some activities that are really embedded in the ERA, and I think research careers is one of those, and EURAXESS is one of those. So those where member states actually already have resources in place that member states have been working on for a very long time, and that we have to continue to work on for a very long time to actually achieve what we want to achieve. But they still have 3-year work plans. So the idea is that what we want to achieve in these areas, such as open science, research infrastructures, will not be done in 3 years. We will still work on them with concrete outcomes for 3 years, but they're likely to be there again and again and again, because the long-term vision that we have will take us years and years to achieve. ERA actions are more new, and they should start and finish within a 3-year ERA policy agenda. So it's mostly the topics that maybe have come up recently where we don't have established working structures yet. And we also have a policy narrative that kind of tries to put these ERA structural policies and ERA actions into the broader picture of what is going on. And if we go to the next slide, you will actually see how that then turns out into titles in this next ERA policy agenda, or action titles that we have. And I highlighted a little bit the ones that are probably of most interest to you. And you see that famous action 4 is actually still number 4, but as a structural policy, and we're not numbering anymore, but really it is a continuation, and it's a continuation of what has been worked on in the past, and it will continue like that in the future. But then, of course, also research assessment, which also was going on in the first ERA policy agenda with the establishment of COERA and also the agreement. And then also, I think something that's more important to your work is this idea that we should bring better together higher education, the higher education and universities, and what we're doing in the ERA. So there, on the structural policy number 9, it's mostly about creating a space where we come together and discuss these kind of policies more often. And I think research management as one of the most successful actions of the first ERA policy agenda is also something that is important to you, because it's not only researchers, but also research managers that are important to the areas that we work on, and an important profession. And I think that's in a nutshell what we will be working on in the next 3 years. So you see these, it's 19 activities at the moment. And the work will basically has started in the ERA forum and will be kickstarted in the next months. And for the structural policies where we already had some ongoing work, of course, the communities already exist, and the work will just progress as it was in the past. If we go to the next slide, I embed this a little bit into the broader policy framework just for your background. So we have the ERA policy agenda, and I think it links a little bit with what Slaven has said before, with these different reports that have been coming out, but also the different initiatives. We have the ERA policy agenda, which is our non-binding instrument in research and innovation. So it is either a council recommendation or a council conclusion. But the idea is that at the end of the day, what we try to tackle is we have voluntary actions, and we use that to coordinate around certain policies. But at the end of the day, it's voluntary, and not all member states participate in all of the actions or all of the structural policies. And this was endorsed by the council just in May 2025. And then we have the upcoming ERA Act, and here the idea is to really find what are some of the areas that we were not able to solve through this voluntary cooperation, also in the bodies that we've had over the past years, like ERAC, but also the ERA Forum, where we come together and discuss this. And this very much also goes back to the letter report, as Slaven said, so the idea of the fifth freedom. So how do we tackle that? And the fifth freedom is very much also the European research area, as member states have kind of confirmed in 2007. So the ideas are very much interlinked, this free movement of researchers, knowledge and technology. And the external reflection started and will happen most likely the proposal in Q3 2026, the Commission proposal. And then, of course, we have Horizon Europe, and some of you are also involved in other projects there. So that's basically how we fund all of this, and how we have some of the activities then implemented at national level and at EU level. And I kind of wanted to do a plea at the end, and on the next slide, because we also have a CSA action that actually supports the implementation of the ERA policy agenda, and they have been promoting EURAXESS, and they're very much looking to find other communities to connect with and to talk about the ERA policy agenda. And I've already heard that some of you are working on other Horizon Europe projects that are actually also linked to the ERA policy agenda. And their idea is a little bit that they don't come from a specific action, but they cover the whole ERA policy agenda. So whenever you have an event, for example, where you want to have a little bit of a policy background, that's someone you could reach out to where they could give you a little bit of an overview on that. So they really look forward to collaborate on events, but to also connect with different communities. And they very much also have done already events on research careers. So that's a little bit on the implementation side where I would encourage you to reach out to them if you find any overlaps with events that you are doing. And that's already the policy update from my side. And the last slide is just the platform link. So if you ever want to find out something on the European Research Area, the European Research Area platform is the place to go.
Thanks a lot. And also we have ERA Town platform and we have the ERA Policy platform. So don't get confused. And it's actually a lot of relevant information is put online. You might wonder, what does this mean for EURAXESS, right? So of course, what we do as part of EURAXESS are the things that have to be done. Inside, outside the agenda, things need to move forward. But with having this structural policy as part of the, I would say not next, but current ERA policy agenda, it's good to have a hook in it. It's good to have a hook in the ERA forum. If you need to discuss something in the ERA forum, we can. The current action on research careers is very much focused on the implementation on the framework for research careers, the council recommendation of December 2023. EURAXESS is very much featured there. So it does give us this flexibility of when we think there is a purpose for us to take advantage of this, that we do have a hook in the ERA forum. But of course, the work continues as such, and especially when we talk about budgets for the next years, being part of the policy agenda, it's quite significant. Good, a lot of info. I would open questions, but we do not have so much time, so perhaps if there are some questions, you can approach Anna or me after the morning part. Let's move to another initiative, which is called HR Excellence in Research. I guess you heard about it. And for it, we have Michele with us. So it's a quick recap, a couple of updates, and a lot of very useful information. And after that, we will deep dive into some EURAXESS specific policy updates. So thanks a lot, Michele, for being with us this morning.
Thank you, Slaven. It's great to be able to speak of the HR access in research in this format, which is not so usual for me. Most of you share also another hat, which is the HR excellence in research, either admin or assessor. So you will probably know a lot of things that are needed to be said, but therefore I will not say them. Instead, I will focus on a few things, just as a reminder, that we tackled with Elisa Garcia in Katowice last year in a workshop on the interaction between EURAXESS and the HR excellence in research. And it was very inspiring because it really brought to the limelight how much many things are given for granted, and they are not, so they need to be repeated. So I will be, since we are out of time already, half of my presentation, the first half of my presentation will be lightning fast. The second, I will slow down a bit. So as you all know, there was a big process of revision that went on starting, let's say, in 2020 already, for many reasons. The first two slides I put here are just to quote one of the many documents that brought to the limelight EURAXESS and HR excellence in research and the Charter and Code, because they were considered to be drivers of change and drivers of implementation and strengthening of the ERA. Oops, sorry. Not using my computer, so voila. The first thing that we have to remember that the HRX sensing research as an implementation mechanism of the Charter and Code, I'm still talking about Charter and Code, we are not yet to the revision, it was in 2023, is addressing two subjects, researchers and the research organization, employers and funders. EURAXESS, like the Charter and Code, address the researchers as the primary subject of its focus. The Charter and Code is devoted to both researchers and employers. That's why the implementation mechanism, unlike EURAXESS, doesn't talk directly to the researchers, but instead, as an implementation mechanism of the Charter and Code, so speaks directly to the institutions trying to implement the Charter. Of course, final beneficiaries is always the same, the researchers. So everything starts in 2025. Of course, that's the part I will very fast on with the Charter and Code, an action to strengthen the ERA based on two pillars, the Charter and Code, addressed to researchers and to the recruiters and funders, and was based, now that's a clarification that is needed, I'm asked about it all the time, is based on 40 principles, on 4 pillars articulated on 40 principles. I will not go through the principles, of course. I'm mentioning that because that's one of the main elements of the transformation of the Charter and Code into the European Charter for Researchers. Implementation mechanism, since 2008, you know very well, we have the HRS4R, it was called, known at the time. Now, with all that, we get in 2023. 2023, with the Council recommendation on a European framework to attract and retain research, innovation, entrepreneurial talents in Europe, we get finally the revision, the highly sought and expected revision of the Charter and Code into the European Charter for Researchers. Now, in essence, what was necessary to do? A lot of things, actually. The first was to simplify this document. The document was relatively old, was of age, was 18 years old at the time, and needed to be updated, bringing on board new policy priorities, new keywords, gender equality with the gender equality plans that had been developed in the meantime, etc. And also simplified because the institution working on its implementation were demanding and expecting and were very vocal on the fact that it was to be simplified. It has to be a practical document in order to be easy to follow, easy to make a gap analysis, easy to follow an action plan for the implementation. The second element, which is key to the policies behind the European Charter, is the fact that it has been stressed, was already present in Charter and Code, but here is stressed, it has been brought to the forefront. It is addressed, two things, addressed to all researchers in all disciplines, meaning that is not limited to STEM, but SSH, arts are brought on board. All of them are researchers. Scientific is the approach, the methodology that these researchers, PhD candidates are using, therefore they're all considered research at the same time and at the same level. The second extremely important element of the new document is the transsectoral approach. Up to now, too much the Charter and Code was applied only to academia. But the Charter and Code speaks to researchers that can be found in the academia, in the private sector, enterprises, industries, etc. This was already a set of consideration done in 2019, 2020, but as you see, we are going the direction of the letter report and then the new European policies. All this vocabulary is already there. And then lastly, new policy measures, as already mentioned, fully aligned with Quara. OTMR has been kept and strengthened there. Research assessment, of course, Quara is there. The gender equality plans are there, and open science, so forth, so on. And this is the result that you probably already saw. I'm glad to announce that we will soon have an agile booklet summarizing it. Finally, we don't have to go once more to the council recommendation. Big changes, 4 pillars still, more comprehensive, and 20 principles, not 40 anymore. One thing that needs to be underlined, again, you know it very well, but it needs to be stressed. These 20 principles do not involve loss of anything that was mentioned, the 40 principle of the Charter and Code. Everything is still there, and if possible, even more articulated than before. Simply, they have been streamlined and simplified. Now, how did the implementation change? The structured implementation did not change too much, but like you remember, we said in Katowice, we now have the European Talent Platform, the EURA Talent Platform, which has its own structure and condense one-stop shop, the initiative that we are following. EURAXESS is there, you know it very well. And next to it, we have also the EURAXESS in research. What happened with the EURAXESS in research? Now, that's a slide I will spend a few seconds, starting I'm running. Speaking under control slide. As you know, the integration, interaction, synergies between EURAXESS and the EURAXESS in research since the very beginning are quite strong. The first one that you all know, because it's always been there for a long time, was the fact that when an institution receives the award, the EURAXESS in Research Award, this award logo is displayed on the job offers published on EURAXESS. This gives that specific institution stronger visibility and attractiveness, because it is the certification that that institution is doing efforts in the implementation of the Charter and Code until 2023, the European Charter for Researchers now. So first element. What is new now that you will, in case you have not seen it yet, is that when a researcher search for a job in EURAXESS, within the filters, there is the possibility of filtering the search for those institutions who have received the EURAXESS in Research Award. Is the last filter on the right column of the filters. And then a lot of under the hood or not dynamic changes for the researchers, but you have seen, of course, the most evident is the full alignment of the brand look and feel and the brand and palette of EURAXESS and the EURAXESS research tool is fully aligned, but also the fact that there is a strong shared architecture and IT, shared databases, registration fields are the same, statistics are interoperable, and etc. Now, just an update to yesterday night, we have now 760 institutions awarded on 39 countries. It's like I would like to remind you that we are talking about institutions. So, of course, the numbers are completely different. Institution, we're talking main institution, because by its nature, once a university, for example, is awarded, the HR dimension, the EURAXESS dimension is immediately visible also to its department. Last slide, and with that I will conclude. Just a reminder, I know I'm stating the obvious. The final beneficiary, the main actor, the backbone of the entire process are the researchers. the institutions are implementing all that to improve the working conditions and of our researchers. They are improving the situation on brain circulation. Researchers are fully active actors of all that. The EURAXESS research process is thought to involve directly researchers. So every time I do go and speak to meetings for the EURAXESS with the institution, that's something that is crucial to be reminded. And since you all share a lot of you share hats with the EURAXESS research, that's something that needs to be kept in mind. With that, I think I've been quite fast. And here are, of course, my email. Feel free to reach to me anytime for any clarification. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Michele. It's not easy to put so much information in such a short time, but I think we do have here an audience which is quite familiar with it. So if you have some questions, I do hope Anna and Michele can also join us for lunch in the courtyard downstairs. Then you can also ask them some questions. Now let's move to a point, as I mentioned, that we're getting more specific to EURAXESS. And for this, I will allow some Q&A at the end, because I think this will require some actions from your side, and it is very important that you know how to organize yourself, you know what to do. So what are the topics I'll be looking at? The next EURAXESS grant, study on the governance, quick update, biannual conference 2026, and then we will have Vera who will give some information, or we'll talk about the having monthly meetings with you and some IT updates. Let's start with the next EURAXESS grant. So the current project, and I think most of you are quite involved in it, is will soon come to an end. And everybody who has been around for some time knows that the preparations for the next project ideally starts on time. Now, everybody who was involved in the current project knows that time is often a challenge, and because you're very much connected to the adoption of the work program. Adoption of the work program is not only for one action, it's for a variety of actions, and then sometimes it can happen that you are disadvantaged by the adoption time. This was the case last time, and also this time it is going to be a bit of a challenge. And this is what we are going to be looking at. So first of all, good news is that there is going to be next EURAXESS grant, right? So I think that's nothing is certain nowadays, but I think this is quite certain, although I will not say it's 100%. It is only certain when the work program is adopted. So here we're looking at wide era, Rising Europe work program, year 26-27. Adoption will be for the end of this year, and the call will open pretty much immediately after the adoption, which basically means that given the size of the network, work has to start before. So what needs to be done before? The coordinator needs to be selected, and the preparatory work can start on the proposal. Now, you know that we can normally only communicate about a work program when it is adopted. So how are you going to prepare, start working on something if you have no idea what it is? Now, there is some good news. So what was happening in the past? The policy was that we only talk about work program once it is adopted, not a day before. But what would happen is that the work program would leak, and it would appear on Science Business or whatsoever. There was often a leak. Now, for the Commission side, we do not comment on leaks. Now, to be a step ahead, we actually decided, let's publish the draft work programs. So leaking, I mean, there's no leaks anymore. We are leaking it ourselves. But it is a draft, so it is not certain. It can change. But it does give you some indication on where things are going. So in case you have not spotted it already, here's the link. It's in the comitology register. Everything that we share with the program committees, it is right there. And the last draft dates back from the 20th of May. And we are going to look into that. It's a draft. I'm not only saying this because I have to say it, but also because there's still some things that are going to change. And so we will now quickly look at this action description very quickly. And then I will, at the end, give 3 important points which are not included in this draft. So how is it called? It's the action in the work program is called Advancing Operational Excellence of EURAXESS. How you call the project, it's your choice. This is how we call it in the work program. But it does give you an idea on the direction where this is going. So, a couple of points from this action description. Again, it's public, so you can also see it. So this project will transform EURAXESS. It will do this by streamlining internal processes and strengthening collaboration among network members. At least 1/3 of the financial resources will be directed towards new elements. So 2/3 can go to recurrent things that you've been doing, but we want to make sure that this is not just an extension of the current project, that we are actually trying out new things, and that also things that do not work are not continued. So this is why this line is there. If we're talking about new elements, what we want to really very much put in focus under this project is new governance and operational models. With the revamp, we looked at the digital side of things. And I think the governance aspect of EURAXESS, it is something which is, of course, very sensitive. And I would say it has been often avoided to look into it. I do think there are some rooms for improvement. And I think the impact of this will be only after we have looked into it. But it's important to look into it. Simplification will be the key. Simplification on how we do things together. Of course, if you are familiar with the network, everything seems simple. But let's acknowledge it is a big, complex network. It's complex for the ones involved. It can be also complex for the users. And ideally, you simplify both. Of course, there are some novelties. As I mentioned, 2/3 can be for existing things. So it's about continuing, working on areas such as, the word such as is very important, career development, international intersector mobility, integration support, supporting researchers, professionals at risk, promote gender equality. I highlighted the such as. It will be up to you to decide. Then the communication, also something we want to look at. So also connected very much to the governance, and the governance very much connected to the hubs and COPs. It is all part of a big complex puzzle, I would say. But also want to look at how we communicate. So the communication needs to be better organized. Also, this has impact on the processes and the governance. We want you to look into that. It's currently very fragmented, very different. It's good to be sometimes different because it has to be tailored to the target audience, which might be often local, but there is still a lot that can be done. And I think in the past it has not been sufficiently addressed. What you also want to look at is connections between EURAXESS and other ERA platform initiatives, connection between EURAXESS and EURAXESS Worldwide. So I think this is very much straightforward, but also to look at synergies with other networks. We do, if you remember the NONs, I spoke about synergies. It's about we do things what we are good at. We collaborate with those that are better or that are good at what they're doing. And like this, we can offer a good service to the researchers, or we can forward them to the right contact points, for example. So, of course, what we do good, we have to continue doing. But what is a little bit outside the core business of EURAXESS, but we do have some experience on. But there are some other networks, for example, that are very much doing this, nothing else, such as entrepreneurship. This is something that we have to look at. How can we collaborate with them, but focus on our core mission? And also support for researchers at risk. I think it's straightforward, but it has been included here specifically in the action description. When it comes to the outcomes, I think it's relatively based on what I just presented. It's about new governance operational frameworks. It's about processes, streamlining of processes. It's about what we do it better. So it's about career development. It's about supporting international sector mobility. It's about integration support. As I mentioned, communication is also important. So it's about increased visibility and engagement, and better collaboration between EURAXESS or European platform initiatives. And eventually, this is about highly efficient, should result in a highly efficient, inclusive, and responsive EURAXESS network. So if you're looking at this, there aren't so many new things what you have to be doing. I think it's very much on doing what you do, but just you're going to looking at doing it better, better organized, more streamlined. So it's not about you're adding, like, with career development, here's a new thing. No. You do what you do, and also from the Commission side, we are trying to somehow protect EURAXESS for not becoming involved in a bunch of things that are not really connected to the core business. But then what we need to do is get very good at what we're doing. And I think, of course, a lot of things are being done very well, but let's look into this, how it can be done very much better. And of course, you still have a lot of responsibility. You're managing your national networks. The idea is not to dictate how you do this. This is your freedom and your responsibility. You want to inspire good practices, but it's also about seeing how, for example, we can work better together. And this is very much connected to the hubs, to the COPs. So a couple of other points in the draft's action description. Indicative timetable Q1 26. Budget 4.5 million, currently is 4 million, 500K up. Most probably it will go a bit up as well, because we're going to introduce some additional things in the action description. So more work requires more budget. But this is very much in line. Now, how many years you do with this grant, it's up to you to decide, but I think you know more or less what is too long and what is too short. And financial support to third parties, the 60K, that remains the same. So I think, yeah, I hope this is not too new for you, and it is something that is aligned with your expectations. I think it's a combination of new and established elements. Now, I mentioned there are some things that are still not mentioned there. And some things won't be mentioned there, I think, because they don't have to be in the action description, but I really want to highlight this now. That's why I'm going to spend some time on this. So it's important information not included in the current action description. First thing, so how this is done will be slightly different. So currently, what we do is all BHOs are included in the work program as identified beneficiaries. If you remember, it's endless lists of legal entities. We want to move to what I call consortium approach. At the end, it won't change much, but it is a bit of a different concept. So you're going to have the coordinator will be the leader of the consortium. You all will be consortium members. If you're dealing like you're doing with other type of Horizon Europe type of projects, because to great to identified beneficiaries is not often done, but it does allow you to have some simplifications and some flexibility. So whoever is selected as a coordinator will be put in the work program as a consortium leader, and that organization, that legal entity, will be acting as a consortium leader. So eventually, what the coordinator does now, it's a bit a different term, but which means that only the coordinator that you select will be mentioned in the work program. So in case there's some BHO change, things left and right, I think we avoid this risk. And also from the program committee, they're going to be happy because if you look at the YDR work programs, there's not a single action which has more than 40 beneficiaries. It's a very complex process to also manage. It's a bit of simplification, but it's going to be slightly different. So the coordinator will also have to work a bit with the commission in the beginning to figure out, or let's say we'll be more open to support the consortium leader if it is the first time they are a consortium in this type of project when it comes to paperwork. But having spoken with some colleagues who are involved in this, this should not be resulting in increased complexity. So the consortium approach. Of course, from the Commission side, we will make sure we will look into this, that nobody is excluded unless if they do not want to be involved. Then, second point is that, so it's a grant of several years. How many years is what you define. Of course, on one hand, we want to offer stability. Stability means higher budget. So the current grant, I think, is the highest. The current grant, which is 4 million. It's a 3-year grant. I think it's the highest budget, maybe the longest grant that went to EURAXESS. And on one hand, I also want to have this stability when it comes to financing, especially when you depend on work program amendments, the size and complexity of the network. So lengths, longer grants are good in this case. But of course, there's a disadvantage of longer grants is that a lot is predefined at the moment you work on the proposal. You can do amendments, but often what we are seeing, things are being done because they made sense to be done 2-3 years ago. In the meantime, things have changed. So this is also going to be a novelty, right? So grant of several years, but with annual work plans. So when you make the proposal, you're going to say, imagine you for 3 years. Again, you decide. But just for illustration. Imagine you work for 3 years. Of course, you should have some kind of high-level approach for these 3 years, so you can split the budgets between the 3 years. The first year needs to be worked out in detail. And the second and third year, if you want to say some things are going to be recurrent across the 3 years, that is fine. If it really makes sense, if you're 100% sure about it, but know that there's going to be an annual work program action plan adoption. So a couple of months. So if we imagine we start in, couple of months before the second year starts, we are going to agree on this action plan for next year. So like this, we can fine tune a little bit on what needs to be done. We can keep account with whatever has came up. And I think this will give us some additional flexibility during this relatively long proposal grant as a project. So this is a bit a combination of, on one hand, the need for stability, on the other hand, the need for flexibility. And then the third point and the final point when it comes to these important pieces of information is about the BNL conference. So if you look at how BNL conferences have been organized in the past, the BHOs would suggest, and I will go into that into more detail, but long story short is that a lot of the work is actually already done by the host city. So we are kind of paying for it, for flights, for tickets, for catering, etc., etc., etc. But all of this is being organized on a spot, far away from Brussels. And we are basically mostly following the suggestions of the host BHO. So we see that there can be, it will make a lot of sense if the BNL conferences are organized by the network, for the network. I think things could be done a bit faster because you have a little bit of different, you have a bit more freedom how you do things than how you do it from the Commission side. You can be a bit faster. But this, of course, does require additional workload. But also additional budgets. That's why I said 4.5 million in the current draft. I would ask for more, which should take board this BL conference every 2 years. Next one should be next year, probably end of next year, something like that. Another one in 28. So it is possible as part of the grant, you will have to, 2 BL conferences will need to be organized. And I'll go into that, how we see it, because I also want to make sure that the Commission is involved where it matters and where it makes sense. So I'll get a couple of slides with I focus a bit more on the biennial conference matters. And then perhaps one more thing, and then I'll open the floor for questions, because here I do want to answer your questions. So all of this means basically, yeah, it is important to start preparing. There are some novelties. There is a draft action description online, so you can already start working. And then the question is about the selection of the coordinator. Now, I don't know, I was not involved in previous times. I would just discover it. And this will be also briefly discussed with very last minute with upper colleagues on to see how this could be done. And we tried to put some kind of, at least it was actually me. Any comments, any criticism is, it is really for me. So we try to look at how can we make this a bit more streamlined, a bit more transparent, a bit more inclusive, the selection of the coordinator. Current project with APRE, there is a work package on this work package, or there is some task related to that, and we think this is of course very good that this is part of it. But of course from the Commission side, we think there are some moments where perhaps we have to be included to make sure that it is everybody has the same rights. It's a transparent and inclusive process for everyone. Everybody is sufficiently informed about this, etc. So this is a suggested process, right? Which I'm sure might have some comments, but it seemed to be quite making sense. So first of all, to give everyone the chance to be the coordinator of the next project, the step one would be is that upper colleagues will prepare template for the call of expression of interest. Nothing too complicated. We will check the template, and hopefully this template can be reused in the future. This template, this call for expression of interest will be shared with everyone. It will be shared next weeks, and then over the summer and probably till end of September, you will have time. We will look at the exact timing the next days and weeks. Then everyone, those that are interested, should send it to the Commission. You might wonder why the Commission won't be doing the selection, but we just want to make sure that we receive, that nothing gets lost, and that there's no conflict of interest. What if the current coordinator wants to make a suggestion? In the past, it was not the case, but what if the current coordinator wants to express interest? They cannot send it to themselves. If you will send your expression of interest to them, they will already see what you're putting inside. So I think here what we want to see basically is all of these expression of interest are sent to the functional mailbox of the European Commission, and then we see, is there a conflict of interest or not? If there's no conflict of interest, then it's going to be with a stronger involvement in the process of the current coordinator, because it is part of the grant. In case there's a conflict of interest, meaning that the current coordinator, or anybody who is very close to it and might have access to this information, then the Commission is going to take a more active role. But this sounds more complicated than I think it is. So it's very simple. Everybody receives the template, fills them in during the summer in September. By the end of September, let's say, and we communicate the exact dates. You share it with the Commission, the usual functional mailbox. You see if there is any conflict of interest, and then what we do is in September we do a meeting, short meeting. Of course, if there's only one expressed entities expressed and there is support, then yes. If there are more, it will not be like a elevator pitching, but just short outlining on what the coordinator would like to do. And then there's going to be a voting process, one BHO, one vote per country. So the countries with more BHOs, we will have to discuss this. So this is pretty much a suggestion. We think it's simple, sufficiently inclusive and transparent, and if it works, it can also be replicated. So I came to the end of this first part, which is, I think, the most important part of what I had to say. The next presentations will be mostly about governance, which is short, and BHO conference timeline next year. So you might have some questions. There might be a lot of novelties here. So I do open the floor both to online and on-site participants. Let me see, and I will give the floor to the ones online because you're already distanced from us. Milan says the sound levels are generally very low. Okay, but just some time ago before I start speaking. And Verena says, is it only one BHO from a country allowed to be involved as a consortium member? No. So all BHOs are allowed to be part consortium members. You have to be if you're a country with several BHOs, you can have several BHOs as consortium members. Only when it comes to voting with the coordinator, there should be one vote per country. Okay. Are the changes on? Okay, there is a question about HRS4. I will ask Michaela to answer maybe directly to Monica. So let's then open the floor for this for maybe 5 minutes for Q&A on this matter. Svetlana.
I understand that it's a bit complicated this time and totally different than the last time, but what I didn't understand is what we should put in the preparation phase. Plan for all the project or only for the first year? And how it should be arranged? I mean, it's connected with the budget. You cannot just, we more or less have a coordinator application amongst us discussed already, and we more or less know one applicant. But for us, it's interesting to know how should we prepare this proposal?
I'll collect all questions and then answer all in one go. So let me check also online. If you have a question, just raise your hand. Yeah, Siri.
Well, maybe a bit in the similar direction, but still different. I was also a bit curious about this yearly action planning in close collaboration with the European Commission. I think in general it could work out very well. Then it really needs that all the parties, including Commission, realizes their capacities and the timely availability to be planning actually together with the consortium. So because we see that there's resources are as they are. So if this would be an yearly exercise, then I think we really close eye needs to be on that. And also the level of intervention, because clearly it somehow says that it's like we will have less independence in a certain sense. So how it will be defined, or how we will feel it, and how we will define it. Yeah.
Regarding the possibility to participate, it's only BHOs, or could also an organization which is just member of the network participate in the proposal? because I'm not sure if the draft is clear enough on this. And I think for managing expectations, I think that would be really important. And the second question is that in the current project, there is the experience now with the cascade funding. And I was wondering how far this experience has been taken into considerations, or maybe it's also like, is there an idea to have this element again in the new call to involve also other network organizations which do not have the head of a BHO? And this refers much to what was said in the beginning, what you said, stressed, where we become better and give, you know, use synergies, networks which are doing stuff on a higher level from which the network, on the other hand, in the European research area can much benefit. Thank you.
My comment is somewhat related. In the draft, as far as I remember, it's spoken about network generally, but which level should be included at what point is very unclear. And if I remember correctly, service centers are not mentioned specifically once, and they're basically the core of our network, and it should be clear that they should also benefit from the next project. And that was missing a bit in the draft that I last read. Because, for example, with study visits, this time the travel costs were cut. A lot of benefits that they receive in order to exchange ideas and in order to help researchers directly have kind of fallen back. And if they're not mentioned specifically, my concern is that they'll disappear even more from the initiatives, but they're the core of EURAXESS in many ways, and they do the daily work of the EURAXESS network, and that should be very much avoided.
One question regarding the content, because you mentioned that like 1/3 of the financial means should be dedicated to new initiatives. How about the ones that we discontinued? In this case, meaning specifically the network funding, so capacity building funding. Just because we stopped it doesn't mean that it's not good. And the question is, can we reawaken things of which we think that they are valuable, though they are not used currently in the project?
Let me check online. Online, colleagues are very silent. Yeah, nobody's raising their hands. Maybe something with the functionality. Okay, so I was expecting more questions, but I guess more questions are going to come as you start working on it. So let's start with Svetlana's question. How to prepare for this? You start by looking also at 3 years, what would make sense over the 3 years. Because you will need to play a little bit of course, it is so forecasting. Not all 3 years might require additional budget. First year, mine is panel conferences, but I think first year might be warm, getting to speed. Then second and third are much more intense. You might need to reflect that in how you allocate the budgets. You can already look at, okay, this is what you want to do for 3 years. These are the things that have to be there all 3 years. These are things we're not sure of, but it's not sure of. We don't put it for second and third year. If something is certain, 100% certain, you can put it for 3 years. But then you're still going to basically have, okay, first year, this is what we're going to do. Second year, these are the structural things we have to do. These are then the novelties. The idea is also not to reopen the discussions entirely every year. So it is about fine-tuning. And maybe you can come up with a rule saying it will be between, I mean, it's up to you to see it, but maybe you can say the margin of maneuver is 25%, 20% when it comes to budget allocation, what is not set. So I think this is something you have to look at. But important thing is that things that you're not certain of. And of course, you have to be very modest in that. Some things seem certain very now and things change and they are not. Some things are not certain. You can also say that this is potentially what's going to be in the year 2 and 3. This is what we are pretty sure. What you're pretty sure is going to be in the year 2 and 3. But you don't need now to work out everything in detail for second and third year, which I think also might help a little bit when it comes to preparation, because the detail for the first year it's higher. For second and third year, it's the minimum. What you need to do is say what is the budget for it, and maybe some very high level descriptions, but it can be flexible. And I think this is a flexibility which, I mean, if you really want, you can even say, oh no, we're going to have every time the same. You can do it, but I think then you would not be taking advantage of this flexibility. When it comes, and this is then moving then to serious comment. So independence, I don't think there's any change when it comes to independence. I think because at the end, what we all do, we want to make sure that it's kind of aligned with a bigger picture, that it is impactful, etc. So I do not see this as additional control mechanism or whatsoever. We think, I mean, this is more about, okay, let's see what we do next year. What did we learn this year? Maybe some things are something we need to reshift. I also having all the time one crisis after another happening, and you might need to respond to that. And then it's good to have this flexibility. So it's a little bit, I would not overcomplicate this. I think from the Commission side, we will not be micromanaging this. We don't want that. This is what you do. But it would be good. It would be, yeah. But it would be good, of course, to see, okay, what we're doing next year. Because also now we are a little bit discovered. We are a bit running behind the facts, and then you do things, and we have to also figure out how to make use of it. And so I think it can make sure that what you do is part of the project. What we do in this bill, and it's a bit more aligned, and then we can also kind of benefit all of it. Everybody can benefit a bit more. So what you produce, we can make sure that is used or more impactful, and the other way around. You can also maybe brainstorm. So it's not so much of a control. It's very much on increasing the impact of this. Then a very good point about a level of who to be involved in the consortium. So it has not been spelled out. I will add it. In the consortium, just BHOs. We cannot open a consortium. I mean, it's already complicated. So we cannot go on the level of the service centers, but the point is very valid. So also connected to the different questions, you refer to cascade funding. I was referring to financial support to third parties is the same thing. So the 60K support to third parties remains. I know you took a lot of advantage of this in the current, current grant. I think it's one of the records that AI has seen when it comes to financial support to third parties. So also this is, you can learn from it. So you want to see how far you want to go with it. Only thing what I'm saying is that in the current grant, it is, as I mentioned, I think it's the only percentage-wise. I think it's from all the grants that have beneficiary. I think REA has nothing else where more money goes to through this. So just a comment. You decide what you do. Aldenor mentioned about capacity funding, resurrecting some ideas from the past. It's a good point. How do you see something is new? I mean, you give it a touch, a facelift, and it is new. In reality, we'll be looking at comparing to the current project, and if you want to do pretty much the same. Right. So of course you might learn something, things that did not work out 5 years ago might work out now because you might do them differently. There might be change in the context, and of course then this has to be then explained in the proposal that yes, we did this, didn't work out. This is what we learned. This is why we think it can work now. And then I see this as a new element. So I think I covered all the questions. You might have definitely more questions in the future.
Oh no.
An online question? No, okay. So can you predict somehow the timeline from submission until grant? Because I know that's complicated and there have been many examples of very quick preparations and very long ones, especially because we know exactly when the current grant is ending, and in case we are planning some high-scale events to happen, such as the next biennial conference, that could also impact the planning. Thank you.
All right, the planning. So adoption work program end of the year. End of the year, not October. November, early December. It opens. We can see for how long it has to be open. If you give us a signal, because the proposal has to pass it. So if you get a signal from you, the proposal is very bad, we need more time to work on it, then I will ask you to extend. If you are confident that you will pass, then it's better to have it shorter, because then we start with other things. So imagine end of the year, November, early December, adoption, end of January, February, closing date for the proposal. Again, you have information. This is the draft, which is now in the central program. It's going to be updated, so there should be the risk of surprises is relatively limited. And then, of course, the evaluation, we're going to evaluate this only with internal evaluators. It makes it a bit faster. And then grant signature before the summer. May, June, grant signature. Things go well. I will not say March. April, if it goes very well, but most probably May. There is this thing called retroactive impact of this. So basically, if the grant is signed in May or June, and you've been doing stuff, it can have retroactive starting date before that. So does not mean that the work has to start when the grant is signed. The work can start before.
Sorry, regarding timing, exactly what you were saying, when are you expecting to celebrate the conference? Because I think that's probably the most tricky part, apart from what Adam mentioned, the end of the current grant.
That's the next pack of slides.
One last question possible. Yeah. Okay, I saw the network-wide outreach strategy that you expect, and I was very happy about this because I also think we need it. The question is just, we don't have so many communication experts within the network. Would there be a chance this time to have someone who's implementing this like professionally, so that we get some help from outside kind of contractor or whatever, so that even if we come up with an idea, that someone is really doing this in the way that, you know, visuals remind EURAXESS, so that there is a common identification of the network on everything we do. Also the projects, that they get visibility on their own, though being part of the EURAXESS network and its actions, because I think that might be a real game changer compared to what we did so far, although we already communicated.
So, I mean, these are the details I think has to be worked out in the preparation phase. Communication, it's expertise on its own. If you have it internally, use it. If not, you have to look for somebody who's good at it. The idea is to look for synergies. The idea is to have somebody says, these are the messages, these are the visuals. So indeed, now we are seeing a lot is being done at national level, while the messages are often the same, maybe just translated. So I think here a lot of the pooling can take place. Who does this? How? I think you have the freedom. You have also financial party to third parties. You have to see how this works. Regarding the visibility of the project, I know that discussing with many of you, hub leaders also, I know that there's a request for increase. I mean, there is some kind of request for increased visibility of what you do. We will look into this, how most probably in the direction it will go is that, of course, if you create something for career development, it goes in the career development section. Something for incoming researchers, it goes into the incoming researchers section. So I think the content, the user, again, obviously the same stuff, the user most probably don't really care who's doing this. They're on a page, they want to be supported, they want to have information. So these are internal requisites. However, I do think, especially if you're going to have the project itself also receiving a lot of attention from other projects, from other stakeholders. So most probably, I mean, a good solution, a potential solution could be that there's also a dedicated section on EURAXESS or EURAXESS initiatives, and you go their ongoing project, and then you say, okay, this is what's being done of the project, who is doing what, kind of general information, and then, but of course, if it says we produced a new career development toolkit, it links to the career development section. So it's kind of, so you still have a home where you can say, okay, what do you do as part of the project? You go on that page, but if you want support on career development, you don't need to go to the project page per se. You can just go to where career development information is put. But these are the details, I think.
Just to follow on that, it's something very important if we, and also as we have read in the proposal, communication and dissemination needs to be improved and needs to be worked a lot. But the fact is that probably one of the main tools for us to disseminate our results from the projects and from the network too is the EURAXESS Central Portal. And for that, we need a more receptive portal for the products that we are creating. So this is why many of us, we work together on a proposal for you that we couldn't manage to squeeze in the agenda. We know that. I'm trying also to the last EOV part, maybe to squeeze a little bit, because there is, we see that now, especially with the no written parts that you are advancing to us, we see more points that more channels that we can collaborate better, the European Commission also with the project, and also with the BHOs. So I think we need to work on this portal in order to be more efficient and streamline the whole process better.
I mean, I guess what I just wanted to say about like retroactively starting the project is that like we have manpower on the project, so we would need to know by the end of February before the actual project ends if the project continues. Otherwise, we can't employ people and then end of March, end of April, find out, oh, the project was not granted. So if you can guarantee us to have it by the end of February evaluated, then I guess the retroactive start is an option, and otherwise I doubt about it.
I have 2 points. The first one is just to second Elisa's comment here, because I think a lot of the new project will also focus especially on the communication, and then the hope for it can be disseminated somewhere. In the current project, we were maybe somehow a little bit naive, thinking, oh, that will just be on the EU portal, and it is a challenge. So I think this is a very, very important issue. Thank you for raising that. Secondly, a lot of us, we prefer, especially when we discuss with meetings, is like, of course, people will be online. Physical meetings, they will be best for, especially when you sit down and brainstorm about the new project, brainstorm about the ideas. So if by any chance some physical meeting, BHO meeting, there can be a date and we can work around it. So if you by now know already, okay, there will be a physical meeting in November, October, whatever BHO meeting, then we can plan ourselves and think, okay, then we have a day before or after. Not necessarily that you are paying for it, but more that there's a possibility. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take on the last and then
Small comment on the question how to give visibility to the new project. In the last years, in current NCP projects, there is now a move that all the projects are presented on the website of the NCP portal. I know BHOs are not NCPs, but maybe that's also a way of having a good place where the project could have visibility also to the ecosystem. Because what started years ago as an NCP portal is now getting also more and more a place for the ecosystem. So the grant managers, etc. Though there's still restrictions, etc. But still, maybe that could be also a line to look into to give visibility to the project and to other stakeholders who might be really interested in the work which is ongoing, and at the same time not creating too much extra stuff which after the years when the work is done over.
Maybe just a small comment following Elinor's question, but for us who have been working for the network for a long time, I mean, we can see that there are like a lot of content on the portal and on the extranet too, that it's sort of outdated, which needs to be refurbished and completely have a new vision on them. So whether this could be treated as a new activity, because I mean it really deserves. I mean we have put a lot of effort into preparing those content, but it still needs to be updated because otherwise nobody would be using it. So how to treat this one? Thank you.
I'll stop looking around because we look at somebody then. So thanks a lot for the questions. A lot of communication related topics. So I mean, this is what is mentioned in the action description. It's network-wide communication approach. Network-wide, I see it also in the Commission plays a role in that as well. And this is very much about this fragmentation. I think there is so much good content, but it is put on so many different smaller websites, posts, LinkedIn accounts with hundreds of followers, etc., etc. So I think this is very much about kind of bringing things together under the guidance of experts in this field. Project needs visibility, but EURAXESS is supporting it. So I think it will be indeed a balance between visibility for the projects on a place where it belongs, but the bulk of the website is for the 2 million researchers, 2 million visitors we are having on EURAXESS because they want to find a job, they want support, this and that, etc., etc. But I do agree there should be some project visibility there. One reason of this annual or closer collaboration is also to make sure what you develop as a place. Over the past years, it happened so many times that you develop something amazing and it lands on our desk and like, okay, but what do we do with this 80-page PDF document? It's great. What do we do with it? And then you start struggling with it. What do you take out of it? Where do you put it? If you put it, how does it fit in the structure? So I think this is one of those things where we want to make sure that what you produce is having the impact it should have, and things do not end up somewhere on a shared drive. And that's it. And that's why I think this why we explicitly mentioned the communication, the action description. This is why by working closely together throughout the project, we can also have a better alignment, and there are less surprises. And I'm also very transparent about this. I'm involved in several grants to identify beneficiaries, in which I am on a weekly basis having meetings. So I think there's also a certain understand that you want to have your independence, but I think maybe we also have to be more frequent in contact with each other to make sure to align what we want to do. And later we'll be discussing the monthly updates, the monthly BHO meetings, virtual ones. Regarding meeting in person is always better, but it also costs a lot of money. So I think this is one of those things where we want to avoid that the grant, 4.5 million more hopefully in the future, goes to travel and accommodation costs, which is very tempting. It's very easy to spend money on travel and accommodation. We know it. We organized the BHO conference. But it's very much about finding the balance between.
My point was exactly not using more money, but if there's anyway a meeting and if we know the date, then we can plan according to it. So we're not asking for more money, just knowing the date up front.
At the end, I will give information about the next BHO meeting. All right, we are running very much. I was expecting a significant discussion. Let's move forward because what I still mentioned is to study on the governance and a BHO conference 2026. A study on the governance, it will not take long. What is the purpose of the study? So as part of this project, you'll be looking at the governance. It can be quite challenging to work in the governance as you are in the governance, right? So sometimes it's good to have an external perspective of things. And that's why it's something what I mentioned during the previous BHO meeting. We want to have this external study on the current EURAXESS governance, processes, etc., etc. The study will be running alongside with the project. I don't think that first year of the project you will be doing a lot of governance-related matters. That's why I also see it's also important to have this information so you know when the bulk of the work will be located. The study is not to tell you what needs to be done. The study is to have a neutral perspective on things and maybe some ideas. So at the end, the idea is very much to help you, also to help you in these sensitive discussions when it comes to governance by having something which is done by an external party. And of course, during the study of the governance, you'll be very much involved because whoever does it will require your input to understand good what works. So it's about inspiring, not about dictating. And this is really the case. I think this might be useful for those involved in this work to have an external, neutral perspective on things. This governance, and the study will be start towards the end of the year. So I think next BHO meeting I can present more. BHO Conference 26, next point. So BHO Conference 26 should ideally take place in the year 26. What is the process is the same, because also the process is to start now. And so when you are drafting the proposal, you already know who's going to be doing it. The process starts today. And I'll tell you a bit more. The process is exactly the same as 3 years ago for the Katowice one. So the deadline for the proposals, we think it should be sufficient, 30th of September. The proposals are sent to the European Commission. And then in October, the selection is being made. If by then we know who the coordinator is, I hope we will, then we would also like to involve the coordinator, unless if there is a conflict of interest. If there's no conflict of interest, then we would like to involve the coordinator in selecting, and then organization of the conference can take place in 26. You might think there's not much time. There's never enough time when it comes to such big conferences. Polish colleagues are not around. They know how much they are on the call. But yes, I think this is simply how it goes with conferences. You will never have sufficient time to organize it all. But in the preparation phase, when you want to be a host city, you already figure out a lot of stuff. You figure out potential dates. Okay, we won't be looking at June or May, that's for sure. But potential dates, venues, support. So a lot of the stuff is being done at the moment when somebody wants to host the country. So what we would like to receive from you, if you're interested, is an application folder, which contains a letter of interest signed by the highest authority in your institution. So it is not just your own decision, and then when you're organizing it, you see nobody in your institution supports you. So it would be good if somebody from the hierarchy says, yes, we are interested in this, and some information on the proposal for the conference, or where, which city, which venue. You know, it has to be realistic, so it cannot be isolated, where people have to take the car and you cannot fly to it, or there is not sufficient hotel rooms in the entire city for 200 people, you know, this type of stuff. So it's a bit of common sense, but it does help a lot with selection because, yeah. So what we'll be looking into it is the completeness of the application file. Nothing is missing. Choice of the city. So again, connections, logistics, events, hotel infrastructure, venue, catering, hotels. So making sure that, for example, the venue has capacity for workshops, things like that. So I think you have seen it, what was the case in Katowice and in Nantes. You can suggest a theme of the proposal. Don't make the team into governance. This will not attract anyone. So an interesting team, something more positive. And in the focus on co-creation process and knowledge sharing. It's also outline how you're going to involve. So it's really a network, an event by the network for the network, financially supported through the grants. And we support you to if you can have some local and national support. It is a big conference. From the Commission side, we will do our best to have as many high-level speakers possible, visibility, etc., etc., etc. This can also be a trigger to get. I mean, it's a way also to increase the visibility of EURAXESS in your country and your work in your country, and we will help with that. So that's a little bit on the conference 26. You probably have concerns about the timeline. Anything else except timeline-related concerns? Yeah.
So funding through the new call, it's the plus 500K for this conference and the next one in 2028. No, just to understand. So, okay. And you just mentioned it to have room for 200. So like the estimate would be around 200 participants. Okay, thank you.
Between 170 and 200 participants there that require accommodation. Yeah.
Excuse me, can I ask a question regarding the conference? You said it will be financing for it will be within the new call, and it will be our responsibility in cooperation with the Commission to prepare the conference. But 2026 is the next biennial. If the project is 26, 27, and 28, there must be 2 conferences, or I'm wrong?
Yeah, if it's a 3-year project, it means 26 and 28. Yeah. Yeah.
Then the financial resource for the project is a bit too little, because 2 conferences in one project means about 500K at least.
For 2 conferences. Okay, yeah. Good. That's it. So indeed, that's pretty much it. I think indeed, this is the budgets we are looking at, and that's why I mentioned the current budget in the draft will go up. I think you can do it. We've been doing it, and we often pay too much. So Yeah. Yeah. So currently you have 4 million. So currently you have 4.5 million, which already is already an increase. With 500K should cover the inflation of the previous years. And then the additional financial resources will be for the conference. Again, this is the budget that is available for this.
It seems to me that it's not fully clear if this conference budget is already in the 4.5 or there will be some addition to it. I think not everybody understood.
So the reason why I mentioned that the 4.5 will most likely change, it is because there are some elements not included in the current action description. And that's why the additional budgetary needs for organizing 2 conferences will be reflected in the updated work program description in the magnitude of the numbers, very close to the magnitude of the numbers that have been mentioned here.
One more question about the budget, just to be sure. This will not be a lump sum type of project, or will it be lump sum?
No lump sum. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so actually, this question came to my mind when I was listening to this yearly planning, because what I've understood from the lump sum projects is that for them, this is very reasonable thing to do, that they actually organize their work packages also according to the time often. So it would be easier for the reporting and also, so that's yeah. So that's why I was asking, but no, then.
There are some advantages with everything that you do. So there are some advantages with lump sums, and also some quite significant disadvantages. And we can maybe look into it if there's a hybrid mode possible, lump sum for something else for some, but this might add additional complexity. Yeah, I think it's already complex enough. Okay, more information on this. I know that this will keep you very, very, very busy, and there are some novelties here. And I hope they are received positively to the extent possible. Let's move on the agenda. Not because I don't want to dedicate more time to it, but because we still have a lot to discuss before the lunch. We have one question in the chat. So there's a question from Verena regarding capacity building initiatives to support access centers in the proposal. So I cannot really comment on this because I don't know, you will have to decide what you include in the proposal. So if you include this or not, it's really up to you. What I wanted to just clarify was that the novelty aspect, remember that 1/3 of the funding, this should, what is the question? It's a question as well, but what is novel? And my line to take was, if something didn't work a couple of years ago, you are modifying it, and you think it's going to work in the future, that this can be seen as a novel thing. Yeah. Do we go for coffee now? Coffee break?
I get this general feeling that there's a need for some refreshments.
But we have a lunch at 12:30.
Yeah.
So let's take a quick coffee break, 5 minutes. And then we have 1 hour intensive. 5 minutes coffee break. It's just here. And for those that would like to go to the toilet, whatever side you go, there's an elevator next to it. Here are the toilets. All right, good. Hi, colleagues. I know you're enjoying your coffee, and I'm afraid we will have to start. Okay, we have to get going.
Okay, everybody. No, it's not.
All right, you have the slides maybe for from the colleague. And then All right, good. We are starting again. Short run before the lunch. We have we have made some changes in the agenda. Basically, what we are going to do now is we are going to discover the network. So it is a more positive aspect of. It's a very positive aspect of this morning. And we'll be focusing on Turkey and Czech Republic. We have two speakers who are with us. And after that, we'll go for a lunch. Then you will have the time to continue your conversations you're having now. We just had during the coffee break. And then after the lunch, we will do the extranet assessment and the rest of the program. Some longer points will be slightly squeezed. But we are still aiming to finish on time. So let's start with discovering the network. This is something that we started back in 2023, December 2023. Then we had Tunisia and Faroe Island who kicked off this mini tradition. And last year we had Cyprus and Finland. So 2 countries per BHO meeting per year, means every 10 years. So that's why I also invite you very much to pay attention to the next presentation. So we are starting with EURAXESS Turkey. We have Tuğba Arslan with us. She works for the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, and she'll be telling us a little bit more about EURAXESS Turkey.
Thank you very much. I'm really excited to be here since I haven't been physically participating to meetings for a long time. So I'm really excited and thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Tuğba. Yes, I'm coming from Turkey and I'm representing the Scientific and Technological Research Council of Turkey, which is TÜBİTAK, perhaps, shorter version. I can tell you that we have been active, I think, since the beginning of EURAXESS, because we are also the team working for Marie-Skłodowska reactions that I will be introducing in my colleagues. That's why you know me. Yeah. Yeah, since 2009, beginning of 2009, I have been Marie Curie at the same time EURAXESS, so trying to deal with all the problems, all the boundary things for researchers. We try to solve all those things and try to find increase our experiences on how to solve those kind of things. So when I just decided to prepare a 15 minutes presentation, I couldn't decide what to include and what to exclude, but I will do my best to explain you what we are doing in Turkey and how we can collaborate all together, although we are already collaborating thanks to the EURAXESS projects as well. Very shortly, I will give you a hint, I want to show you Turkey. If you have never been there, I can tell you that's very strategically located in the morning, you can be in the Europe side, and for lunch, you can go to Asia part, which is for Istanbul, I'm talking, of course, and it's just like a country for 15 people, inhabitants, but in total 85 million people in Turkey. But when I talk about research community, I can tell you that, yeah, Istanbul, Ankara, and Izmir, the three biggest cities of Turkey are just, locating those researchers, academia and non-academia, let me say. But I have to tell you that we have 200 universities all around the country, 61 of them only in Istanbul. And I can tell you that we have public and private universities, and I will be telling you more about some universities and which are part of our EURAXESS service centers as well, who are providing 100% English education with 100% English educators. So which makes those universities more lively and more, like a location for foreign researchers to come and to reside, and also for the diaspora, especially in the US Turkish diaspora, who would like to come back to reintegrate for their sabbaticals for 1-2 years with many Skłodowska corrections for most of the time. But also TÜBİTAK has its own national funding mechanisms, many funding mechanisms, so they use such kind of things. Okay, yeah, we are part of EURAXESS network since 2009. And yes, I can tell you that we are also, as TÜBİTAK, hosting the platform, the website, let me say. We are working on behind, and we are really promoting EURAXESS network in Turkey, together with MSCA actions. Whenever we organize an event for raising awareness, we combine everything with MSCA, with EURAXESS, so people learn. The reason is that actually every year there are newcomers to academia and non-academia, let me say, because the population is very young in Turkey and the number of the researchers are increasing day by day. So every year we are repeating not the same, let me say, but we are repeating the awareness raising activities, and we include MSCA and EURAXESS always together. We never separate, as the team is the same team, let me say. And the sectors, I cannot say those are the key sectors, but I can. Oh, sorry, I'm talking, but the slides are not changing. I'm changing on my computer. Maybe we can change the slides. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, we can skip that one. I already talked about Turkey. The next one, maybe the next one. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I have been talking about the university population, strategic location, the key sectors. Yeah, defense sector is very popular, ICT, health, automotive. But I can tell you that inter and multidisciplinary projects and the research are very popular in Turkey. You can combine many things in Turkey because it's really a bottom-up approach everywhere in the universities and non-academia. So you can find any opportunity, any research opportunity in Turkey, I can say. As I said, we are the national Bridget organization as TÜBİTAK, and we host the EURAXESS.org.tr, which is our website. Okay, we can skip the other one maybe, and I can tell you more about, yes, EURAXESS Turkey team, maybe the next one I already talked, because yeah, those are my colleagues. You have met them maybe, thanks to Mary Curie Actions, also EURAXESS meetings. We are 3 now, and we are just dealing with everything related with the foreign researchers, national researchers in terms of funding. But I can tell you that, yes, we are the team for international department dealing with MSCA and Horizon Europe and all framework programs. But I can tell you that we have national department as well dealing with national funding mechanisms. You may find all those opportunities in the EURAXESS, because this is one of the job that we always repeat. Please put all the funding mechanisms, national ones, on the EURAXESS portal as well. So there is another team dealing with total national funding. Maybe the next one, please. Okay, yeah. We are not a member of the European Union, but yes, we are candidate country since 1999. I can say that for the EU framework programs, we are associated country, and we still want everyone to know that in Turkey as well, to know that you can take part in framework programs like a member country. So raising awareness activities are huge in Turkey, and day by day we collect the fruits of those raising awareness activities so that many people are participating, not only Mercury actions, but the other actions of the Horizon Europe and framework programs, let me say. Maybe the other page, I will show you some service centers. Okay, TÜBİTAK, I already mentioned that this is a national agency. I mean, anything related with funding, like academic funding, like student funding, like innovators, entrepreneurs, everything can find the funding in TÜBİTAK because this is the main agency for funding in Turkey. As I said, there are national fundings, but also international ones. So bilateral and multilateral relations are also very high in terms of funding at TÜBİTAK. The coordination for national and international ones, like Horizon Europe, COST, they're all coordinated by TÜBİTAK in Turkey. So if you have participated in any meeting about like cost, the other things, you will see a TÜBİTAK representative in the meeting. For the next one, maybe I can show you. Okay. I think very quick, I already told you that we are helping actually to the researchers about any kind of questions. I don't want to read everything that we do, but I can tell you that anyone, any foreign researcher or national one also, are sending an email, just picking up the phone, asking questions, where to find what. So this is always the Marie Curie team and EURAXESS team, generally directed in TÜBİTAK, because as I said, we are the ones going to the other ministries to solve some problems like entry conditions, like visa, like residence permits. For instance, I will show you more if I find time, but for instance, we have exemption for work permits for the foreign researchers who already got funding from European funding, like MSc projects. So such kind of initiatives are created by TÜBİTAK, saying that if you're a European researcher, you're exempted from work permit. You just need to get a paper from TÜBİTAK showing that you get this European funding, which is a really fast process for us. This is one example that I can tell you, but we face up many problems, especially when newcomers are just joining us. I mean, of course, some immigrants, researchers are joining us. So they're asking, and then we are trying to find solutions to those problems with our office. That's mainly the job that we are trying to do by visiting the other departments, the other ministries, asking for some help to hasten the processes, the bureaucracy, of course. So this is mainly what we do as EURAXESS team of Turkey, I can say. Okay, for the next page, I can maybe show you some examples. Just pictures, annual meetings for Mercury Actions plus EURAXESS. So this is a habit, let me say, every year. Thanks to European Commission, we are organizing generally physical meetings, but during pandemics it was online. But whole Turkish academia, whole Turkish non-academia are participating in our events, especially in spring. We do organize this so that Mercury calls are open, and we announce how they can use EURAXESS in terms of finding researchers, in terms of maybe, of course, we are informing them about charter and code and logo as well. So such kind of events are repeated, as I said, every year, thanks to the participation of European Commission, let me say. And the next page might show you some other events that we do participate, like EURAXESS Worldwide events. This was just last week, I guess, 27th of May, for instance, we were there. We have been trying to introduce our not only service centers, but also many universities who would like to show themselves as an international environment. As I said, some of them are Istanbul, Ankara, Izmir, and they just participated and showed their possibilities or open positions for the researchers. So this is one another example that we are trying to participate thanks to EURAXESS Worldwide, but yeah, the examples can be increased. Okay, the next one maybe we'll show you our service centers. Okay, they are strategically located again because we are in Ankara as BHO, but we are working like a service center as well. But also in Istanbul, we have 2 service centers. As I said, it's a huge city, and I mean, the population is high. And in Izmir, we have also one another service center. And now, as a last participant from the Black Sea region, we will have another Karadeniz Technical University, another service center, because we want to cover that part as well, because the number of the foreign researchers are increasing in that region too. So we try to increase the number of the service centers in different regions, and I'm very happy that we will have monthly BHO meetings, which I believe increase our interaction. We try to organize monthly meetings with the service centers. So we try to increase their knowledge, and we try to share our experience with them so that they can do their best to help the researchers. Okay, the next page will show you the names of our service centers. Maybe the next slide. Okay, thank you. Middle East Technical University, Izmir Institute of High Technology, Istanbul Technical University, Yıldız Technical University. And now plus Karadeniz Technical University will be the next service center very soon. Okay, perhaps you heard the names of those universities. They are really, really active, and they are hosting many foreign researchers. That's the reason why we have chosen them as service centers. But they are not helping only their researchers. They are helping, of course, the foreign researchers around them in the city and in the region. So they are our main helpers, let me say. But plus that, we have many technology transfer officers and European project offices in the universities. I can tell you around 30, 40 offices like that we connect very quickly to raise the awareness of something that we received as an information from European Commission. So we know that they are facilitating our job a lot to navigate the information around the research community. Okay, next slide will show you our service centers activities, but I mean, they are not doing something very different from what your service centers are doing. Maybe they are doing something, their job might be, busier because the population that they deal is high. The number of the researchers in terms of not only the foreign ones, but also the national ones are going them to ask questions. That might be one difference, but otherwise they are just welcoming bureaucratic steps. Tax-related questions are high because we are not an EU country, and there are some exemptions, but some of them are included, some of them. So they are trying to explain all those questions. They are doing a great job in terms of, research community, let me say. Okay, the next slide will show you very shortly the strengthening the local collaboration, because when I am asked to deliver a speech, this was the main topic that I wanted to speak. I am asked to speak, but I think that the presentation gives you how we strengthen local collaboration. We strengthen this collaboration thanks to our service centers. Of course, the staff is changing frequently, not always staying there, but the good thing is that they're changing the institution. Sometimes they are going to another university in that part, and we say, okay, you became a service center there, not maybe officially, but you will be there helping us. They are helping. So the number of the offices and the helpers are increasing day by day, I can say. And we believe that those people, those staff is just supporting the alignment with European policies. That's what we believe. And the next slide will show you something about international researchers in Turkey. I can tell you that 15 fully English-speaking campuses are existing in Turkey, but also 15 other giving 50% English programs, which I should tell you that even though they do not provide English education, the academicians or the research environment in university, they speak English. I want to underline this because we are known like a Turkish community. The bureaucracy is Turkish, so the documentation, everything is in Turkish. But I can tell you that many universities, especially the ones that you can see the job offers on EURAXESS, they provide totally English-speaking staffs, which helps the people a lot about visa procedures, integration, career development. And as I said, our team as BHO, we are very experienced about career development, national and European. So we are helping them in terms of replying questions, of course. In the next page, you will see a graph only from Mary Skłodowska corrections. The graphs can be increased, of course, but I just wanted to show you that this is number of joint projects by country, thanks to MSCA projects. So Italy, Germany, France, Spain, UK, you can increase the number of the countries, which means that, I mean, Mary Corrections is a mobility program. So as for sure, those researchers, those nationalities are visiting Turkey, and Turkish people are visiting those countries, which creates like collaboration. So our service centers and BHO team is also helping in terms of these exchanges to solve to remove the barriers of those exchanges, let me say. Okay, I think 2 last slides, some challenges and solutions, if I have time. Okay, I have 2 more minutes, I guess. I can tell you that, yes, works and residence permits, this is the best or highest number of questions that we receive. But the good thing is that we are providing some official papers. After checking that they got a EU funding, we say that, yes, it is EU funding. So this should be eased in terms of work permits, not easing, but they are exempted from taking work permits. They just take another permit, and resident permits, okay, they should take it. So this is a way how we fastened the procedure, I can say. For social security and health security, I can say it is this, there is a specific system. Of course, they need to register, and we help them, not only we, but the service centers work a lot. We help them, the foreign researchers, to understand what this system is and how they can work easily. So there is, of course, an English and Turkish speaker who helps those people visiting the universities, especially, and spouses, families. I can say that, yes, international schools are expensive, but the good thing is that those English educating universities are opening their own international schools for the kids, total English education. So day by day, the number of those schools are increasing. So it's good that we are solving that problem as well, especially at least for the ones visiting those universities. But of course, for the ones who would like to take a public education, they can register as well. For spouses, yes, there are some barriers for finding job. But yes, if we have an opportunity to share, we help them, of course. And the next slide will show you also some social and professional integration. Of course, the support services vary across institutions, but day by day, I can tell you that thanks to the service centers, this increase. But I will tell you that the next one, not the next one, but the right-hand side, I will show you that we have now 6 co-fund projects, which are co-funded by TÜBİTAK. So the funding is coming from TÜBİTAK and also European Commission, MSCA co-fund projects. And those are doctoral or postdoctoral fellowships. If it is postdoctoral fellowships, they are written and drafted and funded like a PF of European Commission postdoctoral fellowship. So this gives the universities the feeling that they are coordinating a project which is written by themselves, but which is dedicated and drafted like a European funding. So it gives the feeling, or it gives the trust that they know charter and code, they know HR logo, some of them has already. So they are implementing this project not like a national funding, but like a European funding. And we believe that such increase of such kind of projects numbers will help the coordinators of those projects to align with European research area. As TÜBİTAK, we have our own co-funds, Co-Circulation 1, Co-Circulation 2, and now Co-Circulation 3 funded, which is inviting foreign and national, also Turkish, non-national condition, but we are inviting researchers to Turkey with these co-fund mechanisms. I am very much integrated in that project, so I can tell you that it is totally written by taking into consideration charter and code, HR excellence. Of course, it's taken, otherwise it would not be funded, of course. But I want to tell you that such kind of integration helps us to align our policies with Europe. So it's a good thing that I can share you so that foreign researchers and national implementation rules are aligning. Okay, for national and local support, I can say that EURAXESS Turkey coordinates with service centers across the country, not only the cities, but whole country they are serving. Okay, the next slide will thank you for listening to me. And I would like to share you that EURAXESS at TÜBİTAK.gov.tr is our common address with my 3 colleagues, Burcu, Şeyma, and me, Tuba. We will be happy to collaborate and to keep in touch for the rest. Thank you for listening to me.
Thanks a lot, Tuba. A lot of content, a lot of things happening in Turkey. I know you're running behind, but maybe if somebody has a question, because I've seen a lot of challenges and solutions presented on these slides. We also saw during the previous country presentations. So, of course, the specificities are always different. but I think quite a lot of similar things. So perhaps if somebody wants to ask something, how they're dealing with some issues in Turkey, just one or two questions, and then we move on. Siri is first come, first serve.
Okay, thank you. My question is towards the service portfolio of your access centers or your network actually. So you were speaking about basically the relocation and welcoming services that is the core of your access, and you also showed very nicely how you are taking care of the implementing these European policies, and the last example was a very good example of that. But when it comes to services, have you had any capacity thought of or discussions around like these people are dealing with these topics, but in our institutions we also would need to take care of career development activities, career support activities. So have you had any capacity for dealing with this? And my question comes from the position where it's a challenge.
Yeah, thank you. I know, yeah, it's a big challenge. As I said, the thing is that stuff is changing frequently. This is one of the main problems for us. Yes, there are people who are really experienced in terms of sometimes career development, but we see that those people leaving the institution, a newcomer needs to be experienced enough. So this is something that we are trying to deal with. The good thing is that for Marie Curie team, we have been working in the office since many, many years. So we are trying to teach them and train them, let me say, from the beginning, from the scratch. But for welcoming services, yes, this is something that the university needs to train him or herself itself, let me say. And thanks to the study visits soon, we will send one of our service centers to a country, thanks to the project. So yes, we are starting from the beginning. Each time we are losing stuff, but as you said, I mean, it's a big challenge. So I cannot tell you that this university or this service center is okay, full. Everything is done very well, and they are really experienced. They are becoming experienced, but sometimes keeping this experience level is hard to keep for us too. I don't know if I replied to your question exactly, but yes, please.
Just to see if actually, because I saw you working with MSCF, COFAN, and also with, you mentioned also the HR Excellence Award. Does it happen to you, or do you sign EURAXESS within your institutions also that they can count with you or with EURAXESS initiative as a whole to also support, like the COFAM, we all know that they have to prepare a career development program. They have, if any institution wants to apply to HR Excellence Award, they have to know, especially Pillar 4 is career development. So do you sign EURAXESS also? Do you also, as a BHO, has the capacity to deal with all that topic? The broad portfolio of EURAXESS
I can tell you that, the number of the logo owners in Turkey is not huge compared to some other countries. But the ones who got it, we see the difference. We see the difference how they post the positions, how they self-confident to post their positions, and how they get the replies. And it's very visual, and that's what we present in the awareness raising events, showing that institution succeeded, and this is the fruits of it. It's visible, I can say. In terms of my institution, we are totally working on an administrative side, let me say. We have some institutions, research institutions, not in Ankara, but somewhere else close to Istanbul. Those institutions, we are also working with them to submit this HR logo process as well. They didn't finalize it yet, but we are on the stage that understanding having this logo will help them to align with everything happening in Europe. So I can say that we see the difference, yes.
What I was meaning also, if I may, is that especially because in Spain we have very similar situation as you, what we experience is that within the institutions, different units are taking care of different things and pulling in-house these resources, bringing them I mean, telling them, okay, your access can have, I mean, sometimes it's scary to say that because there's too much things to do. But so I don't know if you experience that with your institution. So maybe they are doing their homework very well. I don't know.
You're totally right. We are not that crowded as team. The good thing is that everyone is sitting in the same office in terms of Horizon Europe. So we can ask very quickly questions if they are not working from home that day. And the good thing is that we are in the same building with the other departments. You're totally right. When you ask someone in another department, it takes time to get the replies, things. But I believe that just gathering, not everything, but at least gathering EURAXESS and EURAXESS together in the same team or in the same office helps a lot because we share with the ERC colleagues also. I can add, we share a lot and we share our experiences and we find quicker solutions to some problems. Although those solutions are existing in the other ministries, we can visit or we can Zoom meetings like that anyway. But I do believe that it helps a lot, yes.
Thanks a lot, colleagues, for the questions. Apologies for interrupting, because I think this is actually very useful and very valued type of exchanges that are beneficial for everyone. We have to fly to Czech Republic now, so I'm very glad that we have Susanna Mashalkova with us. So if I'm correct, EURAXESS Czech Republic exists since 2005 under the Center of Administration and Operations of the Czech Academy of Science. The number of service centers has since then increased by factor 15, from 1 to 15. And Susanna has been working at EURAXESS office since 2017, so you have quite a lot of experience. And I know there is a video and a presentation. I think video we can all watch ourselves, but we'll be very happy to have you share a couple of slides.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm Susanna, and I'm very nervous because it's my first time in a BHO meeting in person. Otherwise, I know some faces, some from online, some from offline as well. As I said, I'm working for EURAXESS since 2017, but actually I started also in 2007 in a local point, so I know it from the other side as well. But in the BHO in Prague, I work since 2017, and I think we can skip to the next slide. Okay, so we celebrate this year 20th anniversary of EURAXESS in the Czech Republic. We celebrated already with our clients in April. There was a cocktail party. There are no pictures because it's not possible to publish it, but it was very nice. Previously in 2005, there was just one service center and BHO under the Center of Administrations and Operations of the Czech Academy of Sciences with just 2 people. And maybe you know one of them because one of them is Vicky Bonarova, so EURAXESS Worldwide. So it was her. Currently, we have 15 service centers with in total 27 members in Prague. In our BHO, we are 8 people, but we are not only BHO, but we are also the service center as well. You can see that the places are, or the service centers are mainly at the universities in the whole Czech Republic. In Prague, there are 4 of them. It's not just us, but there are at the Charles University and another 2 universities, the separate service center. We are financed mainly by the Czech Ministry of Education, Youth and Sports, and partially also from ERA Talent project, thanks to Andrea Augustinova,
you know that name, who has a 1-week-old son now, so that's why she is not here. But we have a new Andrea here. Her name is Andrea Kredbova, so really Andrea. Okay. Every service center in the Czech Republic offers a bit different service centers services, because it depends mainly on their personal capacities. They are usually not full-time employed as a EURAXESS member, but they are mainly working at the international department of the university, and that's the EURAXESS agenda is only a part of their agenda. What else wanted I would say? Okay, we can skip to the next slide. Yeah. We organize for our national network 2 meetings per year. There's always, it's for 2 days, and there are always participation of some deputies of Ministry of Interior and Ministry of Foreign Affairs, which is great because we can communicate mainly the practical things related to the entry visa agenda, and we can also a bit influence how it goes, like with the submission of the applications at the embassies. We can communicate how it really works at the embassy, and we can see like what is behind, so that it may appear to us or to the researchers that the appointments are like not immediately, but if there is a lack of personnel capacities at the embassy, it's not possible to give another or faster appointment. But still, we have the fast track thanks to our communication at the embassies, and the researchers, they get the appointment for submission of the application within 2 weeks. That's great. That's perfect. Usually, the permission comes then within 1 month after the submission of the application. So we say that within 3 months, you can, from the very beginning, you can be in the Czech Republic. Yeah. We also organize, or that's what we want to do again, is the monthly meeting online, because we started with this during the COVID time, and it was beneficial. And I saw that you also plan to have the BHO meetings online. So the reason is the same, because there are some changes, maybe the changes of the act or of the act of foreigners, or some other changes which are good to communicate immediately or faster than twice per year. Okay, we also organize some workshops related to the agenda. Usually it's regarding to the legal things connected to the entry visa conditions, and we are here for assistance, email, phone, and personal counseling if they want, if the local colleagues want to contact us, then we are open for it. We also organize the intercultural workshops because it's good to know about how to talk with different cultures. And another workshop was, for example, about how to manage the stress, because we are working with people, and it's good to know how to deal with yourself. Okay, yeah, we also started the opportunity to fund the events for foreign researchers also on the local basis. So from our own budget, we can give this financial support to our local colleagues, and it goes about 1,000 euro per local center. And we have, if I may, the next slide. So there are some examples. You can see that there was a visit of the city Hradec Králové from our colleagues from University of Pardubice. That's quite great because those two cities, they hate each other. But they found out because it was a meeting not only from just the visit from the researchers and their family members from Pardubice, but they also met with their colleague from Hradec Králové, and they said it was so great, we need to repeat it, but on the other side. So they are planning to go to Pardubice now. Then our colleagues from Plzeň, they visited the brewery, Pilsner Urquell. That was also successful. In the upper picture, you can see the excursion and workshop to the glass factory in Krkonoše mountain, where they could create the glass snow from that. And our colleague from Brno, she organized the first swimming course for our researchers and their family members, and that was also great because some people or some nationalities they don't swim, or it's not usual to learn swimming, and that was the opportunity to start with this here in the Czech Republic. So please, next slide. Our another target group are the research institutions, where we provide the regular agenda like counseling with the entry visa conditions. We organize the workshops and webinars related to the employment. For example, the tax declaration or tax duties of the taxpayers. We also organize the workshops related to the double taxation, or avoid the double taxation, because a lot of researchers are planning or are going to the internship outside abroad, and they need to solve this situation as well. And last but not least, we also organize the meeting just to meet us and to find out what are the services of EURAXESS in the Czech Republic, what can the HR specialist ask for and what they cannot ask for. Yeah, and we also provide the counseling regarding to the HR Excellence in Research Award and this agenda. Yeah, so next slide, please. Okay, the largest agenda is related to the researchers. This is just the list of the regular things what we do mainly, and I think it's not necessary to explain something. Maybe the adaptation and integration course, that's quite new, because according to the Act of Foreigners, starting from the 2021. This course is mandatory to all foreign researchers coming from the third countries to attend it within 1 year after the arrival. And it's mandatory. It's organized by Ministry of Interior, and we organize the private courses. And each year, starting from 2021, we were the first private courses in the Czech Republic. We organized 6 courses per year, so that's quite good. And the capacity is full every time. So please, next slide. Okay, except of those, except of the agenda related to the residence permit and stay in the Czech Republic, we also organize the workshops, webinar. What I can say, so again, the tax declaration and tax duties. We also organize the webinar how to apply for a trade license in the Czech Republic because according to the Czech law, the researchers cannot work outside of the research institutions, but they can get a trade license and they can work also as a freelancer. So mainly they need to work in the public research institution, but they can also work as a freelancer. We also organized the networking events. That was, for example, the boat trip or go for a pint, because in the Czech Republic, that's the traditional habit that after you finish your work, then you just go to the pub and you just drink 1 beer, 2 beers, etc. And it's good to and it's good to see the people relaxed and not talking about work. Yeah, and we also organized the 20th anniversary cocktail party there as a networking event. And we provide the assistance related to the everyday life matters. For example, if somebody wants to change the driving license, or if somebody wants to get married and they need the documents from the Czech Republic, that's also possible. Passport prolongations, translations, accompanying to the official places, etc. And some EURAXESS service centers offer also the service to accompany somebody to the doctor. And we also had one colleague from Ostrava who accompanied one researcher just for the surgery, and he was there during the surgery. That's weird. Okay, so that's not our normal service. And I also wanted to say that we organize the Czech language courses because Czech is quite hard, and it's required also, as in Turkey, it's required in communication with official places. So either we can translate or the people can learn at least the basics of Czech language. We have 2 courses for beginners online, and then we had one for intensive course once per month for intermediates, but they just split out in the Europe, so we needed to cancel it. But we will start with the new one soon. Andrea will start with the new ones. That's the new for you. Okay. We can skip to the next slide. Here are some examples of our events. We were a part of Job Spin Fair, which is the relocation and job fair focused on international or for foreigners. We also organized the trip to Kutná Hora, the UNESCO city, for our researchers and their family members. And in the picture below, there's the photo challenge, and this is our researcher who won the first prize for her photos. Yeah, please, next slide. Yeah, and that's my topic because thanks to Mark in 2019, I started to think about what we can do for spouses of researchers. So those are just the regular things related to the residence permit. But next slide, please. We also started with the social and cultural events and dual career services like workshops, webinars. The workshops are related to how to get a job in the Czech Republic, or how to apply for a job in the Czech Republic, or things related to the maternity and parental leave and benefits. And we also have the volunteer job position, which is aimed for one spouse for 6 months. No possibility of prolongation, but we found out, according to our experience, that the most important for a Czech employer is to have a new employee with the Czech reference of the Czech employer. So if someone gets the reference or good reference from the Czech employer, then it's better to, or it's more possible that they hire him, her. Yeah, and we have also the monthly informal meeting, which is called Let's Meet. It has always some icebreaker topic. For example, what's your favorite book or the best places to visit in Prague? And it's for spouses of researchers. We meet in our meeting room, and it's really informal. Usually we don't use the icebreaker topic, but we are talking about everything. Usually the women, they bring their kids, so it's not just for adults, but it's also for kids with and it's quite popular. And the spouses, they can also attend the Czech language courses. Next slides, please. Okay, and here are some photos from the dual career events. There is the meeting room and our Halloween party, or Halloween Let's Meet. We also organize the handcraft market for spouses of researchers, because some of them, they created something at home, some do-it-yourself things, and they ask for if they can sell it somewhere or share it somewhere. And we organized this event, and it was quite great and good evaluated, and we decided to do it again, but it's quite hard to, or it's not that, it's time consuming to organize it. And you can see also the photos from Prague Gardens, because we organized the guided tour in Prague Gardens, and the upper picture is from a group study visit from last year. And this is the opportunity I want to invite you. We don't have any group study visit now, but if you want to visit us and see what we do, then you are more than welcome. Just contact me, and you can contact me on, we can skip. Yeah, there are the upcoming events, but yeah, you get the presentation so you can see it. And here are my contacts, so you can contact me. Yeah, and I have a brochure here, so you can take it.
Thanks a lot, Susanna. I would open for questions, but there is food downstairs, and I'm so please take the opportunity during the lunch break to ask questions for Susanna. It's 12:30. We will come back in 1 hour, 1:30, and then we continue. We'll be reshuffling something. We will start with net company colleagues here. So it will be about extranet assessment. You'll be very much involved. So so now we are all going to the courtyard. For the ones that are online joining us, so we'll be back in 1 hour, 13:35 Central East European time. For another rich afternoon. And for those that are here, we all work together. We go downstairs, and it's 1 degree hotter than here. And you can leave the stuff here. Yeah. Yeah. And we are starting also with the recording. So good afternoon, everyone online. We are starting with a more interactive part, although I do have to admit that the morning session was also quite interactive. We will be focusing on the extranet. Now, we have foreseen initially a bit more time. Now we will still dedicate quite some time, 45 minutes for discussion on the extranet. This is very much needed. when we talk about our processor or operations, it's very important to have an extranet that is fit for purpose. As I mentioned this morning, the revamp focused very much on the front end of things. Extranet was not very much touched, and following that, and also having experience with the colleagues from Netcompany, they have also been involved in revamping the EURAXESS. Akis and his colleagues, mostly experts on the UX, we asked them to take a look at the extranet. And of course, you are the users of the extranet, so there are some limitations to how much an external expert can take away from by looking at it, and knowing Akis, he always says you do what the user wants, and I think this is also the main purpose of the next 45 minutes. He'll be sharing his screen. We will be going through the extranet. We'll be asking your feedback, and after that, all of this will help us identify those things that require IT development and that are the most impactful. With this, Akis, I pass the floor to you.
Thank you, Slaven. Hi, everyone. Again, few of you already know me. We've seen each other before. Some others maybe not. So let me try by sharing the screen. Okay, open system preference. I didn't expect that one. I have to quit and reopen WebEx because I have to give permissions. Bear with me. Let's start it out good. Okay. Go. Open WebEx app.
It's always fun to see IT professionals struggle with it.
Can I use the time to ask a question? What happens with EURAXESS library?
That's exactly the purpose of today. We're going to be looking at the extranet, and library is very important.
There was a task in Erdogan project related to library, and we came up with Professor Trajanovic in commemoration of this big friendship, and with what he provided for this network. One of those was the library project, and he sent everything to the commission and also to Intersoft, and we do not know what happens after that.
That's a very good question. I do recall his presentation. He presented a nonce. He compared library with wine 3 years ago. 3 years ago. We have to look into it. I will be maybe even have to ask Tadela what was taken on board. But to understand correctly, what you're saying is that the recommendations from that word have not been taken on board. Okay, good. This is a good moment.
The recommendation is under work package 6 with Milan on work package leadership, and Milan can provide you with more details about it.
Okay, this is the right moment. So today we'll be looking at the library and many other things. It will be collecting input. So it's good that this has already been addressed and has been an inclusive process with the network, which means that we can focus a little bit more on the other aspects. And I see Arkis has already managed to share his screen, so that is a good sign. But thanks a lot for Svetlana for bringing this up like this. We do not have to redo any of the brainstorming that was done for the library already.
Okay, thank you. I think now we're back in business. I got it working. So as you probably remember, back in 2023, we started doing some user research activities as part of the revamping of EURAXESS, and which was launched, of course, last year in June, during the Big Bang. And of course, that didn't involve only the part that the regular users see, but also what you see as BHOs and the service centers that using the extranet in particular. And we had discussions, and you expressed your needs, the things you wanted to see changed, fixed. So we took those under consideration, and we put together then a list of recommendations that we showed you in 2023, and I have them here. This is exactly part of the presentation that we did back then, and we had separated it into different areas as user interface and design, functionalities, system performance, IA navigation, communication, processes, and roles. So all of these, I'm going to show in the next slides what we did for each one of those that you were asking for. And some of those, I would like to get your feedback today, if possible, because some we did fix, some we didn't, some we need more information on. So let's start with the UI and design. So we had to differentiate the layout of the external pages because before you couldn't tell you left the let's say public website and went into the extranet. Now you can tell because you're a different menu item at the top. You have a different name at the header of the website. So that was done. We fixed all search pages to have a more user-friendly interface, more tools and functionalities. At any time, you can stop me if you want to ask something. Okay, this is supposed to be a discussion as well. We created a better user dashboard with more information. For example, announcements, extranet wall was incorporated into the homepage of the dashboard of the user that logged in. We had shortcuts to most used actions. We created the site-wide search that supports also the extranet, not just the main EU site. And you were asked about pre-filling the standard organization department information when creating new job offers, or not just job offers, new offers in general. And this is in place as long as the necessary fields are filled in beforehand. So whatever is there already and is filled in, when you create a new one, it will also populate it. Next, we go into functionalities to download and export of data from statistics. That's already in place. Download to CSV and Excel formats, and that's also going to be implemented. That's for the reports, and we're going to implement it for statistics as well. This is something that can be done. It's in the pipeline to do. Simple date selection controls. That was an issue that everybody faced. But unfortunately, we didn't do this because the Drupal module does not allow us to fix this, to change it. If you remember, there was a list of countries in the dropdown and not time zones. So it was making, it was hard. It is hard for users to choose the date and the time zone they belong to. If in the future, another version of Drupal, this becomes available, of course, we will change it. Better text editing controls in all instances where it is provided to have to add images, rich text, attachments, etc. This is possible in national basic pages content, but to the pages that appear on the EU site, this is limited just to ensure that the layout remains consistent. Because there are rules that have to be applied when you add content. So you cannot just give the freedom to add anything. It has to be somehow regulated. But for the national pages, you have full control. Download the calendar locally and integrate it with third-party software. This, from first discussion that I had with the development team, this is something that seems to be possible. It will be investigated further. I understand this will be very helpful to many of you, so you don't have to always look at the calendar on the extranet, but you have to synchronize it with your Outlook program. AI chatbot support. This was asked for, but it was being decided not to be implemented. Don't know exactly the reason why, but I'll just leave it at that. I'm sure, if somebody wants to add something from Slavin's team, could probably do it. Site-wide search, as we said before, it has been implemented and supported through the main EURAXESS search. This is different than one search where you look for jobs and offers. It's the main search at the header of the page. That's a global search. Reintroduce the broken link checker. Personally, I haven't seen it because it was taken down before I was involved with the project, but we know it was there, so we need to figure out why it was taken down and see if it can be reinstated. So we have to internally look into it, and with .gd as well. Duplicating previous offers to create new one. This exists already for some functions. I think to duplicate events, news and events, correct. We have to see how we're going to make this possible for offers. It seems doable, and it sounds very very helpful, because then you don't have to rewrite everything from the beginning. At least the core of the offer could be duplicated. Now, allow more job posting customization freedom. Add ad hoc extra section. Could somebody give me an example of something, the reason why you would want to add something like this in a job offer? Why now it doesn't, it's not helpful enough the way it is now, and you would like to add something extra?
It may be that we don't know, because we are not the ones posting the offers, but our centers are, and probably one time has come from the center side that they would, prefer more freedom there. But unfortunately, I don't remember either so precisely. But I think that has come from the service center side, this request.
Okay, that makes sense. Maybe we can reach out to the service centers at some point and find out.
Yeah, the job posting experience is extremely important. So I think this is part of our benchmarking. How is it being done on other job posting platforms? And of course, the user input comes. The BHOs are not that much dealing with this, but this is part of a standard. This is the full assessment of the extranet. And we are aware that job posting is not something that you do yourself currently.
Okay. So moving on to system performance, we were asked to warn about schedule maintenance. We have announcements in place for the extranet. So if something's about to happen the next hours, a few days, then there's a message that pops up at the top of the page. Increasing system stability, that has been improved significantly with Drupal version 10. So hopefully you're not experiencing the issues you had before with version 9 or 8. And IA navigation, simplify the main navigation for logged in users. This is part of what we said in the beginning about differentiating the navigation, the user interface for the extranet, My EURAXESS, and from the regular, let's say, web.
Okay, maybe just explain what is IA.
What is IA? I'm sorry, it's information architecture and navigation. I'm sorry, I take it for granted that I. So as you have probably seen, the navigation now has been redesigned to look like the EURAXESS main navigation, but have been also restructured and regrouped for to make everything make sense to how it should be used by users such as you. This is something that came up from the card sorting activity that we did back in 23, if you remember. 24. I think it was 23. Yes. And this, of course, brings to the last point here, but based on the new IA, create new navigation that is simple, clear, intuitive. I'm sure not everybody will be, happy 100% with how things are done, but this is what the research showed us, and we created the new navigation. So hopefully it's okay for the majority of you. Communication, establish technical communication strategy. That was especially true for the launching of the ERA-TP talent platform, and this has been implemented already. Any other changes to the extranet, of course, will be communicated in time. And then we have user usefulness rating tool for pages and processes. This is not only for the, that is mainly for the main EU site. We can probably put this into the extranet pages as well. But this is, it has to be further investigated. But for now, we will put it on the public site. And this is something I think that Slaven already mentioned earlier today. Improve the extranet member profile and search. This is something we still need to look into. Right now, the member profile needs a lot of enhancement and making it available to be searched by colleagues. So this is something in the pipeline. More workshops and seminars for platform use. Trainings have already been taking place as part of the Big Bang, and I assume this is, we did trainings as a net company, and probably we'll have more will come.
May I? Hello. Yeah, it's the possibility to interrupt. Hi. Concerning these workshops or seminars, I found recently again on recording of a webinar, I think Svetlana did this to walk people through the portal, and having at least one recording of them also with like the new appearance of the page, because there were some outdated parts in this one. That would be quite helpful actually, because we know that people very often can't join according to the dates we set, and so having like a tutorial where someone walks through the platform, that would be great, one recording of this stuff.
So you mean for the existing tutorials to be updated so they have the new?
For example, because the one that was quite useful, I think Svetlana moderated this one, but it has been a while ago, 2023, or also now it looks different. It's just that people could get a bit irritated, if they think, oh, great resource, and then check and they don't find the stuff that is mentioned. So if we could have this one, like one, new appearance of the website somehow documented, walked through, that would be great. Huh?
Maybe if I may, interrupted. Thank you for the presentation, but sometimes even if I consider myself quite a frequent user, it's somehow a bit difficult for us or for me to navigate, whether you are speaking about the public website, whether you are speaking about job publishing, because it's from our point of view, it's for a different user, because we have been told that we'll be speaking about extranet, but extranet is our internal communication platform. So it has different parameters than when we need to publish jobs for, we are like mixing, and then you also were mentioning the broken link checker, which is the functionality which is associated with the publishing the content, which is part of the publishing on the national portal. So it's again a different feature related to portal administrators. So we are like mixing different target groups here. So it's difficult for us maybe to think or switch from the topic to the topic just on the list. Because we need to imagine what part of portal you are talking about, and maybe I was just recently trying to explore what is the difference between the institution which is trying to post a job offer and like the registration, and the extranet user, extranet member. I was told that I think Vera was in CC. That there are like two different registrations, which is something maybe not completely clear. Why is it so, and how to filter? Because previously there was the option of partnering tool, which is now very difficult to find out where the partnering, where the list of organizations that are registered on the portal can be found. Then I was instructed where to find it, but still this is something which is very much hidden, and I wouldn't be able to find it without the instructions. So maybe it also, like Elinor has mentioned, that this could be either changed for the future, how to really look for organizations and researchers, or maybe to make some kind of video tutorial how to look for organizations in there. But we have also other topics to maybe to bring to the attention, but also maybe if you can tell us how we can share or how we can provide you with some kind of input if we have in different types of portal administration.
I'll just say a point about the partnering tool, because it's something I was involved in, and then I pass the floor to Aki. So the partnering tool, we have deliberately hidden it a bit for two reasons. One, not often used, quite confusing. Reason number two, look for researchers, you log in, you have access to tens of thousands of email addresses. Sensitive. We had a data leak, right? So the fact it's not being used a lot, that the use case for it was not clearly defined, and the fact that in an easy way you can get access to a lot of semi-personal information, we decided that let's put it more in the back, make it less visible until it is fixed. And I will give an example of what is meant with fixed. So currently, you're a researcher, you're looking for the database of researchers, you find them on email, first name, last name, their email address. You send their email address. What we want to do in the future is to have contact through EURAXESS. So how it's going to happen is you find a researcher, you want to see their email address, you say contact this person, you type in your message, and then that person will receive an email. You've been contacted by this person through EURAXESS. If you want to respond, you respond directly to that individual. But like that, you are in control. So if your email address is not exposed to the rest of the world, if you receive an email and you don't like it, you ignore it. And only when you respond, then the person will be able to see your email address. But then you are in control, basically, because you say, okay, yes, I want to continue with this. So, for example, this is one of those examples where we have to first fix this, and then and I think customize a bit the use case of the portal, because now if you look, I mean, the past before the revamp, if you look at the partnering, you can use it for all these different things, but it was not really clear. So that's why we put it on the background until it's fixed. When it's fixed, then you can receive more visibility. But for the other points, perhaps Akis, you want to comment on.
1 second, regarding the partnering, is it okay if I add a comment? I recently heard from a researcher, and I found this very interesting, that they are lacking a platform where they can find researchers, either interdisciplinary or also within their own field of expertise, because EU projects require this, like to widen your own network. And it was, I don't remember, kind of visualizing biology stuff. And she said, oh, there is no platform that that allows us actually to find someone if we're in this need to broaden consortia or else. And she said, does EURAXESS provide this? And I said, not specifically, there is the partnering tool, but honestly, if we would brand this differently, trying to fill in a gap, which many young researchers face, maybe are confronted to, and that could bring a new use of this one, and we would have something like a standalone tool as well for EURAXESS, empowering community building. Maybe this is worth thinking about.
That is exactly what we are thinking about. But then you have to develop additional things. So the partnering tool, as today, want to do the job. But this is again, it has to be the use case needs to be made clear. This is a very important use case. Also, we have seen, and there is also some partnering tool being developed by our ex-colleague Dalila for funding and tenders portal. So we are checking how work is being done on that front. Because also there are some funding and tendering portal. Okay, it's a different thing. If you want to do research, you won't be probably doing that, but some mechanisms are very similar, especially when it comes to quality of data. I mean, if you have the partner tool in EURAXESS, but if you start searching through it, you'll find all kinds of stuff. It's difficult to say how accurate this is. We do think with EURAPASS in the future we will have better quality controls on the fact that this person actually exists. Very simple stuff. Is the description correct? More or less. But again, this is just at this stage. It is in the air. It is being looked at, but it will not be about bringing the existing, the old partnering tool. It's same shape. As I said, when it's fixed, then it can be put forward.
Just a really specific question. When you mentioned the statistics of the job postings, that how many times it has been displayed, seen, visited, etc., or is it a different set of statistics you mentioned that it has been implemented already? Because when I was asking about it, it hasn't been yet in operation. It was like one or 2 weeks ago, or reports of how many job postings there have been per country. So that two different things.
I think, George, can you answer this? Exactly what the statistics have?
While George is thinking, maybe I can also answer to this. So, when it comes to, of course, there are the statistics on how many jobs per country, per employer, things like that. But we are currently looking at how many views and clicks per job. And currently we are testing this. What we want to see is, what do we learn from this? So first of all, we want to see what kind of jobs are being clicked. So let's say we're piloting this internally to see the popularity of jobs. And then we will decide if we want to make this information visible to the posting organizations or not. Why am I saying this? Because there might be the case where we see some jobs receive thousands of views, and some other jobs might not receive so many. And we do want to keep organizations engaged in this. And if we want to increase the job of the views of the job offers, then we have to work on number of researchers. And to work on number of researchers, you need to have job offers. If you show the number of job offers, organizations jump out, it will be very difficult to get increased number of researchers. So it's kind of, you have selective, we have to see what you're going to make visible to the end user or not. That's why we are currently looking into is internally to see what kind of image would this give to the organizations, because organizations, we need to make sure that they are happy, that they see that their jobs receive a lot of views, that outreach is large. Yeah.
Thank you, Slaven. Okay, now I understand, you mentioned before that some of the what is presented here is not necessarily part of the what you see in the extranet, but maybe the overall functionalities here and there. I understand that, but this is things that came up from the discussions that we had with you guys, so that's why you can see them here. I will move on to processes and roles. We were asked to allow different roles within an organization or national portal. We already have a member and admin roles. Can we maybe discuss what other things you would like to see and why? What other roles?
Here I'm going to ask you if we are talking about the EURAXESS centers and the networks, or the organizational profile, if we need to, because if we talk about organizational profiles, institutional profiles, when you go to the members through the partnering hidden tool, then you don't know who is the administration, who is the admin role. And that creates, I mean, George has received thousands of emails from me asking for that when we try to help institutions to do a little bit of branding employer. So construct a very more, because we have, for example, institutions that have like the crazy number of 80 organizational profiles in EURAXESS. So when they try to bring it together to create a branding profile with the HRS4 and also that we need to know who is the admin role of these organizational profiles. Otherwise, we keep sending you emails.
So this could probably be flagged somehow that this person is the admin of that. Okay.
That would be very helpful, because then the other organizational profile from the same institution will contact the admin role and they can fuse, you know, and there will be the whole problem solved. We struggle a lot with this when we, by law, every single university has to publish the teaching and research position. So then is when we encounter this issue that we couldn't know who is the admin role of these organizational profiles within one institution, that it doesn't make many sense for them as a branding employer to have this. So this is why, if we are talking about EURAXESS centers, you know, the EURAXESS center user, I don't know, because we already, I think it's visible there.
Okay. Thank you. Any other ideas and maybe other roles that could be added for some reason?
I would just like to second what Elisa just said, because it is very much a nightmare when someone really needs to post a job offer quickly, that they now for the past year haven't been able to register automatically, that a new task for users was given, that someone, an anonymous main user who we can't see, has to approve their application, and that we can't necessarily also just do it when they're on the phone, and they have to apply, post a job offer on the same day, for example. Trying to get that sorted out. George has had many thousands of emails from me as well, to try, you are a hero, to try and sort this out, and it's a really big issue in daily life since that was introduced. Before, it was always somehow manageable, but since that changed, it's become quite complicated. And also, one thing that Elisa also mentioned, the 80 profiles for one organization. My organization is a university, not a department. Organization, and then multiple departments within an organization. And that kind of restructuring would help the users find their organization without having to go through 20 pages of profiles, and also simplify the system when looking for an organization somewhere. And I know it's a terrible task to have to sort that out, but it's something that is more or less expected, because for example, there was a university that rang me. They had 7 pages of profiles they had to go through to try and find the one profile that wasn't connected to a specific department, but was just a general profile for the university, to try and join that one. Because earlier it was easier to just create a new profile, and that was never simplified. And there was a data clearance at one point that got rid of a few profiles, but not many. And there are still loads of organizations, at least in Germany, I'm going to assume also in Spain from your example, where they have 7-8 pages of their organization, and they can't figure out which organization is actually their organization because different departments have an organizational profile for the same university. And that is really just a nightmare.
Yes, I remember that request came up a few times before with this breakdown, not breakdown, just the hierarchy of, the main organization of the department below it and laboratories and what have you. We've discussed this, and I know it's a huge task to undertake. So I'm not gonna take a stand on that myself. It's a known issue though. It's true. And it started this way from the beginning, so I imagine it's hard to go back now and restructure all the data that is there.
I mean, if I can, we know it's a difficult task. The way we are basically trying to avoid or fix the problem, I mean, the problem will be there. But what we're trying is to say to institutions, please do not create more new organizational profiles, even though maybe for a statistic purpose it's not very good. But we're saying, don't do it. Please join an existing and maybe high in hierarchy organizational profile. But then when it comes to admin role, they don't know who has, I know there is the searching engine within, once you put your user email, and then it joins to, but it's not working for big institutions where the domain of the email is slightly different. It's not working. So then, nevertheless, even if it was, it would appear 7 pages of organizational profiles to join. So this is why we thought, okay, if we know from the one you want to join, the admin role, you can contact outside of the platform and say, put me into your organizational profile. So then to try to stop creating new organizational profiles for the institutions that they already have 20, 70, 80. Insane.
And if I remember correctly, sometimes they are the same organization in the local language or also in English. So maybe that's also makes the problem even worse.
And sometimes they're the same department, but they didn't find the other profile because they didn't go through 8 pages. And our workarounds are causing more chaos in the long term, and that's really an issue. And I know it's a horrible task having to restructure the data. I did that as a student job. It's a nightmare, but it's something that would really help make the contents of EURAXESS more professional to users at universities. When I enter the name of my university, I find one profile with my university, or in the worst case, one profile in English and one profile in the local language. That could potentially accidentally happen, but still, 2 profiles to decide between, not 8 pages, massive improvement for everyone involved.
Will be looked into it. As I mentioned, focus was on the front, on the users. We are in the kitchen of this, so then we have to become at the end. I think now is the moment where we are looking at the extranet. Noted, and then I think we will have to think about it. What can be done? Maybe you cannot fix the past entirely. Maybe this is something which can never be done 100% correct, but I think any improvement is welcome. Thanks.
One addition, on the main profile for an organization, it would also be really useful if we could also designate a person to have that role, because quite often we have cases where no one knows who it still is at the institute, and we have someone who's in charge of the profile suddenly and needs to have this role, and we don't even know who potentially has it, who's still in the organization. They can then also sort out their organization in that respect, which would cut down on the data entry and taking care of cleaning up things, just as another extra thought.
Okay, so the admin thing, I think, is something that's much easier to do. That will probably take care of that as well, because if you know who is the contact point, you can just direct everything to them and they will take care of it. At least this would be a way to, fix some things, or at least for the future. Yeah, so it doesn't become even worse. Okay.
Just a question, what happens if that it's already happening, some institutions are already doing this kind of job of putting everything together. And sometimes they ask, for example, in Spain, they ask me, how can we delete an institutional profile, an organizational profile, because they don't want that. They want us to be 1, 2, or 3, the most. So would it be possible to come up to you with a list saying, just get rid of that?
I think we need certain processes in place. There are tens of thousands of organizations on EURAXESS. I think now we need to look at larger scale. How are the profiles being deleted? How are we making sure that profiles are alive? How are we connecting? What are the backups of the admin? I think also if you just look at licenses at organizations, be it Adobe, for example, there's one person who has a certain role, it's being shared with some other ones. It's always a pretty much of a mess, right? But there are some procedures in place which will limit the mess. And I think first what we need to do is look at these procedures so they can be applied across the board. And then maybe some additional ad hoc cleaning in some countries. Yeah.
Okay, so that's noted also. So how about the next one, introducing content moderation or peer review mechanism? So when people want to add content, sometimes they just add anything without somebody looking into it. It's making sure that it's correct, that it's up to standards. So how would you see this happening? What would you like to see to that respect?
In which part of the portal? The public one, or the extranet, or of job, or which part of portal we are talking about?
Content, not for the job offers, just for the website content, the national portal content. Yes.
Yeah, this was discussed a lot. This was thought, this requirement. It was thought when we were trying to publish. We cannot publish in the EURAXESS central portal. So a way to streamline the process of maybe publishing some outcomes from the projects was through maybe a content moderation peer review mechanism that allows to publish in the content.
I think here's a different thing, because that was about you publish something and you want to promote it on the European portal, right? So it's about the functionality. Okay, I published this news item. I think those are relevant for the European portal. You link it, and then we see it. It's fine. We may modify it. We publish it. Like this, we have a higher or faster circulation of novelty. I think what Akis is here looking at, you might task somebody in your organization to publish content on the portal. But maybe you want to be always the one giving the final green light. So, for example, somebody drafts the content and they can save it as a draft. But before it goes online, you have somebody like the quality control. This is a suggestion. This is, we know that this means additional bureaucracy from your side, etc., etc. But perhaps it is something that that would make sense to look into it. So somebody else, you basically have two-stage process in case you want. Only then when two people press publish or something like that, that it appears.
To clarify, at national portals, you mean? Okay.
Maybe just a question or a remark that I noticed that only 2 national portal admins indication per one center is possible. For us, it makes difficulty because we are several of us managing the national portal. So if this could be like extended for many more people, because whenever I want to update my profile, I cannot do it because I would somehow encounter that that I need to delete this function from my personal profile because there are other 2 already. So maybe just to extend the number of national portal admins to extend the limit of 2, and without this.
The one you're saying about is only for external profile. It's not directly with it's not linked with the role. You can have as many portal admins as you want in your national portal. The only restriction is in the external profile. Each country can have only 2 people or 3 tagged as portal admins. It's only tagging, it doesn't have anything to do with roles.
It also means that we are not informed, all of us, whenever there is some kind of notification about the news or something. So I mean, if there are more portal admins, why not let them, everybody be notified?
This is something that we need to, that's why in the previous screens you say that the external profile we need to update it, because there are fields there that with values that are very old, and when we run through them with Pera, I didn't even remember why we had those values there. So we need to update the external profile, and maybe you can assist us on us what you will expect from external profile, what fields you will expect to have, because we have let's say membership groups, we have function, we have several other fields, and maybe we need to update them. And this will also mean that we need to update the search for contacts, and it will improve it will be a great improvement for finding people in your network.
We have been just discussing, yeah. So.
These fields are also used in the extra emailer, so it also makes confusion there. So if we update and make a more clear vision of the extra profile fields, then both of these functionalities, the search for contacts and extra emailer, will be better to use.
We have been just discussing, so just to react, that maybe it would be interesting, and also having in mind the developments that we have the hubs, to maybe indicate some kind of hub association of the individual network members, or interest to observe what's going on within the hubs or within the COPs. So when you mentioned the filters, maybe we can have a look at what the filters in the light of the content specialization could be, and as a discussion point for future.
I'm speaking too much for an IT focused meeting. So what I'm seeing here, I think Netcompany colleagues have been looking at extranet, and it's clearly that you have a lot of ideas, which is very good. It's very good because it's much easier for somebody to come up with good and useful ideas if you are using it, if you're going through the pain of finding the right organization, dealing with different profiles, etc., etc., etc. So I suggest we do the following. Extranet was slightly touched upon during the 2023 until mid-24 gathering of information from you. The workshops that we had, the focus groups that we had, I think it was May 23, it barely touched on the extranet. So we do not really have a clear collection of your thoughts, of your suggestions on different aspects of the extranet. And Netcompany colleagues worked on this. They have some ideas, but I think we also need to You won't be able to go through all of this extranet today. I think this is a couple of days workshop on its own. I think this is a good kickstart. And then what I suggest we do next is, and we're going to do this digital, is that we will simply ask you about main functionalities of the extranet. What are the pain points? What you would like to fix, and what are your suggestions? So it's going to be very simple. It's going to be around the functionality. What are your issues with the emailer, with the calendar, with the library, with the account settings, etc., etc., etc. And then you share this with us. In case something is already done as part of the project, then of course this would be good if it will be shared with us in the next weeks and months. And then I see what could be the timeline. Is that done by this collection analysis is done by the next BHO. So then at the next BHO we can say, okay, this is what we gathered from you. This is what is feasible given the time and the budget. This is what we are going to be working on. Maybe this is a more comprehensive approach, but I think still this is very useful to see that you are quite sensitive and that you have quite some good ideas on this. So we want to take advantage for that. Great, thanks a lot, Akis, Georgios, for all the work done. And I know you just presented top half. Okay. And the best was yet to come. So, but we'll share the slides. We'll share the full slides with you, so you know what to do on the way back. Let's move. We are reshuffling the agenda. Let's go towards a few presentations. So it's going to be easier for you, but more work for the ones presenting. So we're going to be looking at short presentations about the digital toolkits for inclusive talent mobility. We have the Science for Refugee digital toolkit. Svetlana has a couple of slides to share with us, and then we will look at talent circulation platform, and we have Carla with us. I believe she will share interactive of the platform itself. So it's going to be quite fun. So Svetlana, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Slaven. I hope you see my slides in a second. Yes, you already see them. As you know, the most recent hubs and respectively toolkits are for Science for Refugee initiative and for talent circulation platform as well. And for this reason, we are trying here to present them. Science for Refugees is a very old initiative, and we work on Science for Refugees very long time. But before that, just to let you know, a few days ago we had a workshop on Science for Refugee toolkit with the EURAXESS contact points and tried to present how they could use it and how they can get the best out of it. And I started the workshop with a question. Does someone know what these colors on the main page of the presentation mean? Can you answer this question, Bridget? Yeah, you were there. You don't. Please. Okay. There are not too many people that know that. So I would call for the next meeting of EURAXESS Bridget meeting to decide on this topic. How do we communicate, since not all of us know about our communication strategy? Not everyone has the style book. I trained personally many Bridgets, and they didn't know a single thing about communication. I heard that we plan for the next project to have a lot of effort for the communication, but this is the basics, you know? So, okay, let's concentrate on let's concentrate on the toolkit. One of the colors is for worldwide, and this color also symbolizes the refugees. And in this very short presentation, you'll see pretty much the same thing that was shown to the contact points in the workshop. What is the context? For whom is this toolkit, and how to use it, how to get the best out of it, and what are its main instruments. So the context lies in our plan of that we prepared our hub plan before starting working on that. And the main point there is to provide specific service to refugee researchers that is not offered by now, and that is of need for those researchers, and also for researchers at risk, and to support their integration. That's why it is in this color. The two bullet points are in this color because they are for the researchers. That is for the EURAXESS staff is in yellow color that symbolizes our network actually of people, and we secure cross-border collaboration in solving specific cases. Also, we are preparing EURAXESS staff to answer the needs of refugee researchers. And also behind the toolkit and behind all of the thing is the initiative of the European Commission long time ago, pretty much 10 years already, Science for Refugees. Behind it is also scholars at risk, researchers at risk, displaced researchers. All of those are kind of target group for our services and efforts. And we also aim to support our contact points in offering those services. It is for researchers, it is for staff, and not at the last place for research organizations, because we support those organizations that host refugee researchers by offering support in integration. And you can join our LinkedIn page for that. It is pretty much new and needs your likes and shares. Thank you. How to use this toolkit? It's easy. Just explore it first thing, and then you can refer to it, not only you, but also encourage your contact points that are actually those that do work with refugee researchers in their everyday job if they are hired in their organization. You can advise, you can get in touch for help, and of course you can join the hub by organizing an event, promoting our hub services and our efforts and events and training meetings and webinars. What kind of event you can organize? You can organize an event for refugee researchers, for staff at your organization that deals with that. And you can spread invitations and invite our experts to join your events. Not less important, even very much important at the point, was to provide feedback. And how to get the best out of it? You can ask the hub directly, the hub experts. There are contacts in the toolkit, just reach us. And not at the last point, but very important is to see wide, open your eyes widely. If you somehow hear about the refugee researcher, even if it is not part of your organization, just advise him or her to contact us. It is not necessarily to be hired in our organizations in order to get support from Science for Refugee Hub. It is important to be in contact exactly with those that do not have currently a position because they need our support. Here is a 5-step recipe how to get best out of it, but you specifically can forward this to your contact points. Main instruments are listed in the next slides. The Global Mentoring Program, all of you know about it. And, oh, sorry, this is the guide for labor market. Sorry, this is something that I have to change before you upload it. Our colleagues from Austria made this labor market toolkit, and yeah, I see it. Thank you very much, Vera. And mentoring program. The next one is our, the funding program. All of you already received many emails about it and to spread information about it. The intercultural assistant, it is also part of the career development instruments on the main portal. So if you have any question, I'm open to answer.
I have one, Svetlana. Regarding the internship program, you have a database with researchers interested, and there are, of course, companies posting offers. How is it if a company comes with a candidate? I'm just thinking about the situation, for example, in our country, which has such a dense housing market. So no one would relocate to Luxembourg just for 6 months. And if someone was there with already a candidate in mind with the right profile, would it okay if they approach you, though this candidate is not listed yet in your database? Okay, super.
Thank you, Eleanor. This is a key question for this program. We actually welcome those that already have someone in mind and they couldn't support him or her until now by this reason that they do not have financial resource for that. So if they have one, I meet everyone. I meet everyone, every single company that applies or is suggested to apply, but are not sure whether they will do. So I meet and explain this. And what is important, if they have already a researcher in mind and they are in contact, it is much easier to go through the whole procedure. They register, I go with them step by step in application process for both sides. And at the end, they get funding. It is the full right of the company and the organization that applies to decide who they will hire.
Thanks a lot, Svetlana. Very useful. And Science for Refugees, very much in the spotlight, especially as now we see a lot of discussions, also the Science for Refugees, but science for, scholars at risk. And especially since 20th of January this year, there's a whole new category of researchers in a specific developed country that are also being seen as at risk, and we also see at the member state level a lot of work is being done on supporting these researchers to some specific initiatives. So also everything is being done as part of EURAXESS on this front. It's extremely important and very, very visible. Let's move to the talent circulation platform. And again, big thanks to Svetlana for all the work that you're doing on this. Also, anytime, I would say. I see that you did it with a lot of passion. Let's move to the talent circulation platform. We have Carla. I think Carla is sharing her screen. Perfect. Please.
Using this mic, right? Okay, thank you for giving us the time spent to present this welcome the talent circulation platform for institutions. First of all, it's important to say that this is platform devoted to institutions. So unlike the refugees toolkit, we decided to focus on institution because we thought, or we have seen that there is a lot of content at the European national portals devoted to, directly to researchers. However, we have faced a lack of information working with institutions to provide services as part of capacity building outside the EURAXESS network, but also for EURAXESS network specifically. When we started thinking about talent circulation, again, more or less we had the traditional topics in mind, but when we further on developed the concept, we understood that it brings on the board a broad portfolio of the chain, how to attract researchers to Europe, to our regions, institutions, etc. So basically, we started from this point, what to do and what kind of tools there are available for attracting researchers. Then, of course, the core agenda of EURAXESS being providing relocation and integration services. So this is the second component. And then everybody wants to retain the talent. So basically, these are the three core components of the talent circulation platform. However, we started from designing the platform via listing the set of key policies. However, as we can see, the Commission and the European administration is very active in providing new ones. So basically, maybe we still need to update the list of different talent circulation policies, because you can see that we have finished in 2023. However, it was key for us to make this kind of list, because this is not just a list of different types of policies, but we thought that maybe for the managers of research performing organizations, it is always good to have a sort of overview what is being dealt at the European level with talent circulation. However, we try to provide those managers some kind of executive summaries of those policies. Just the idea was one pager, but in the end it's like 2 to 3 pages of really overview of the policies dealing with, so they can really follow what's going on at the European level in different or related fields. But still, I mean, this is something that develops really fast. So it's our task now to keep pace with the Commission and try to, at least for the time being, to update the list of related talent circulation policies which are available. So then I was speaking about the chain of attraction. Then this second module, or the first module in this series, has 3 components. For the 3 components, first one is recruitment. Where did I get? Okay, so recruitment and incentives. Basically, we try to highlight the EURAXESS jobs, EURAXESS hosting offers. We mentioned something about funding schemes. We can now refer to the Choose Europe initiative as well. However, we wanted to highlight also the new tools that are being collected during the project as such. There has been an activity organized by our Greek colleagues, which was collecting practices or incentives in order to counter attack brain gain and to somehow establish brain gain. So based on different types of types of initiatives that were addressed in the survey, there is an upcoming database of those all 40 collected practices. However, in the meantime, we decided to at least provide some kind of inspiration, but it will be later replaced by the searchable database, which is in the pipeline, whether it will be placed on the Greek portal, Serbian or Slovak one, or the European one at the best. Then basically another topic which is related is some kind of matchmaking or mentoring events in order to attract researchers to Europe. We have found out by internet search that there are several activities going on, but there is also listed the mentoring program Shape the Future of Researchers coming to Europe, but also some different kind of activities organized by European countries in order to attract researchers to Europe. Then from the past, we have been aware of the different types of regional collaborations that promote the regions to attract talents there. For instance, Biskaya or Dresden or South Moravia. Well, I need to say that in all those components I'm now presenting, you can see this is really the overarching platform that we wanted to highlight different components here. But we are still open to collecting further input and extending the content. And this is basically the key in order to proceed, because the examples of good practices are really essential for the platform to be interesting for the users. So then when getting back to attracting researchers, there are still two other modules or other topics working with diasporas. You know that EURAXESS has been working with diasporas, especially via the EURAXESS Worldwide offices. However, within the past project, there has been a collection of different diaspora networks based globally. Now we have decided to go on with this activity and try to update this database and possibly also to publish it. So basically, and one of the webinars of the community of practice was dealing with this topic, where invited speakers were our EURAXESS Worldwide colleagues. So it is also presented here. And the third topic for this attraction module is working with alumni. However, we define alumni. So basically, again, we try to identify different good practices and learn from the others. So this is the attraction module. Then there are the other two, which is about welcoming and integration services. Again, based on the long-term experience of EURAXESS service centers, we previously, and also in cooperation with other colleagues from the EURAXESS network, been operating the project which is called Univelis, and there we collected several practices dealing with integration services, and here they are at the disposal of other users with 150 good practices, so users can learn from this here. But also previously in EURAXESS, there has been extensive or interesting guide on using local resources to remove mobility obstacles, which is now being updated. So again, if there is an update, we will publish it here. There is a lot going on in the network regarding social, culture, and professional networking. So here again, if and one task in the project is also devoted to this. So again, if there are the results from this task, whether being it a database of the collection they did or the experience from the pilot, again, it can appear here. And again, we try to list different national, regional, institutional integration measures. We try to approach different speakers for our community of practice, which is dealing with talent circulation. And whenever we identified another good practice, we try to present it here. So it's like a combination of really the project activities, previous activities, and current community of practices which are targeting the similar topics. This was the second topic by the first step. Then, since we think it's still good to train staff, and we know that for EURAXESS purposes there have been also intercultural assistant tool available, so it is listed also here, but still it is available only in the extranet part. But also other resources have been produced, either being within the Univalis project or as part of refugees initiative. So basically, we try to identify different training modules to develop skills of support staff. So this was the second component, and the third module of the platform is the retention. And the retention, more or less, it's about providing sustainable career services and also integrating the researcher into the region, or also even beyond the institution, the first hiring institution. So basically, we are looking into different training programs, mentoring schemes, or networking and matchmaking events for professional purposes in order to explore possibilities how to engage the researcher, the talent in the ecosystem he or she is been working. So this is basically the overall concept when we have a look at the training resources. Well, basically, again, it's a collection what we have managed to identify either from the project we have been directly implementing, or highlighting different networks of professionals dealing with the different trainings or developing trainings, or again trying to search institutional practices, institutional trainings. However, as a way of inspiration for other institutions, how what kind of content, what kind of trainings they provide. I mean, we have heard that probably in connection to the ResearchCom, there is being developed this kind of ResearchCom repository of different trainings associated with the ResearchCom. So maybe it could also be the way how we can interconnect those activities to this platform. However, it needs further updates basically, and following different kind of agendas. And also for the mentoring, we know about Rebecca, and for the matchmaking events and networking events as well as being part of Rebecca, but also elsewhere. So basically, this is it. So the idea is to integrate as many EURAXESS initiative, and maybe also to explain how the EURAXESS portfolio can assist in talent circulation, starting from attracting, integrating, and retaining talents. When you mentioned, or when you were explaining the context, I was surprised that attraction of talents is perceived as something new in the EURAXESS network, which is obviously not if we see the whole chain. And then, in order just to summarize, is the hub toolkit. I mean, the specific activities. The last tab of the platform is the talent circulation hub and COPS to understand what is behind. Basically, just listing the project activities which are associated with the hub and with different kind of COP activities, those communities of practice which are related to the topic of talent circulation. So this is from my side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Carla. It's very easy. It's easier to present what you're doing when it's already there and just scrolling through it. Questions or comments before I share some questions?
Mayor? Okay. Intercultural Assistant Karwa is available for everyone, not only on extranet. I mean, it is on the main career development section of the portal.
But it's the researchers part, but there is the staff part. And so we will.
There is a very small staff part, yes, indeed. But it is also available on, so if you refer how to use it, if you refer how to organization to use it for their researchers, then you understand what I mean. There.
Maybe just a small reminder that we are still looking for the additional content, and for that reason we have designed a questionnaire, basically the Google form, and if you have any relevant input, you can just contact me via email, whether they are like related projects or whatever you find interesting to develop or to add. However, also for the other network members, if they find something from what they do interesting, they can just share it via the Google form, which is available. It's not in the it's in our news announcement, but we can also add it directly to the platform to make it easier, like a feedback form or whatever. And the question is how to make the platform visible and at the European portal, because I mean, when we're discussing how to integrate different developments of the project centrally, I mean, it doesn't make much sense to distribute it along the different parts of the current European portal. So it only makes sense to present this product, let's say, as a whole. And it should be a part of some specific content which is designed for institutions. Well, but however we call it, because it doesn't fit into the career development section for institutions. So maybe to extend this part to talent management or something similar, and to have also some further content available there.
Carla, how to make it visible. I think that's the key point on this one, also because it's so dense. I mean, all the content you provide, this is just impressive. The question is, how will people access it? Did you consider selling it maybe bit by bit, section by section, where it makes sense? Because I know that you also ask for feedback on this one, and that could be a possibility maybe to extract little pieces for the promotion. I mean, I would also support this one, because I think if someone accesses it once, there's such a richness of information. Maybe they give up before they've been through all the sections, and each one of them is relevant and interesting. So maybe that would be a way to make it more visible, even if you don't split it in different sections of the website.
Well, basically, the idea was to work with the concept of talent circulation as a whole, and to maybe explain that it's not just bringing the researchers in and maybe to really perceive it as a complex initiative. And also, we have found out that even it's a way how to introduce what EURAXESS does, basically, because this is and I had the feedback from our Polish colleagues that they will use it for introducing a EURAXESS initiative as such. It's not encompassing everything, because there are other topics like mental health or gender, or definitely there are other topics, but still it covers quite a lot from what EURAXESS does currently. So I would think that it would be pity to again put it apart.
No, sorry, then I did not express myself rightly. Not to split the tool as such, but to focus in your communication on different parts of it. And just not like to reduce complexity, but to introduce the different sections of it, although it fully makes sense to have it all under the roof of talent circulation, but just to extract a little part of it each time you communicate about it, not like to offer it to the world as such. So look at our tool and people who are overwhelmed because it's so dense. It's just like to make it more digestible because everything is relevant. Sorry that I did not express it right.
Okay, we'll think about it. Thank you.
If I may just comment on that, because I was thinking on that, it's just for purpose of communication, then let's focus on one topic, talent attraction, then focus on the side of talent attraction. If it's talent onboarding or welcoming center, you focus on whatever, but it's communication, it's not visibility in the platform. But my question, and maybe my reflection, and maybe that's leading also to the next to the next session. Maybe we need to discuss it there. It's like how you present it is like the like talent circulation. It's obviously there is talent retention, but talent retention is linked to what you are showing to us here is career development for researchers and for institutions, even though at your platform is for institutions, not for researchers, as I understood. The thing is, what about the other community of practice of hubs that they are working on that and they are digital platforms with it? How, I mean, and this is a question for all of us, how do we have to coordinate to put everything into the talent circulation platform or to just continue splitting it? And then every single one is doing an inventory, a repository or whatever. I mean, or maybe just decide, okay, this part, it is shown in a different section, or these people are working on this, you know, because if everybody's doing the whole portfolio of EURAXESS, then everybody we're doing the same. I mean, we're not specialization, I mean, working on a specialization, which it's a way also of doing things, but we need to properly discuss this, because otherwise we will repeat the different approaches and different angles working on the same thing instead of doing synergies and being coordinated.
It's kind of in connection to what I wanted to say to Carla. I think I just wanted to say a big congratulations that one of the hubs is actually able to put something somewhere on a website. We are also hub leaders and we feel like, okay, we don't have anything on any website because we, you know, and I think that's really what we need to do, because if we are able to continue with hubs, then it should be under one umbrella, and then this will be part of, yeah, something. So I just think, thank you, because the questions we, yeah, exactly. But the questions we get, we just try to, you know, communicate our way out of, oh, our hub is like this. At least you can say, look here, you have everything together. Just to, you just made a workaround, which I think it's really, really great. This exactly points at the issue we have, is that we don't have this umbrella 1 point, 1 hub, 1, and that's part of the new project, right? I mean,
yeah. I mean, I guess we are all, if we have already read the goal, it says operational model of governance. I think it's a way of whatever we call it, hubs, clusters, sub-networks, doesn't matter the name. It's important for us because we need to know everybody's in the same page when we are talking about some things. But from the outside, it doesn't matter. What is important is how the user, whatever is researchers or research performing organizations, find the content that they need, the tools that they need. And then, but who behind the curtains, who is in charge to produce these, you know, and to split the task, because otherwise we do all the things. It's a hell of a coordination, you know, thing, but I think it's, I mean, definitely, as you were pointing, Mark, I think what the talent circulation platform has created is very clear messages, maybe split it for communication purpose, you know, we are working on talent attraction, some service centers, some other projects, some they are doing this for inspiration, for performing organizations, and so on, you know, and then maybe for careers beyond academia, other things, startups, other things, you know, the topics that mental health, don't know where to fit that, but Yeah, so that would be an idea of how to continue.
Okay, I just can congratulate people who are doing a great job. The problem is that I think this is a patchwork. One thing here, one thing there, and can't we put it in a whole single platform? I don't know what it means in terms of resources, etc. But I do think that all this work that has been done should be in one single place and not have the portal A, B, and C dealing with different things and sometimes with overlaps, which seems to be a problem.
Thanks a lot for the presentation and for all the questions. Just a couple of comments from my side. So I think that it has a lot of value that has been created, and we need to make sure that it's impactful, and which means that it comes to the people that need it. It would be difficult to copy paste it on the European platform. I mean, it would be very easy. We copy paste this, and we copy paste something else, and we copy paste something else, and we have a new project. And 5 years later, you are where we were 2 years ago. So I think again, always the same thing. What does the user? It has to be easy for the user. So. But there's a lot of value in this. So I think this will be followed up by a meeting between Vera, Carla, and myself. A lot of the work done is also very complementary to what I have been keeping myself busy back in April. So if you provide an overview of what of national, regional initiatives, I've done the same using the forum. This has eventually resulted in Choose Europe for Science. Some things that you presented are missing in my collection. Something that I collected is not represented in your. I'm still sitting on a lot of data. So I still have a lot of data because we have, for example, scientific diaspora networks. So I want to say we can also maybe exchange this information. At the end, being cautious of that we want to respect the current structure of EURAXESS, I do think it's going to be a patchwork from our side, but not a patchwork from the user's side. Because user will see, he will see a complete story, but for us it does mean cutting things into pieces. And then you can communicate everything. You can communicate on this matter, what is being done as part of this with something else, inside EURAXESS, outside EURAXESS. On the retention side, this is just a piece of information. So we will be, this is something that we are doing with, it's Dario and myself, Dario Capizzuto, I think most of you know him. We're doing this study with European Parliament on the retention. Basically what we want to do, it's a lot about identifying best practices. So we basically, the starting point is there is block funding, there are short-term contracts, but how do we put more responsibility on the HRs? I sometimes say that being an HR in a university is not the most difficult place to be an HR because you receive funding, you recruit somebody, funding stops and you let that person go. Not have all the talent management questions when you recruit somebody for a longer period. You have to make sure that they are relevant and happy and you have to invest in them. So I think, and this is actually what we want to look at. So we want to look at responsibilities of the HR managers in the setting where they're dealing with block funding and how can they retain people longer. Two things. One, you upskill, reskill them. You make them useful. You make sure that the researcher is also after the current grant has a place. And if not, we want to look at some kind of offboarding practices where the organization also has some responsibility after the project ends, and in that case also to encourage. So this is something which also can, I think that the outcome of this is going to be very, I mean, it's going to be very practical analysis. So I think it also fit into this. The timeline is going to be a bit different, but again, this type of work, this is very much the core business of EURAXESS. Research comp, you mentioned it. I think these days we're adding another competence, AI. But what is more interesting is that it's going to be a self-assessment tool. Self-assessment tool is under development. The company colleagues are also involved in that. But also, I think it features well with this. So I hope this answers some questions. But in each case, I saw a lot of useful things, and then we have to see how we make sure that at least some parts of it are receiving the necessary visibility. All right. Should we? Yeah.
Just to, I mean, regarding also Ana Margarita point and regarding also whatever the Commission is doing in terms of talent attraction or retention and the other parts of that, we have already been discussing among BHOs how to, revamp or change or slightly to introduce, like, for example, this talent circulation platform. This is why it comes the name of talent management, because it's missing in the current portal. But we should also get involved in conversations about this and other topics related to the portal, that it will make it much easier for us to know where to, when we produce things, where they could be. I mean, not they must be, they could be, because what all you are saying. But yeah, this is also, we should talk.
Indeed. So I'm aware that this is taking place, so we very much welcome suggestions you might have. The current portal, how it is designed, it's very much for researchers, right? And then you have a second type of users, which is not us, which are organizations. And talent management is very much for them. So, right. So this is where we have to see how do we segment this, so we don't show everything to everyone. We don't confuse them further on this. On this, I know that you're busy working on this as part of the current project. We very much welcome that. Looking forward to receive the list of ideas. After we have received the list of ideas, then we are going to run it through a reality check. So meaning we're going to see what is feasible, what makes sense. All of the things that you might think of, we have perhaps already discussed. For example, we just discussed the partnering tool. It has disappeared, but has been some thinking why it has disappeared. So there might be, I would not be surprised if that we were looking at the same things. But we would also appreciate any good ideas, of course. So once you have this ready, please share it with us. We will discuss it with our IT colleagues, and then we will see what we do, what gets done, when, and what doesn't. Eleanor, yeah.
Also, to bridge me for the next topic, we always say that our website is a one-stop shop. So again, yeah, Elisa, I beg you somehow. How can we say that it's a one-stop shop if not everything like we produce is somewhere there? Doesn't mean, that we have to change the whole structure. I know it's a pain. We mention it over and over again, but to be able also to show the broad array of what we do, which also makes it complicated to communicate the added value of EURAXESS somehow, because for people it might be blurred what we do because it's so vast. But having at least this presence of topics, what we already have achieved, may we group it then by access for the institutions representatives, saying COPs or hubs, because here it's a question, do we, for example, preserve the hubs concept or not? If we do, that could be a certain access, because people will know, okay, around a topic where I can adhere, I will find content. But the researchers should somehow find it under topics that talk to you as to them, as you said, and because they don't care in which context that was made. But still having everything in one side, if we say one-stop shop, is quite helpful. And it's also part of our self-understanding. That's why we are like a pain in the ass and always come back with asking, can it be somewhere on the portal, like just one section, adding a new section in the header menu, or else it doesn't mean that it totally dissolutes our platform, but just that we can live up to the expectations we communicate with some slogans like one-stop shop. Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot. Very much noted. My comment, most of the content we have seen here, pretty sure three-quarter of it can be put on the existing European portal if it's not already there, without changing anything of the structure. But you will be cutting it down into pieces. So it's not that doesn't require so much change as we think, but it does mean that the work is split into pieces, because you cannot have this platform, a EURAXESS platform, and 5 other platforms. So you cannot have this. So the content just needs to be put in the right place. The issue is again, we are very careful with this. We have looked at what the users are clicking on, what they are using. Most of the pages with text are barely being visited, right? There are quite a lot of pages which we see are pretty not that popular. And this is still much better compared to the previous portal. Previous portal, it would be like some pages which are only 2 clicks away would receive, I don't know, 0.001% of the. I mean, really not popular pages. And so, when you're creating this kind of EURAXESS, I'm not using any more the word one-stop shop, because I think one-stop shop, it's like, okay, we're going to have here a Swiss knife, but you probably have a bunch of other tools in the garage that you're using, and eventually you only use the Swiss knife when you are in the middle of forest. It does everything, but it doesn't do anything really, really good. And this is very much what we need with EURAXESS. What it does really, really good. And then you also have to be a little bit selective on the things that you put there. If you start again with putting endless pages of text, which of course will not be updated because now the project ends, there's a new focus next year, this will be forgotten somewhere. It's also about creating new things. You end up with a very complicated mess. And again, we see most people come for the jobs. I think 85% of the traffic is triggered by the jobs. Coming and working in Europe is also quite popular. So I think we will look into this. We're going to have a meeting with Carla and her colleagues. I think this is a good exercise also then to see what can be done where and how. From our side, we just see there's a lot of value in the content created, which we simply think it is useful for everybody who is on the European portal as well. All right, let's move to the next point. We don't have much time. I think we have 6 minutes for the next point. We're going to receive an update on EURAXESS Worldwide by Christina. Christina is not with us in person. She is online, and I know she has to leave in 6 minutes. So Christina, it's a bit of an elevator pitch, but the good thing is we heard about EURAXESS Worldwide.
Okay.
So, but we'd like to hear what is new. So the floor is yours until you can stay with us.
Thank you, Slaven. Thank you to all of us for having me. I don't know if I'm able to share the screen. I'm going to try. Okay, and you tell me now if it's working and you can see the presentation, which I guess you can.
We can see the presentation.
Yeah. Okay. I do not see you, but once you see the presentation, that's the most important thing. So I will try to be very quick. But let me just start by saying thank you for having me there. I think it's actually, I was trying to follow the meeting during the day. It was not possible to follow everything, but I managed to see Anya leaving, Anya Wisniewska, saying goodbye to all of you. I managed to follow some of these ERA policy updates. And also Susanna from the Czech Republic mentioning how Vicky at the time, Victoria Bogdanova, opened this EURAXESS Czech Republic Center. So as you know, and I mean, this is one of the slides that I normally use to introduce the project. I don't have to explain it to you because you know that EURAXESS Worldwide is part of, it's the international arm of EURAXESS, and it's been there for a long, long time. But now, over the last few years, I guess the team has a very specific mandate. And this is the following one. So I am Cristina Gomez, but I'm only the coordinator of the project. Really the people behind, and I will show you now who the team is it's 13 people working around the world. And the objectives basically are to promote Europe as a research destination. Obviously, there's a lot of ways to do that. One of them is to present Horizon Europe as a funding and collaboration instrument. Also to promote national regional funding. And of course, as this is part of EURAXESS, to also promote the services that are available to assist researchers when they come to Europe, showing what EURAXESS has to offer. This initiative is actually a tender that is implemented every 4 years. Now we are in the 24-27 period, and it obviously contributes to the implementation of the EU global approach to research and innovation. There are 9 different hubs worldwide. Some of you have collaborated with them already. But more than saying 9 hubs, I think it's important for those of you who might be, I don't know if there's, I know there are some newcomers in the room. Who are the people who are behind the name of EURAXESS Worldwide? And this is the EURAXESS Worldwide team. There are 2 people in North America covering the States and Canada, Jackson and Delia. We have 2 people in Latin America based in Colombia and Brazil, Vicky and Charlotte, who cover the whole Latin American and Caribbean region. We have Ahmed and Jadil Fana based in Tunisia and Ethiopia covering Africa, Samrat based in India, 2 people based in ASEAN, in Singapore and Indonesia, Leonie and Tatas. In China, we have Carlis, Judith for Japan, Thomas for Korea, and Mishan for Australia and New Zealand, with a project that is coordinated centrally by Technalia and by Praxis. So we will upload shortly. I think, and I've missed this, I think Vera possibly went through some changes that are taking place now in the EURAXESS Worldwide landing page, and we want to have more details on actually who is behind the name. So for those of you who do not know what EURAXESS exactly does, also I've indicated a little bit the objectives. It is about promotion. So it is about communicating what Europe has to offer, and they have 7 tools to do this. Obviously, the website, the regional portals are one of this, and social media are another one. And they do promotion. So this means that these people are doing a lot of information sessions, thematic sessions, networking, matchmaking activities. They attend fairs to really promote what Europe has to offer. Just for you to see. Yes?
Christina, I think you're sharing your slides, right? But we don't see it moving.
You don't see it?
You see the slides, but you're still on slide 1. Could it be?
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Is it not moving?
No. Maybe you have 2 screens and then you are sharing one of the 2. You can just, yeah.
Let me try again.
Yeah, maybe full screen, or just select the ones that is in the presentation mode.
Let's see if this works, but it doesn't. I don't know if can you see the presentation, just the different slide, or just
slide 6 now? Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to try to put this in full screen, see if you see it, and if it doesn't move, you just tell me. Okay. Just to give an overview in numbers, do you see it moving?
No, but you can just click on the words on the PowerPoint slides. You don't go full screen.
So we leave it like this.
Yeah, indeed.
Okay, we leave it like that. So this was just for you to see the numbers of the different activities that took place in 2024. Over 700 activities included different events that are organized by the hubs, but also different missions that are the representatives attend, and participation in other events. So there's a huge number of researchers and institutions that participates and benefits from these events. And this is just to show you again the relevance when it comes to social media, over 130,000 subscribers to the different newsletters. So we normally gather once a year and we see each other in Brussels. We had the opportunity to meet also with Slaven and Vera during the month of April. And something that is relevant to you as EURAXESS bridgehead organization and as EURAXESS network is the fact that we do produce quarterly newsletters, and to do so, we ask the different bridgehead organization to provide us with country profiles. We have, for 2024, we were in contact with United Kingdom, Montenegro, Finland, and the Faroe Islands in order to ask them for information on their research landscape and really useful information for researchers and the community that lives abroad. Also including information on scientific diasporas, for instance, and the research institutions in the country. We will ask for 2025. We already got the information updated from Armenia, the Czech Republic, and North Macedonia will be next. So I will communicate with the BHO of North Macedonia very shortly. Now, it is important, and we are talking now about updated content, and this is relevant in the websites. So as you can see here, this is the publication list with, you can see all the flags from the countries. Some of them are very outdated. So I have been in contact, and I will be in contact with the different institutions, again, the BHOs, from countries where we need to really update this information. Because, I mean, it's dating 2016, 2017. So please, when you receive a message from me, it will be great if you can get back to me with the updated information. What we did this year in 2020, actually 2025, not 2024, together with the national contact points for Mariscoska Cree, but also with research EURAXESS institutions that are part of the network, is we carried out a specific info session for researchers all over the world who want to go to Europe with a European fellowship, an MSCA fellowship. So we managed to gather 12 countries, with over 50 hosting offers presented by either the institutions or the NCPs who really, I mean, there was a huge interest in the sessions, morning and afternoon, to cover the whole work with over 1,500 registered people. And finally, what do we do more in collaboration with all of you guys? Thanks to the ERA Talent Project, we have been part of some of the community of practices, 2 of them actually, the talent circulation and the recruitment to academia and non-academia, the non-academic sectors, where we have supported being part of the meetings. And as it was mentioned, there was a specific scientific diasporas webinar where some representatives participated. We also had some bilateral meetings with some of the networks themselves who wanted to see how to better collaborate with each other. And obviously there is a strong collaboration with some specific coordination and support projects that have been funded by the Commission. So in that case, you can see the names, and we hope the collaboration will continue. And I know I was very quick, but I really do not have more time. So please let me know if, you have any questions for me today. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Christina. Quick questions for her before she jumps on our meeting. I think it was clear. I think the audience here is familiar with EURAXESS Worldwide in general, but it's very good to see the updates on what is being done, and it's good to see that you also have been involved on the worldwide side in the project. Of course, EURAXESS Worldwide North America Hub has been working very hard recently as well, and also big thanks for Christina and everybody else involved from Praxis in doing so many things. I think when it comes to communication-wise, EURAXESS Worldwide is doing quite good. There are, with a number of people involved, I think they really managed to engage a lot of researchers, organizations. They use the digital communication very, very wisely. So I think it's also good sometimes to look at how they communicate the same messages as we often do in a way that is engaging, and make sure that they are being followed, etc., etc. So that being said, thanks a lot, Christina. We of course stay in touch, and then now we move to the final update, short update on the ERA Talent Project by the Serena, and then we'll go for a short coffee break, because after that we'll be working on the hubs. Serena, I think you are with us. You are
Yes.
online.
Good afternoon. Okay. Can you hear me? I suppose, yes. So good afternoon, everyone. It's always a pleasure to be all together, even if online and on site. I'm going to share the screen for the presentation of EURAXESS project, even if it's from actually this morning that we are discussing about the project. But I'm going to provide an overview complementing what the other partners, the other BHOs has already discussed. I'm trying to share my screen, but please confirm if you can see the presentation. I think so.
Yeah, you can.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. So the presentation is focusing, of course, on the last developments of EURAXESS project since last time we met, and for refreshing the mind, especially for the BHOs that are not directly involved in the project. EURAXESS is a 36 months coordination and support action, which aims to support the career development of researchers and expanding the career trajectories in academia, industry, and business. So the project is organized in 6 different work packages: project management, communication, dissemination, exploitation, hubs framework, co-creation and monitoring, knowledge sharing for specialization in EURAXESS network, researchers orientation, and digitalization and data. Of course, the time limit for the presentation giving us the possibility to present just some of the activities that are under these different work packages. So in continuation with the previous presentation, I'm going to present you some of the general topics in which we can define others activity, and actually some of them has been already presented by, as for example, by Svetlana, by Carla. So the project has started on the 1st March 2023 and will end on February 2026. And we are now in month 28, so we are going towards the end of the project. These are the very last months. So I'm going to briefly present the hubs, the financial support third parties, the community of practices, Smart Talk podcasts, the Startup Tour 2, the internship program, and study visit. So the first, let's say, the first activity, let's call it activity, but it's a very important point within the project, are the apps. But I don't want to take much time on this, because we will have, according to the agenda, a specific workshop dedicated to the apps. So I'm going just to remind you that we have 5 different hubs: Startup Hub, Research Career in Academia, Research Career Beyond Academia, Supporting Talent Circulation, and Science for Refugees. These hubs are developing a lot of activities, toolkit that we have seen actually in the previous presentation, and they are as integrated platform from thematic cross-border collaboration within EURAXESS, and I mean with EURAXESS centers, other stakeholders also outside the EURAXESS network, the EURAXESS world, in providing services to research performing organization, and so on. The second point of this presentation is the financial support to third parties, which we have discussed a lot and presented during the let's say from the very beginning of the project. The first call has provided support to EURAXESS members, and of course both BHOs and the EURAXESS Center, which are not direct beneficiary of the EURAXESS project. So we had 26 running project. We have received 31 proposal, but of this proposal, just 26 projects have been selected. We are expecting the end of this project by September of this year, and then of course it will be open a session of the evaluation and assessment of the work carried out. You can find the list of beneficiaries. Of course, this slide will be shared, and of course, if you want to reach us in the different activity we are presenting this in this presentation, you can easily reach us and all the partners involved. For what concern the FSTP has been done a very important, let's say, work of communication by all the hub leaders and all the partners involved in the activities in order to align the communication to these 26 project in line with all the EURAXESS requirement, the ERA talent project requirement, and so on. So another important point in terms of communication are the EURAXESS Smart Talk podcast that is under the season 2. 18 episodes has been already published. Other 13 episodes are in the pipeline, and the podcast aims to promote the EURAXESS network and other teams that are aligned with EURAXESS to support talent research mobility. So here you can find the link to discover more about the podcast, to listen to the last episodes, and to promote among your network. The internship program for refugee and displaced researchers has been already mentioned by Svetlana during her presentation, and the program aims to support refugees and displaced researchers integrated into the labor market. As already mentioned by Svetlana, there are a high number of registered researchers, so more than 400, and almost 50 registered organizations, with 18 post-job offers and a number of signed contract that is of 8 and other 3 in process. So the program is open both for researchers and organization. Researchers based in EU member states or the country that has a legal status in the host country, that are PhD or PhD students or PhD holder. So about the organization based in EU member state or the country that operates legally in the country and that want to hire PhD students or PhD holder. So for what concern the program, you are invited to share among your network for improving the communication, for enlarging the knowledge regarding the possibility to apply for the program for companies, SMEs, NGOs, and so on. About the study visit, we have seen by this morning presentation held by Susanna that has been the importance about the study visit, about to share knowledge, because the study visits are short-term visit of individual or small group of the EURAXESS network to other EURAXESS network member organizations that are really important for, let's say, sharing knowledge, better knowing the world, the EURAXESS world within a specific organization, and to really exchange sharing perspective. Here there are the link for knowing more about the study visit, the list of active study visits in which you can register, but within the extranet that we have already mentioned today, if you want to participate in a study visit or you want to host a study visit, there are specific guidelines that you can consult in order to discover all the different information you may need in applying or hosting. EURAXESS Startup Tour 2 that offer the opportunity opportunity to attend site visit in 3 different countries, Estonia, Luxembourg, and Italy, showcasing the best practices in advancing the research career perspective about entrepreneurship. So the actually the in Estonia the let's say the event has already taken place. There are in general more than 25 registered participants, and 8 has participated in the Estonian, let's say in the Estonian visit. Then we have Luxembourg in October, late October, and Italy in November of this year. You can find here also in this case the link for discovering more, for spreading the program among your network to all the interested researchers that, of course, can consult all the program, the call, and so on within the portal. Then we have the community of practices that has been mentioned also by Christina, as EURAXESS Worldwide participated in 2 of them. The community of practices has the aim of facilitating discussion and sharing knowledge about selected topic, a specific topic of EURAXESS, let's say of EURAXESS network. So there are 6 different community of practices: recruitment services, in academia and public sector, supporting mobility and procedures, cooperation for intersectoral mobility, talent brain circulation, diversity, inclusion, and gender issues, and social integration in your career. So far has been held more than 5 different webinars and more than 600 participants in the community of practices. There are very important tools within the network for exchange, expertise, experience, best practices, knowledge through capacity and through capacity building, of course. So if you want to join one of these community of practices, you can discover more from the link within, or otherwise to reach out to us and we will put in contact with the leader of these different community of practices. So I finished this presentation. Of course, the activities are very, we have a lot of activities under the project, but I know that we are running kind of out of time, so I try to do my best to be in the defined time for the presentation. But if you have any specific question, I will be happy to reply to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for presenting work that so many people, so many hubs, etc., are involved in. I guess most of you are involved in it, at least for a certain part of it, but you might have questions. So any questions regarding Serena's presentation? I think it's maybe the tiredness and the 27 degrees in the room that plays a role. But Sarah, thanks a lot for this very comprehensive presentation. It does show the magnitude of work that is being done. It also creates a lot of communication opportunities, because a lot of these deliverables are, I think, very could be quite interesting, for example, for social media, to raise awareness about what EURAXESS does through concrete actions. That being said, let's go for a quick coffee break, 10 minutes. 5 minutes before 4, we start with the workshop on the hubs. We are going to finish at 5 o'clock today. Of course, if some of you have to fly earlier, that's very unfortunate. You'll be missing some of the parts. But we will finish at 5 o'clock instead of 4:30. Right? 10 minutes break. And one more point for the ones that are here. For those that are here, this morning, my colleague Anna Seip gave a presentation. You didn't have time to ask her any questions. You didn't have time. So if you have any questions on the ERA policy agenda, take advantage of the fact that ANASAPE is here with us. And the attendance list is a very important document. It has to do with reimbursement, AGM, and all these things. So I will pass it around one more time. If your name is on it, you should sign it. If your name is not on it, add it, and then pass it around. I look at my, and I'm looking at Achilleas, and okay, good. So we will start with some presentations by Achilleas and Adam, and then we will have a discussion with all of you.
Thank you, Slaven. I know everybody's tired, but no matter it's the last in the last part of the agenda, we believe that this workshop for hubs is important. So what we agreed with Adam and Elisa is, because there is some lack of information to a lot of people regarding hubs, to go by scratch from the real beginning of things. So let's jump to the time before hubs. So our network had a wide portfolio of services. The capacity building and the cross-border collaboration was heavily an activity done by BHOs. Service centers were not systematically involved, or when they were involved, their participation is limited or in project basis. And moreover, service centers across Europe vary in their capacity and focus, and potentially influenced by the priorities, national priorities and incentives. And finally, and I think this is relevant even now, BHOs have difficulties to actively involve their service centers. So the idea of hubs, of the creation of a structured cluster of BHOs and service centers that could work together on thematic areas of common interest, aiming to foster the stronger engagement and collaboration of service centers, to support cross-border collaboration based on the real needs of the network, and to develop new or improve existing services via this collaboration. The first, let's say, pilot of the hubs of this structure was done via EURAXESS Hubs project, where the three first initial hubs were established: the Researchers' Careers in Academia Hub, Researchers' Careers Beyond Academia Hub, and Startup Hub. This project was running for just 1 year, so we had just the establishment of the three hubs. There was no time to monitor the implementation and evaluate their impact. So in the next step, which is ERA Talent project, actually in work package that Seth leads, we took the hub concept of EURAXESS Hubs project and we updated. We prepared the hubs work plan. We also, in collaboration with hub leaders, we collected the hubs work plans for the 2 periods of implementation. I will offer details on that. And based on those work plans, the 2 new hubs were established, the Talent Circulation Hub and the Science for Refugees Hub. And we already collected the dated work plans and we evaluated the first period. The next steps regarding this project is the reporting for the second period and summing up and coming up with suggestions on the viability of hubs at the end of the project. So some information about the updated hub concept. The process was done via two distinctive activities: a literature review based on stakeholders' recommendation, internal and external, and the co-creation process, which was based on an online questionnaire and the follow-up discussion with all the involved parties. And we came up with the updated hub, which describes which stakeholders could be involved in the hubs, how to set up and operate a thematic hub, the potential services of the hubs, the toolkits, and the model, the hub. Regarding the framework, which is the next step. Actually, it's a more structured way. You see common areas with the concept, but here we were more structured, adding the rules for the establishment of a hub, the rules for the operation of the hubs. We commonly agreed the key indicators on how to measure the impact of the hubs. And finally, we offer some guidance on the potential hubs transformation in the future. Here I would like to mention that in this effort, except us, the hub leaders, and all the relevant beneficiaries of the project, we had an external group of 6 members. They were selected by an expression of interest, and they are from various disciplines, and they helped us in all stages. So in the with the work plans, the monitoring, and the sustainability of the hubs. As for the work plans, I said already that they are 2, splitting in 2 periods. Work plans are splitted, the document is split in 3 areas. First is the description of the actions that will be implemented in the specific period, the indicators, the targets actually, the aim of what we will achieve in this period, and potential risks and mitigation measures. The initial work plans were collected in October 2023, and then we had 12 months of implementation. All the work plans were collected on time and were evaluated by the external expert group and approved, of course. As for the evaluation process, we, of course, collected all the reports. Again, the external expert group supported us in the evaluation and offered some suggestions to the hub leaders for potential improvements. But in general, we can say that the implementation of the work plans was smooth, and the hubs achieved or exceeded the indicators planned for the period. Here I would like to offer you some insights on the size of the core group of the hubs. So I'm not going hub by hub, but showing the average, the initial, based on the reports, of course, based on the work plan, the initial work plan, we had an average of 8 organizations participating in the hubs and 11 people, members participating. This figure based on the report is significantly improved to 12 organizations and 18 members. Actually, as we will see here, this figure is even higher than the reports, because in between we have the FSTP call. It was mentioned before also by Serena. So we have 26 projects, actually 26 organizations in 17 countries who were connected and collaborate with hubs. So splitting these 26 projects, 10 are collaborating with Academia Hub, 8 with Careers Beyond Academia Hub, 6 with Startup Hub, 1 with Science for Refugees, and 1 with Talent Circulation. And here is a summary of the activities based on the reports. People who are not aware of the hubs maybe will be amazed of the results. for 1 year. So it's 34 events organized for stakeholders, 52 events organized for researchers. This 19 is based on the report. So we already know it's at least 26 from the FSTP call and maybe more. But this 19 new organization is coming from the reports. So some of them were not described in the reports. It's at least 26. 10 new updated services towards to researchers organization. 96 staff EURAXESS members have been trained. 7 new studies were prepared by the hub's members. 2 new tools were developed. 6 positive feedbacks were collected related to the hubs, and 7 new communities of practice engaged in the hubs. Before closing, and we had a long discussion where those hubs, information and toolkits are located. Simply, I just have 1 slide per hub. So this is the Careers in Academia hub, which is hosted, as you can see, in EURAXESS Greece. This is the Careers Beyond Academia in EURAXESS Spain. Startup hub, which is in EURAXESS Serbia. Talent Circulation hub just presented before in EURAXESS Slovakia. And finally, Science for Refugees hub, which is in EURAXESS Bulgaria. Hoping that these links will be helpful to those who cannot locate easily the hubs in order to get some information on the hubs and hopefully motivated to join them and work with them. Thank you. Are there any questions?
Let me continue with first adding that I think clarifying questions are welcome, but there will be a dedicated question and answer discussion after this presentation and mine, which is the next. And thank you, Akilas, for sharing it for me. Hopefully it will appear on the screen. So Akilas very nicely summed up the first 5 years in the lifetime of these hubs that we all at least have heard. Some of us know them very well, others maybe not so well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Perfect. And these 5 years, as you have seen, cover the conception, the birth of the hubs, and their infancy, so to speak. But we were joking at lunch that hubs are not like children who grow up and then they go on living on their own. Fly away. No, they need our attention, constant attention and care, so to speak. And this is what I'm going to talk to you about, because we had specifically a workshop on the hubs on the 1st of April of this year within or connected to the Era Talent Project meeting in Sofia, Bulgaria, which was the first in detail occasion after a long time to reflect on how the hubs work. And I'm going to sum up the outcomes of these reflections for you. We could also say conclusions, but I would like to emphasize that these are not full conclusions in the sense that they are not final. They still open up. Many of these issues are open, and please take them as such. And this is why we are going to have some specific questions for you just after these 3 slides that I'm going to present that will guide the third part of today's session. So in this session in Sofia, back in April, we have had all 5 hub leaders, hub coordinators present, and a very interesting discussion came out of it. We agreed that the hubs are very important and they offer a very valid alternative to our previous model of operation that needs to be kept, but the brand itself needs to be renamed and the concept needs to be updated or amended. Why? because the terminology we felt is not 100% right or fitting. Alternatives, possible alternatives could be EURAXESS partnerships or EURAXESS clusters, for example. Hubs are a bit misleading as a term. The concept needs to take note or allow for more flexibility because these types of partnerships are not uniform. Even though we have an operating model, and even though we have a framework which regulates, let's say, the most important features, still each hub is different, and therefore the partnership involved is different. And we have to take note of this. We cannot pretend that all hubs are similar. And we thought we could, for example, differentiate between core partnerships, which cover broader areas, and niche partnerships, which cover very specific smaller areas. And an example for the core partnership was mentioned as career development. And for niche partnerships, for example, a startup entrepreneurship or science for refugees could be examples. It was agreed that we should allow institutions to contribute to more than one hub at the same time. This had been a restriction which we thought at the beginning could be useful so that resources would not be fragmented. So one institution, one hub. But now it's time to abolish that. And in fact, it's happening now. So many institutions have capabilities and interests in more than one area, covered by more than one hub. This should be okay. This should have no restriction. The collaboration of the members should be topic or task-based. Okay, this has been happening so far, but with some very important specification. To add that the membership should not be formal, but it should be rather understood as some sort of affiliation or association. This has been a recurring question, you know. So what do I do to be member of the hub? Do I have to sign something? Do I have to declare something? No. All EURAXESS members have already declared their interest in EURAXESS topics, so that's enough. But this sort of affiliation or association should be understood like contribution following the hub, let's say, and contributing with a specific activity or specific series of activities like a program. Yet this process of following and contributing should be further defined because it's not yet fully defined. All the participants of the workshop agreed that a solid communication strategy needs to be built, which recognizes the different stakeholder groups and which implements the strategy step by step. Remember that not all of the hubs are interesting for the same stakeholder groups. So there's variation also here. So we have to take account of that. And external stakeholders should be engaged by advertising the programs that the hubs offer, and not necessarily by advertising the hubs as structures and hubs as entities, because they are not as meaningful, especially for externals, as the coverage area and the type of support that the hubs offer. Hubs, okay, it's good we understand that what they are about, but it's their activity which is really important. So this means that towards stakeholders we should keep stressing the thematic focus areas, not so much the structural or operational aspects. Okay, going on with what topics were discussed at the workshop. Many comments were voiced on the relationship of the hubs and the communities of practice. And I think our shared experience, even as BHOs, is that the majority of our EURAXESS colleagues in the centers do not fully grasp the difference or understand the meaning of why we have hubs and COPs and so on. So we thought a lot about the future relationship. And we came to the conclusion that the two forms, the two structures should somehow be integrated and become, for example, two levels of the same hub's operation. And as such, sharing the same thematic focus. This would help a lot in making them comprehensible and understandable to everyone in EURAXESS and outside. That said, it was also suggested that one hub can contain or connect to more than one community of practice. In this integrated model that has both features of the current hubs and the current communities of practice, there are two operational modes. First is bottom-up network-based co-creation of content, which is more like specific or typical of the COPs. But this can happen parallel to typically project-like deliverable-focused collaboration, which has been up to now specific to the hubs themselves. The two can coexist. But it is all okay. It's still important that this operation will need funding, substantial funding, to produce things. So this leads us on to the issue of sustainability. When we asked, okay, what do we need for the hubs, the future hubs to be sustainable? Three things were mentioned. First was funding. Second was flexibility of operational circumstances. And the third was coordination of channels and coordination of the activity between or among the different hubs. Because our experience up to now sometimes was that each hub is very focused on doing things and planning what to do next, but coordination among them was not always easy, and we should be thinking about this. So these were the issues that most participants of the workshop and most hub leaders agreed in. However, there were some questions, some open points in which there was no agreement yet, but they were still raised as points to reflect on, and I'm going to list them here also for you to see. So many people mentioned that we need a simpler hub structure, showing the services and activities to the outside, but keeping the structure more or less invisible to the outside users. Hierarchy within the hub structure is also kind of question mark. Many people said there's less hierarchy needed, and one potential solution for this, one suggestion was that hub leaders should function as facilitators and not as top points in the hierarchy. And the level or the degree of standardization within operation remains an issue, remains a question. It seems that what could work is if each hub has its own structure and governance tailored to its needs, mission, target groups, engagement pathways. So since each hub is pretty different even now, then this should be acknowledged, and the hub operation should take note of this. So we still need a basic framework, that's clear, but this basic framework should remain basic and allow for a lot of flexibility for each hub to work well. Well, this said, I think I'll go on, show you the questions, and then I'll hand over to Elisa, because she is a practicing hub coordinator, has all the insights that we need in this session, I think, to be able to facilitate the questions and the discussion itself. So going on to the questions that were re-identified for you. There are four big points and several small ones. First one is, what's your opinion on the current proposal to specialize the network into clusters or sub-networks? This was the issue I mentioned as first one. How effective is this? What are the main advantages, disadvantages? Okay. Number two, what changes are needed to improve the current hub model in achieving its objectives? And we are thinking now on the long term. What should happen to the communities of practice? Is there a need for a more standardized operational model? And how can we improve collaboration and coordination between the different hubs? Third one is more or less a bunch of open questions still. How should hub membership be defined or decided? It's more like deciding, I think. How can hubs work in synergy and as much as possible avoid the duplication or overlap? And what would be the best process for identifying and launching new hub topics? Because so far we have talked about the 5 hubs, but even now we have some potential new topics that are sort of knocking on our door, and we might have to we need to think about the process of adding new hubs in the future. Lastly, how can we improve the visibility of hubs and communicating their outcomes? What channels or strategies could work? I think it's best maybe if I leave this slide up, and then Elisa, feel free to go on.
Yeah, thank you. As you have seen, we already tackled, especially the 4 question, how can we improve the visibility and the communication of the outcomes already? Some, when we were talking about the talent simulation platform or the S4. So this is why we put it the last one, because even if we don't tackle on that one, we know that we are already all working and thinking on it. So, but the idea to start from the very beginning, basically challenging what Achilles has presented at the beginning, why we did this proposal, the hub proposal, trying to specialize the broad portfolio of, working as specialists, I would say, thematically speaking, the broad portfolio of EURAXESS was a way to engage, to enhance and to give visibility to all of these activities. This was the idea. Other thing is that it has worked or not. But the main question is that, is this model, so should we continue working on that? Or maybe we need to think in another type of model, not talking about a specialization. And this is something relevant, I think, now that we already have the call, talking about governance of operational models. So, for BHOs, we would like to hear your opinion on that. And especially also tackling a very important point is that how effective is this model in building the capacity of service centers and BHOs? Because one of the things that it was clear was that not all BHOs know about every single thing of the potential service of that the network can provide to the users, to the end users, or to even the institutions, and neither the service centers. So this was a way to by a specialization to cover this big portfolio. So, and yeah, what are the main advantages and disadvantages? Of course, hub leaders are also encouraged to speak from their experience, but not only them. All of the BHOs, because at the end of the day, we're going to work in next projects with this kind of vision of a specialization way of doing things, or operational model. What we would really like to hear your opinion. So feel free, and also for the online, if anyone has a comment, a question, then please to raise your hand, and we will pass you the mic.
Let me also add maybe that if you have any experience or practice to share, which could nicely fit or add to this conversation on national level or anywhere don't hesitate to let us know, because it's useful.
Yeah, maybe in the Netherlands we have some networks more thematic. and they work really well. So we have one on mobility obstacles, for example, and not just within EURAXESS, but broader. And that's a really successful network. So I think if you look at it thematically, that you can expand it into something European or worldwide, you know, just to, well, exchange experiences, but even broader.
Maybe the question from my side, or just to contribute with the question that Slaven has mentioned, that there will be a study of the governments of EURAXESS. So maybe the question from my side is whether also like stock taking will be part of the study, and whether, if yes, then whether we will be exploring the services that are provided by institutions, not just EURAXESS members, the institutions that are part of the EURAXESS, because it may differ, because the services provided might be provided by the institution, but not under the EURAXESS umbrella. So the question is how to maybe also tackle this, because typically the career development might be offered by the institution, but not as part of EURAXESS core activities within the same institution. So this is something, and this could be an opportunity to do that. But since we were also discussing with Elisa and Siri over the lunch very briefly, that maybe also the forcing activity of extranet updates could be a way how to map interest in joining the hubs and COPs for future. If we indicate that I want to participate in the list of this specialization, because you can add your trainer's experience, train and declare yourself as a trainer. So in the same way, you can declare to be interested in hub activities. You can declare to be interested in specific COPs, because now the EURAXESS network members don't have tools how to get involved in the community of practice directly, because previously we had a collapse which enabled individual members to contact the chair of the collapse space. However, now well, we agree that basically this is not a working model, because commission services or the developers cannot cope with other communication channels which focus specifically on that. However, the collapse provided the input or entry point to the community of practice, which when we exchange over, for instance, Teams channel, then it's a closed group already. So this could somehow be facilitated by the extranet, that they somehow indicate either through the entry point collab or whatever, just to sign in for this kind of activity, or directly via the profile. So this is just to think about how maybe we can engage more of the network members in the thematic specialization, because currently we basically don't know for what we are struggling about it. We don't know what the individual service centers do. Maybe they provide quite a lot of matchmaking events. We have been trying to develop as part of Rebecca activities, but we are simply not aware. They may be liaising with other national stakeholders or regional stakeholders or other universities for that, but we just cannot reach them specifically for those. So in that way, like collecting the information. And another point is that we have the traditional collection of activities of the network via the PAT and EUR and MIR. And also this hasn't been updated for a long time. So also here it can be somehow updated in order to collect structured information, what's going on in relate to those topics. And also maybe things like the statistics are done at institutional level, because and the PAT is handled by the networks. If maybe, I'm not sure that it will be popular, but still, even if we do it on our national network level, we know maybe that what the centers are doing, but basically at the European level, we can somehow summarize the information for the country that's going on, but we don't have access to whether this university or this EURAXESS center has been active with, I don't know, doing the mentoring program, or this center was doing this. So maybe if we diversify collection of this kind of input. Maybe we don't cover the whole network still, but at least we will collect some information which is very structured.
So, yeah. Means, Carla, you are basically saying yes to the specializing model because basically you are thinking of tools of how to collect information to work for this kind of thematic specialization. Anyone has a, yeah, it was Siri first and then Svetlana.
Okay, I'm thinking along the lines of the managing and yeah, the idea of the thematic work lines is exactly that. The BHO personally would not need to engage in all of the topics all the time and be on top of the knowledge of all the topics. But if there are members in the network, they could be. And but then we also had the needs or like the crucial points, and one was funding. So so it's really I'm thinking about the organizational part, that even if we say that the hub leaders would not need to be leaders, it's still we also acknowledge that it's a lot of work. So I think that it's quite clear that somehow the hubs will be still moderated, or the core would most probably still be somebody from our network, right? Who is most probably needs to be funded a bit also from, at least a bit from the project to do so, if not fully. So just somehow understanding this, and so speaking about these advantages or disadvantages, that all the rest of us, well, of course, the cascading funding and everything, but so we have to keep in mind that in many cases, actually, the funding will be decisive of who is participating, who gets to participate and contribute.
Yeah. Thanks, Elisa. I would suggest that we think from another point of view, from the point of view of the user. If you are a businessman or entrepreneur, you would think of solving some problem or a need, satisfying a need of target group. Which are our target groups? These are researchers, these are research organizations, right? And the other target group are our colleagues, EURAXESS staff. So we have to think of what are the problems and needs that we need to satisfy of these groups. And then it will be very clear how we could arrange all of these to work and to be sustainable. You're not sure about what I'm saying, Shiri? Maybe yes, you're not. What is your comment?
No, I think it sounds logical, but the devil will be in these details, among the details that I just said.
Okay, I understand what you mean, but still, in order to have a more clear picture and to be convincing for the rest of the network, because we are here only few people, the network is quite big. To be convincing and to be clear for them, we need to show them what is it in there for them. So if we satisfy a need for researchers, we call it for researchers. If we satisfy the need for staff, just like a talent circulation platform, this is for organizations. Okay, this is it. If you have mix, so you have to think as a, now we have, all of us have to think as a broader picture. You have different needs, different target groups, and specializations is unavoidable in this regard. target group, need, target group, need. This is simple picture that could be understood by everyone.
But you mean a specialization by target needs? Okay, just to make clear that, which I understood that basically doing a gap, I mean, a gap analysis, putting into this gap analysis the needs of the main stakeholders or main users, I would say, not stakeholders, main users, then we come up with a lot of things. And then we need a specialization. Okay.
Yeah. In the end of the year, you said, Slaven, we are going to look, and an external company is going to look at the governance, right? So they will look at the governance of EURAXESS, but also at the governance probably of projects, of hubs, non-hub, hubs, yeah. And then we have a project, a 3-year project. We are going to write a proposal. And I mean, I'm thinking out loud, but does it make sense like the first year, because we work in years, that the first year will be concentrated exactly on all the discussions we have now? Is it like we find out, okay, who are the users? We know who the users are, but then find out what makes sense for them, what makes sense for the EURAXESS network, so that the whole first year it's of course it's still about hubs and cups, because we need thematic areas. I think we all agree on that. But then we have a golden opportunity for, in a new project, to think new with information we get in December from an external company, and use a lot of our money and time and resources on finding out with the whole network and the users what is actually happening, and then kind of take a decision, because we can talk and talk and talk. We agree, we disagree, we kind of agree. We're all very nice, friendly people, but we need to take a decision at some point, right? And not everybody will agree. 80% hopefully will agree, and 20% still think it's crap. That's just how it is. But I'm just thinking this is a golden opportunity to work with all this. Don't just throw it away, or don't just let a coordinator decide everything. We go to the left and then 80% doesn't agree, but use all the information we have, not throwing it away, including an external review, and write this in a proposal. And then you can still, when you have this in the first year, you can still have some concrete projects on the side, whatever you call it, hub or cup, but then experiment a little bit with it. And after 1 year, take stock and think, okay, now this is the way we go with the people who are involved. And we just have to take decisions based on the project. Done.
Yeah, sorry to plan. Maybe before, maybe what we would like to hear here is if something, I mean, not so much about, okay, yes, we're going to this operational way of doing things, even the details are not, and are not clear, and we can work it down during the project. But it's like, why do you see, if anyone is not so I would say against it, I said, having my doubts, I mean, we would like to hear maybe what is the disadvantage, maybe we are missing something, or why this is not going to work with my service centers at my national level, to come up with improvements. Because at the end of the day, even though, and I agree, I am with Mark, at the end of the day, we take decisions, maybe, hopefully 80%. We don't want to be working in different directions, and so we want as much BHOs on board, especially because that will be the way that the next project will have much impact on in the whole EURAXESS service.
I wanted just to add that I fully agree with that, and one final comment on the hubs governance. According to me, the hub should concentrate effort and time and smart solutions for something that contact points cannot do, or do not have time for that or resource for that. To create a tool that will save them time to work on something. to provide a service, just like psychological service that we will provide at the Science for Refugee Hub. This is something that some of them don't offer. Some organizations just don't have a psychological department or center or something like that. If it is for refugee researcher, even if you have one, not all psychologists are well with treating war trauma. So this is what we should offer. If we come from this point, it's simple. You get a core of several interested people that work on those solutions, and this is the core. The governance is obvious, some speaker, leader, or whatever you call this person, or a bridgehead, and the rest are just users of that, or promoters. You have, for instance, several interested contact points in this topic, and they just arrange an event or promote it, or things. Simple.
But this is one of the things that came from the notes that Alan has presented, that this is one way of operating a hub. But it was clear that other ones were working more onto sharing practices, capacity building, in exchanging practices. Because maybe the topic is so broad that you... Once we have here we're also an open field between the COPs and hubs. One of the solutions that it was also proposed there is at the end, because hubs has working plans, frameworks, they are oriented to, I wouldn't say maybe services, but oriented to some kind of plan with KPIs or something like that. And then the COPs are the place where you exchange. But if we, the thing is, especially what we have, now I'm talking as a hub coordinator of the Research Beyond Academia, we were very extremely oriented to services, to provide tools, but lesson learned, we need to engage more into exchange of practices, or we don't get into the service centers on board. So for kind of sustainability and reach of the service centers, we need to do more exchange practices. Yeah, but we only have one. But we...
community practice is actually growing over.
Yeah, this is one way. Yeah, definitely. This is what it was proposed. But I'm not sure if we all buy this hub service oriented model. Yeah, service or tools. Yeah.
If I may. So in order maybe to answer your question, how could we avoid overlaps or duplication, or how to work in more close collaboration? Maybe if we try to identify maybe the smaller building blocks, because there are programs or services, they are not maybe part of the hubs currently, like the mental health support or whatever, like mentoring programs are of different kinds. They don't have to be like associated with the umbrella of a hub. They could be just a block of building activities individual EURAXESS centers are interested to carry out or explore or share practices about. So basically within the project, we can still deliver activities or pilot the different kind of activities, which is the current concept of hubs, that we pilot different kind of activities, but without having the umbrella of hubs underneath about them. For the rest of the network, we would just promote that these are the specific activities that we are piloting, and if you are interested to explore more about those topics, join this kind of community of practice that is dealing more just mentoring programs or matchmaking events or whatever, just to go specifically into specific areas, not having the bigger topic about, because then we are struggling with some maybe overlaps. And also this happens, for instance, in our COP, because, okay, we work with several COPs because social integration and dual careers might be perceived as part of one hub or the other one. And for the other COP, for instance, we still work with entry conditions as one area and social security as a different area. They are put into one box, but typically different set of people are handling those two areas. So we need to split them in order to get involved the specific people. And again, somebody who is dealing with diaspora researchers or alumni, it's a different stuff again. They're working at an institution, working more about with promotion, for instance. So basically, if we just put it under the same umbrella, we don't know whom to speak to at the institution specifically. If we split it into more specific areas, we maybe achieve better engagement of the EURAXESS members, specifically for the smaller pieces, basically.
I'd like to say maybe what Svetlana said before, difference of the hub and the COP. The problem is that we don't have the same topics. So if we would have like hub on careers and a COP on careers, then that would work. But right now there are topics which are not reflected in COPs, so no one has, like, the people who are interested, they cannot really talk there. I think this is one thing. And then the second thing is that we all realized it's way too complex what we have right now. So it's really like we need to just simplify. So I think this is where we should always put in core to try to simplify. And maybe one way could be that we just say we have a structure of the website, which obviously covers everyone. It covers the students, the researchers, it covers the organizations, and we try to map our activities within this structure and then take this as a base for COP hub, whatever it will be in the future. So everyone can always easily then orient where they are.
Yeah, I would also support sort of integration there, like better integration of those two, definitely. And a bit reflecting on what Svetlana said, that I almost like heard that the idea would be that the hub leader and those interested, basically BHOs who would be interested in, developing this service, and we create the tools and things, and then the rest will be the receivers or users. It is exactly, there's exactly this point that the BHOs have responsibility for all of the topics in their country, and they cannot, that's why we want to have the possibility to give the engagement, more engagement, and also not only as users and receivers, but also as contributors from the service centers.
Yeah, I mean, there is different points of view now but anyone has more ideas of, like, because now since everything is connected, like the COPs and hubs, and if it's service oriented and not, definitely kind of like we don't, it seems that some of us do not like the strict working plan. Then I take also Carla was saying that big topics, and also our experience with the Beyond Academia is that the big topics are very difficult to engage people, and sometimes to engage service centers or other users, and sometimes even create confusion to the ones that are joining there because they are expecting something that the hub is not producing or not working on. But then unfortunately there's no place where they can go or they can engage in another community of practice or so It's very sensitive. So maybe one solution, yeah, is to granulate it a little bit more, these thematic areas, to be easier to engage with BHOs and service centers. Definitely where I see the positive things of the hub model, what I've been liking a lot is that it funneled the communication and the visibility. At least this, we push a lot, you know, we push forward a lot in the Researchers Career Beyond Academia. Not sure if with success, and definitely with a lot of work, but it's basically to make clear that EURAXESS is working on this. Not sure if it would be all of it, these hubs or mini hubs or COPs will do this, you know, this effort of communication and visibility. So, but I'm not 100% sure also if we can, I mean, it would be ideal what Mark also proposed to rethink again or have more time to pilot some of these ideas or not into the project. I'm not 100% sure how it's going to work with the second part when we need to implement. And then Mark, I will pass you the word.
No, just one thing. I mean, we talk about all the issues and the problems, and I was just thinking what came up in my mind is that in our hub, a researcher within academia, what I really like about it is that I heard from more people than they feel like a sense of belonging. They said like, I love your hub is cool, it's so nice. And it's from people I've never seen about, never heard about, because of the cascade funding. So I think we should also remember like the good things and the bad things, because we focus so much on everything what doesn't work. The reason why we do this is because things really work in some way, but maybe not the perfect way. And that gives me energy when we get people from, I don't know, a country. I think, what is a country again? Whoa, it's from a city I've never heard about. Who are you? And it's a service center, small, and saying like, it's so great, and I got money in the cascade funding, and I work on this, and you love your hub. That's cool, right? I mean, that's something I also don't want to just throw away, because that's the reason why we did it, like a sense of belonging. We involve people from this service centers, long way out, not all the BHO, it's new people. That's also happening. Just to kind of give it a positive vibe sometimes.
Can I add something to this discussion? Can you hear me?
Yep. One in the...
Okay, so my Zoom is already feeling a pain in my hand because I was raising it for some time already. So, yeah.
Milan, can you, we cannot hear you very well. Can you speak a little bit loud?
Okay,
please?
I don't know. This is the best.
Now, yes. Now.
Okay, so I feel that we're looking for arguments to keep the concept of hub, which is, I don't think it's a good idea. I mean, we have quite some ideas on how to improve the methodology. I was wondering if we could hear from someone who wasn't involved among BHOs in hubs, you know, and to hear maybe some fresh idea about how we could continue this. And also I would like to highlight a couple of things that I believe are really important that we did not put on the table, at least not explicitly during this discussion. You know, those clusters, those hubs were built around three major ideas, three major guidelines. First, get together around some thematic area. And we have already discussed about that. The second thing is to build collaborative service. So not to pile service centers or people around the thematic area, and each of them are working their own local ecosystems, but to build something together. So to make this collaborative service, being it a mentoring scheme or training or a tour or whatever, so to make it work like 2 + 2 = 5, not 4. So that was the idea of collaborative service. And the third guideline was to engage more external stakeholders. You know, given the thematic area and the lack of specific expertise in this particular thematic area, hubs gives you a tool and mechanism to involve someone from abroad, and also give it back by also spreading the word of EURAXESS in those other networks, other ecosystems. So I just wanted to put that on the table, although we don't have any more time for this discussion. So again, I would really like to invite those who were not involved in hubs so far to give their 5 cents on it. And I'm dying to hear the Slaven's closing word on this. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Milan. We need to wrap up because it's 5 o'clock, so we have to catch up planes. It's a pity. Definitely, but before saying that, I mean, before doing that, yeah, this is the model that we work. This is the basic of the hub model, the 3 that you said. The thing is that we have been learning a lot from the process, and definitely one of the things is that we're not only engaging external collaborators, but like some were pointing here, even with internal collaborators. I mean, pulling in hard resources of the services, you know, these institutions that they are already service centers, and we experience them, and suddenly the institution come together more closely to work with EURAXESS and with its EURAXESS center. Having said that, Slaven, you've been mentioned by Milan. You want to say words?
Thanks a lot. I really enjoyed listening to you. And I think if we had more time, we would continue this discussion because it really shows a lot of perspectives on this matter. I think a lot of valid points, as always. I don't think there's an alternative to having such structure in place. I think, and we can call it hubs, competence centers, centers of expertise, special, doesn't matter. You need something like that. So the question that, of course, is we have the hubs and COPs, and this is ongoing discussion. I did like what Adam presented, this merger, and it's also how I've seen it. And again, this is not something that will be imposed, and you know much more about this than I do. So I'm really much listening to you when it comes to all of that. But I think this is the baseline. Starting point is these type of structures need to be there. Then the discussion starts. How not important, but how central are they? And here I really see a whole spectrum of things. And this is also, I mean, the governance work, the governance study, the next project, how it is called, it has been actually triggered by this hubs discussion, because you do see you need to get this right, and this can be a solution for a network like this. But eventually, what will be, it can be an extreme large. I mean, it's a spectrum of positions, situation you can have. You can have hubs and COPs being something very informal and just a gathering of people, and then you meet, you create something, that's it. But the other side of the spectrum, this can be the governance. Hubs can be the governance, and the steering board can be the BHOs and the commission. I want to say it can really go far. So the question is, where are we? And of course, then about the identity of these structures, thematic makes a lot of sense. Not everything, it will not cover everything. Should it be about core business or those points where service centers are struggling with, potentially both? There's still a lot of questions that need to be answered. But I do see, compared to a year ago, and this is something you've been chewing on a lot every time we are discussing this, but I do see that you are making progress. You try something, doesn't work, you try something else, and all of this will be extremely useful for the study. Because what would be the worst is that you have this study guys, these external guys, imagine you haven't done the thinking and all the crunching yourself, then we would have somebody tell us a nice story. Oh, this is package is very nice, we might bite on it, we might regret it. So I think the fact that you are already kind of, testing a lot, learning by piloting it, it's actually also going to result that what goes in the study, it's going to be connected to reality and not to, because the danger when you work on this type of restructurings, you have some very nice presentations, but then reality is different. And I think this is very good that this is being done. The governance study, as I mentioned, it is a source of information. Let's see what they can do with it. They will build on this. It will trigger again similar discussions as we are having here right now. somebody else will be listening it. They will try to frame this, and they might have a fresh perspective, especially if they are not involved with all the advantages and disadvantages of this. But I'm also quite positive because I do see that every couple of months a question is being tackled. Sometimes another questions are opened, but I think this is part of it. And if you get this right, this could kind of, I would say, not freeze the structure or the governance of EURAXESS on long term, but it could kind of be something which is going to make it predictable over the long periods, and also, as we are funding this Horizon Europe or FP10 whatsoever, also make it much easier. Then action, then the work program can be extremely predictable if you have these type of things. Of course, there's always momentums and things like that, but it could make things a bit simpler. And I think eventually we will get there, and I hope sooner than later. So I have no more comments on this. We do have a couple of wrap-up remarks, a couple of final points from our side that we didn't mention today. But first, I'll let Elisa and Achilles and others perhaps wrap up the workshop part.
Well, to wrap up, to be honest, is that we, thanks to Slaven to point out also that we were working in the right directions, you know, with these key questions that maybe we don't need to solve at the beginning of the next project, but just to keep working on that. But I will emphasize, please, the ones who have not been, because we've been talking at the end, the hub leaders. Oh, maybe we have the experience, but we would like to hear, you know, from some missing points, why it's not working for the ones who have not been so heavily involved. This is very important, because otherwise we come up with something that is not, that it doesn't penetrate the whole network, and that will be not the way to move forward. Yep, thank you a lot for the nice conversation, I would say. Yeah, Kilias, if you want to say something. Okay, thank you. Then I need to go. Sorry.
For those that are still around, and for the recording, because if you're already flying now, you can watch the recording later. We have a couple of more points. I will share one point, and I'll pass the floor to Vera. We'll go very quickly through it. I will talk about BHO meeting, next BHO meeting, next 6 months BHO meeting, and Vera will talk about monthly BHO meetings, right? So the next BHO meeting, most likely in November, most likely in the week of 17th of November, most likely as part of our research conference 2025. So similar concept as in November last year and November 2023. So what we will try to do this time is to make it a little bit stretched. So 1 day and a half. 1 day BHO, day before the usual policy things, etc., etc. There's going to be also some festivities because we are having some. Last year was 20 years of EURAXESS. This year we are having some launches, etc., etc., and we have Mikhail.
And celebration of the 20 years of the Charter and Council.
In the week of the 17th, or in the week of the 17th of November, and the approach will be not with AGM, but how we have been doing it in the past. Does not mean that AGM will be back next year, most probably. And then, and this is going to be hybrid, right? And then of course, the usual. You'll be invited for the topics, and most probably we will never have a slim agenda. We will always be late. Then the question is, what happens by then? We had some experience during the revamp. I personally liked it. Often during the lunch, we would update each other. It allowed us to a little bit stay in touch. And I think it also might release some pressure for the BHO meetings. We do see how much there is to discuss. So for that, I pass the floor to Vera when it comes to monthly meetings.
Yes, thank you for giving your final energy to this point. It's an exciting one. No, but it's an initiative and a concept that we're reintroducing in a way, but in a way it's also a new concept. So indeed, as Slaven said, what has become quite clear from communication with you, feedback that we received is that there might be a bit of a lack of sort of structured exchange between us and you. So maybe some disparities in understanding of what our role is, what you can turn to us about. Is there an open door? Can you ask us, what questions can you ask us and everything? So I think that's something that in my online meetings with you guys, or some of you, I have also really understood that there is definitely a big need for more structured exchange. And indeed, the positive experiences from last year really highlights this. And what we're wanting to provide is basically a regular space for interaction. So the concept is to have monthly BHO meetings. And what these would contain is basically updates on our part. There would be a specific topic for each meeting. And this would be very much based on your feedback. So it's not us deciding what's going to go into these meetings necessarily, but we are very open to your feedback in this regard. So it will be definitely a space to raise challenges as well, potentially share ideas, best practice, but also when it comes to specific issues that you encounter and that you want to convey to us, we want to provide that space for these interactions as well. And really shortly, this would start in September. And the idea or the proposal would be that it would be the second Thursday of each month, and the time for this would still be decided. But I don't know, maybe it would be nice to hear just an initial reaction to this. We don't really have time for a discussion regarding it, but is this something that you would find useful and you would welcome, or do you see the use for it, basically? Yes, with the last morsels of energy, yes, okay.
Please send the calendar invitation to block the space.
Every second Thursday of the month.
Every second Thursday, yes.
During some time, 45 minutes.
45 minutes, yes, exactly. And these meetings will be recorded, so unless you miss one, that's fine. You'll be able to watch it later. I really desperately want your feedback for this. So as I mentioned, we're not going to be dictators and decide on the program ourselves. Send me email. What do you want to see in these meetings? What do you expect? And what would be helpful for you? So I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Yes, come on.
I don't think anyone wants to hear anymore. I think I just was going to add that I think it would be really important to get the topic right, and I think we'll all have to work together to make sure that they're meaningful. And I haven't got the answers to that now because it's late. But yeah, we'll reflect. But yeah, I think that will be important.
Yeah, it would be also an opportunity for us to inform you about some things. Sometimes we send you emails, but it's one of those hundreds emails received. And then together we will see what are the topics you would like to focus a little bit more on. I mean, the extranet, we just discussed it earlier today. It's of course going to be something which is going to be mentioned there, but it's 45 minutes. So it's very, one to three topics maximum, but very quick. And we will see either one topic or just quick updates, but it's not about workshops or things like that. No, that's not the point of it. Yeah.
Yes, coming back to the hubs issue, I think it would be good to have real questions, something that in order to know exactly what we are talking about, it's a bit abstract. I don't know if this fits with what you are asking for in terms of comments, but would help to have examples that in real life, I would say.
I see Adam is taking notes. Great. Then I think that's it. We also have some IT updates for you. This will be shared in the monthly meeting, so you have some comments, and then I think we can wish you a nice summer. Yes. Yes, and the same for the people online. You have been thanks a lot for your energy during the day. See you soon.